until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन।
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025 day number 5. And finally, I think it was all revealed, the new groups that are going to be playing in action today. And of course, a few fan favorite teams are going to be competing this Super joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, after the reshuffle, we've seen a lot of bounce back, but the question is, are we going to see a few teams bounce back on the overall leaderboard again today?
Now, look, Johnny, we've got Group C and D playing inside of the spectrum, and let's not forget, inside of these groups, we've got some massive names as well. Just like Moneymakers, once again, trying to make their way, and Moneymakers, the first 3 games that they played, they were phenomenal. Now, looking at the opposite side of the spectrum, though, we've still got a few major names, like Phoenix Metal Esports, still all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. If you ask me, are we going to see any sort of bounce backs? Now, looking at the lineup on paper, Phoenix Metal Esports' lineup is absolutely stacked.
Yeah.
Everyone on that roster packs a lot of punch. They've got insane firepower. So I genuinely think, yes, we are going to see a lot of comebacks.
I mean, hopefully the Phoenix is again going to rise from the ashes today, because as you mentioned, the performance on the first three matches was extremely underwhelming, and they aren't the only ones. Right below Phoenix Metal, we have Rivals Ape, a team with Well, I wouldn't say extremely stacked players, but a lot of talent in them, and the experience there in the form of Drigger being part of the lineup as well. And that's not the only name. Team Z. We've seen Team Z in the past. They have competed in a few LAN events here and there in 2024 as well. But the performance in the realme BMPS is not off to a great start. On the other side, let's talk about the big names, right? HECTOR VASISTA. That is going to be one of the names from Group C that we want to see do better than they are already.
Exactly. Currently in the mid-pack, right? A little bit as well on the bottom, I would say, off that mid-pack. Not doing extremely good. We've got the overall standings on the screen to give a better spectrum on what exactly is going on currently. We see Golden Glider Esports as well, a team that came in out of nowhere for the first time and still getting 47 points in the top 8, currently looking pretty comfy. But on the first spot is OG with 90 points accumulated by the span of 6 games. That is extremely impressive.
Yeah, OG is doing exceptionally well for themselves. But the thing is that OG now has set a target that the teams playing today are going to try to hit. And one of the teams that actually has an opportunity to take down OG and take that first position away is Moneymaker, sitting on that 8th position. An amazing performance in their opening play day, and that has kept them inside of that top 8. That's the only team that sits there with just 3 matches played yesterday. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table, man.
Honestly, that's insanely impressive. With just 3 games still sitting inside of the top 8, there's a big chance Moneymaker at the end of the day might just be on the first spot, just snatch away that throne from the players of OG. We've got the second page as well on the screen. You also do see K9 Esports, and K9 Esports is a part of Group D, which we will see later on in the day, and they're going to kick things off on the map of Sanhok. Now, looking at the latter half as well, we do have teams like Mafia Zenin coming in. They've already played all their 6 games, still stuck with 32 points. Not doing too bad, but let's not forget, we've also got VOLCANO Esports in the mix. And even VOLCANO Esports, they've got a decent base setup, Johnny. They just need to claim the same amount of points they claimed in the first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, that team is in a much safer position compared to the rest of the lot. I mean, you look at Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be competing today, just 23 points in the first 3 matches. Not the greatest of start, but still a position from where they can fight back, a position from where they can make that leap into the top 8. They just need one big win, and it's all going to be good in the hood.
Exactly, and speaking of the one big win, right, I mean, even Hero Extreme Godlike is sitting on the 40th spot. Not doing too hot, but since they've only played 3 games, there's a lot of chances they can actually make the bounce back, even in the top 8 directly, if they do really good for themselves. We've got the latter page now, once again, popping up on the screen. HECTOR VASISTA. We had a conversation about this team, stuck with 22 points on the 49th spot. Not the best possible spot, but at least they've got the base set up.
I mean, so here's one thing that I would like to clarify. It is one of my, again, it might be an unpopular opinion as well. Round 1, we are stressing too much right now on who is in the top 16. And of course, I mean, you do get an edge moving forward. But the thing is, there are 96 teams and only the bottom 16 get eliminated. That should be the priority for any of these teams. Like, that includes Reckoning Esports as well. They are on the 61st position with 15 points. But the goal should be to cross 40-point marker today itself.
But since we've got so many high expectations from these big banners, we automatically expect them to just dominate the lobby, be there in the top 16 without any sort of efforts. And, of course, it makes a lot of sense, too, right? These are salaried players. They get paid a lot to try and play inside over here. So, of course, we expect them to be in the top 16 and do really good. But it's fine, though. It's not like they're going to get eliminated if they do not place themselves in the top 16. As you mentioned, they move on towards the round 2. Instead, it's just going to be a bit of a longer cut.
Yeah, I mean, of course. But let's see how things turn out today. Today is going to be an important day, as you mentioned, for one of those salaried rosters, Reckoning in particular. We just saw them with 15 points. Alibaba Raiders, another name that we are hoping to see make a big bounce. Team Z, we see them right there on the 78th position. Now, that was the last save bracket. All the teams on this last page of the leaderboard are under threat, are under fire, and unfortunately, we find Phoenix Medal here. We find rivals Ape in this bracket, and then on the 96th position, Halo. These are the 3 teams from this particular page that will be competing today, and all 3 of them have the sword hanging over their heads.
Exactly, especially for Phoenix Medal. Now, generally speaking, they've only played 3 games so far, but just getting 5 points in the span of 3 games, I don't exactly know what's going on inside the roster, but I just hope they are going to figure things out, because let's not forget, they've also got a man like Zyrex joining in, and we know what sort of potential and what sort of a caliber this man possesses. Let's not forget the remaining 3 players from the OG Phoenix roster as well. Absolute powerhouse. So one thing is for sure, they do have the firepower, but it just feels like they're not able to focus fire properly.
I mean, these lads are having some troubles, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you do not want any troubles in your performances, in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, well, check out the Realme GT7. It is an amazing device that's launching on the 27th of May. So now the countdown has begun. Make sure you guys go on Amazon and search for the Realme GT7 so you can win prizes up to 2 lakh rupees. And of course, we keep talking about the features, the iSense graphene rare cover. It's so amazing, Necro. It stays 6 degrees cooler during marathon gaming sessions.
That is absolutely insane. And not just that, let's speak about the gaming itself, right? Stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours. What else do you want? If you're a BGMI gamer, 120 FPS is what you need for the smoothest experience, and this device provides you that. So I would recommend you guys to move on to Amazon and check it out. But back towards the main conversation once again, right? Now, as we know, inside of Group C, we've got teams like GLITCHxREBORN, Hyderabad Hydras, HECTOR, VASISTA, Moneymakers joining in, and even Phoenix Metal Esports. Now, at this point for Phoenix Metal Esports, they've got a lot more pressure compared to all the other teams that I just named.
I mean, see, you build up all of that intensity, but the problem is that at this point you get 8 points and you're safe.
True that, I guess. That's one way to put it as well. But I just want Phoenix Metal Esports to showcase the domination, right? It's all about instilling that fear in the rest of the lobby.
I mean, it would give us a lot more to talk about if they fail to get those 8 points.
Johnny, don't say that, all right? I mean, it's quite a solid roster. I want to see them move on to the forward. At the end of the day, they're named as the gangsters of BGMI.
I mean, see, it's not just for them. This statement holds true not just for them, but also for Rivals Apes as well. Because Rivals Apes as well also has a pretty decent roster under their belt. And for teams like this, it should not be a concern or a challenge to secure like 20 points in 3 matches. Man, you can do 20 points in 3 matches.
Yeah, without a doubt. But then you look at the past record and they've only secured 5 points in 3 matches.
Yeah.
And then you just really get concerned and sit there just absolutely sweating. Now, speaking of good rosters as well and still not being able to perform that well, we've also got New Version in the mix. And let's not forget Viru, Gil coming inside of this roster, the OGs, the veterans back into play. And still New Version for some reason are struggling too much, Johnny.
Yeah, New Version, I have no idea why the struggles are there. I think they have a lot of aggression in their players. And it is just the fact that we aren't really seeing them utilize that aggression. We see them running into fights every now and then. They do end up winning those 4v4s, but then they fail in them late game rotations because they end up losing bodies very early. But I think New Version is still in a safer position compared to everyone else. So they should be able to move to round 2. But we have the schedule on our screens. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Group C, and then Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel played by Group D. We have Group C teams on our screens right now.
Exactly. Moneymakers, Team Eggy as well should be part of the conversations. They did pretty good for themselves. Quite the consistent performance. We've also got VOLCANO Esports. Now, we did see this team in the Realme BJAS 2025, which was just the past tournament. And even VOLCANO Esports was able to pop off pretty well, but not so well since they were not able to qualify to the LAN finals. But VOLCANO Esports, they're doing pretty good for themselves in this tournament, so I'm really happy for them. GLITCHxREBORN, a bit off the mark, but I'm pretty sure they can make a comeback. It's not even a question. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got a stacked lineup. HECTOR, VASISTA, pretty much the same thing as well should be said to them. Now, the real concerns really do begin for teams like Halo and BO7S because we haven't really seen a lot from them.
Yeah, I mean, especially BO7S. I think, again, it is going to be interesting to see have they figured out how to make things work here in this second set of matches that they have, because you're done with today and then you're done with 50% journey of round 1, and then the next half you're just trying to hold on to that position where you do not get eliminated from the tournament in round 1 itself. And it's going to be interesting to see how BO7S now fares up into the competition, considering they've had a decent break. But we have our predictions for the day. You went with Phoenix Metal and K9. Wow.
Yeah, Johnny, I really do believe in that aggression. And today I felt like, you know what, even I'm feeling quite aggressive. So I'm going to go with the aggressive teams. So that's why I went with Phoenix Metal Esports and K9 Esports, probably the most aggressive teams in today's day.
But again, I see a lot of 8-bit there with Sparrow, Maisie, and me picking 8-bit from Group D. I think everyone's just banking on the champions of the Realme BGIS 2025.
But I guess you guys are playing too safe, man. Look, you guys should have been playing with a bit of that fire as well. Pick one team on the latter half of the board and pick one team as the safer one.
You know what happens when you play with fire, right?
What, you get burned?
Yeah.
Well, what if you don't get burnt? Then you find out you're immortal.
Not really. There's a whole movie about it, I guess, that came out 2 years ago.
Oh, really? I've got no clue about that, but all I know is if you play with fire, you get burned. So, kids, if you're watching, do not attempt it. But you know what? Now back towards the main conversation. So let's talk about the confirmed good players, right? The confirmed good performances that we're going to see. Of course, we've got Team Eggy right there. Moneymakers too are going to play really good. And even teams like Hyderabad Hydras, HECTOR, VASISTA are going to pop off. It's not even a question. The rest of the teams, though, they need to perform no matter what. And without wasting any more time, we're straight up just going to jump into the first game of the day as Erangel's going to boot up on the screen. And even the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Stalbert towards the southern side, which is going to be Sanhok military base. Now, Johnny, this plane flight path, once again, does seem quite decent. It's quite forgiving.
Yeah. It is quite forgiving. The only challenge right now, it's going to be the northern Georgia Pool City Hospital. The extreme western side of the map of Erangel is going to be a little too far away for these teams to glide towards. But luckily for them and for us, vehicle spawns towards Gatka, vehicle spawns south of Pachinki, close to that military bridge as well. If teams do go for those vehicles, we are going to get to see some early action.
And I would love to see that early action as well. In my opinion, something that can wake up a team like Phoenix Metal Esports is that early action too. I still remember all the way that heated scuffle that used to happen in Yasna Polyana against the players of Revenant X Park. And the moment Phoenix Metal used to eliminate them, they would just go absolutely gung-ho.
Yeah.
So one thing is for sure, that can definitely happen. And now, once again, they have decided to drop in towards Yasna Polnaya. They're not going to let that go away just like that. We also do see a bit of the teams moving in towards Lipovka. One team actually going towards that prison side as well. And that's going to be the players of GLITCHx. Halo moving down south towards Milta. On the southern side, which is the Sanhok military base itself, we do see BO7S as well making their way towards Norupnoi.
I'm worried about a few players from the side of GLITCHREBORN. Dark Lord, you see him moving quite close to the players of Eggy. That can be a big threat, and Milta is definitely going to be up for contention. But what a rare sight. 3 teams in the military base. We rarely get to see that happen. And of course, Eastern Circle this time. Glitch, I mean, if they manage to survive the early game, if they manage to keep their players alive, this should turn out to be a pretty decent match from their end. The Circle itself favors them quite nicely in the early stages. But here we have it, Reckoning Esports. An early conflict against the players of 2OP. Now, how is this one going to turn out?
Oh no, it's liability too, and usually this man's been a major liability. And this time as well, has found himself in a big scuffle. Just trapped in this one compound, in this one particular house, actually. And Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players present. Now liability, he needs to go massive. Just stuck in the balcony, not even moving a muscle, waiting for the opponents to pop up and make some sort of mistakes. He's also got his teammate right next to him, but I don't think he's going to be able to help him too much if he does get charged up on. And this early inside of the game, you're not even going to have the utilities to try and stop that pounce.
I mean, that's a decent compound to fight from, but liability takes the jump. They want to try and take the fight from the back lines, just isolate the players of Reckoning. Viper taking that control of the rooftop already had the advantage, and that is something that 2OP are trying to deny. Reckoning Esports, Some damage traded out against liability. Shady had to get involved in that duel, man. If Shady also went for a peek, maybe the 2OP could have found a knock, but Some, it looks like he's a little too over-eager to make that bounce.
Oh no.
But Viper in the back lines is going to be the first man from the side of Reckoning to hit the floor.
It's not looking too good for the side of Reckoning Esports, and now Some getting isolated too. Man's position found his ball. Some is getting trapped, but he still does find one. And that's the only thing he's actually going to find. Reckoning Esports starting to fall off inside of the fight as 2OP is able to isolate every single duel and able to slowly and steadily shut down the entirety of Reckoning Esports. Dionysus is the only man left in the back lines as well. And what can you do if you're Dionysus left in a 1-on-3 situation? Shady's knocked out, but still the man's going to be revived without any problems. And 2OP now does definitely seem quite stacked as well. Now stopping 2OP in their tracks is going to be extremely tough. And for that as well, the last man of Reckoning Esports needs the suitable weaponry. And looking at it right now, it does have the UMP-45 for a close and personal combat, but a shotgun would have been handy. But at this point in time, he needs to adjust with whatever he has. And Reckoning Esports, they choke up once again, Johnny. First game down the drain.
I mean, Reckoning choked. 2OP played it better. I'm just going to leave it at that. Because the angle isolation to kick things off in the fight, putting pressure on Some, and then Viper, I don't know how Viper got knocked out over there.
Exactly.
Having that rooftop control, he should have been the one using the third-person perspective to just gather the information, try and get a peek in the windows, and just making sure that he keeps track of the opposing side, not letting them get a little too close to Some. And as soon as Viper fell, they lost that advantage. After that, there was no more information coming in. Some was forced to run in. And then that 2v1, had he clutched that 2v1 indoors, it would have been different. But as soon as Some fell, I think hope began to fade out for Reckoning. Well played from 2OP as well. I mean, they were patient at that time, waited for every single mistake from the side of Reckoning and punished it to perfection.
Absolutely, man. The way they were slowly and steadily able to find those initial knockouts. It was a systematic dismantle, to put it out there. And 2OP played it perfectly. But generally speaking, what's going on with Reckoning Esports? It's not the same Reckoning Esports that we've seen in the past, right? They're making too many mistakes at this point. Salme pushing up so up close and personal. Honestly, it's not even Salme's fault. His teammate got knocked out. And that was one of the main reasons why the Overwatch was not there. And that's why they instantly got pounced on and got taken out.
I mean, see, arguments can be made that there were multiple options for him to take as well. I mean, yeah, Reckoning did make a few decision-making errors over there. But then again, I mean, they could have backed off, looked for a reset, so now you can't do anything about it. Lost a fight, lost the game this time, no points for Reckoning Esports. But if you want to be better in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the realme GT7 long play without overheating, because when you're running into the action, you are going to overheat, your device is going to overheat, but not the realme GT7. Stays 6 degrees cooler during those marathon gaming sessions, allows you to grind for as long as you want. And of course, we keep talking about the 120 FPS 6-hour stable performance for BGMI, and we know that because this was co-tested by Crafton and Realme.
That is solid right there. So move on towards Amazon and search the Realme GT7, which is launching on the 27th, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. So do it right now. It's pretty much free of cost, so why would you not want to do it?
Yeah, I mean, not the device, the possibility of you winning rewards.
Yeah,
is free
exactly.
Of cost.
Yeah, of course, the device is not free of cost.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it is something that you can afford.
I mean, for the amount of things you get, I mean, it is definitely
value for money, yeah.
But right now, let's talk about the game. I mean, that's a very awkward circle building up towards Milta. I wouldn't expect that to happen this early.
Yeah. The centric part filled up with a big splash of colors. We've got so many teams building up there. Even Halo all the way towards Milta, Tribe Hirdmen as well. It's still stuck in that stalemate, by the way, Johnny. It started all the way from the start, and these two teams are constantly there towards Milta. Luckily enough, they've got the circle, but if the circle wasn't there, I'm pretty sure they would have been wasting a lot of valuable time. I just hope they've got enough loot.
Yeah, I mean, looting is definitely not going to be an issue for them because there are a lot of compounds, and I believe whenever a situation like this happens where two teams are dropping in Milta, usually there is like it automatically clicks between the two opposing sides that, alright, city divided. You take the northern side, I take the southern side. And I think that is what has happened between both those two teams as well, Tribe Hirdmen and Halo over there.
But then you remember that stalemate between VST and Reckoning Esports that went on for 15 minutes.
Yeah. No incentive, right? No incentive to push, no incentive to fight.
Yeah.
Why would you want to risk it?
Everyone was just waiting for each other to make some sort of a mistake, and because of that wait, it just got delayed for so long.
It's, I mean, either someone else makes a mistake or you end up making a mistake, and that's the thing that most of them are going to try to avoid. But hey, it seems like a moment from Harry Potter as two players from the side of Phoenix Metal just take a flight over that house. Perfect exit coming in from Venom. It seems like they're trying to hunt down the players of Team Z. I mean, you take out a team right on top of you, makes things easier for you to break out of that danger zone bracket.
Yeah, and Team Z as well, they've got a massive split going on. You can see the man right in the front. Even Kylo is now trying to fall back towards safety, towards his own teammates, and provide him that backup. For Phoenix Metal, I'm not even sure what the game plan is at this point, but they do have all the 4 players alive, so that's a good thing. They can definitely go for the pounce if they want. And luckily enough, they have also managed to snatch away that compound. So now the entirety of this compound is controlled by Phoenix Esports, and also the northern side is in their hands.
I mean, they have decent map control, but I feel Eggy and Alibaba Raiders, they've gone for a push as well. You see them just west of Milta. That is going to be the prime spot to be at. Was hoping to see Eggy regroup, but now that is going to be a big challenge. Although as we do see the players of Halo, they are still looking for those angles against the players of Tribe Herdsmen. All of a sudden, these two teams push towards the southern edge of the zone. There was PO7S who were looking to cross the Novorupnoi bridge, and they do succeed as well. And in fact, they show up for a third party after a few shots were fired from the side of Team Halo. Hazard, he's going to be taken out of the picture. Doroki looking to go for the finish here.
Brothers of 7 Sisters. They will get the finish as well. Hazard taken out of the game. BO7 is looking okay for now. But looking at the overall picture, BO7S at this point in time not really have a lot of elimination points, and not even a good position to play with. Playing on the edge, the zone's probably going to take a curveball shift up north. The chances are pretty high. So BO7S needs to be ready for that. Tribe Hirdmen, Team Halo, once again just stuck in that bit of a scuffle since the start. It's now a massive stalemate, and both these teams are just ending up wasting their own time. In my opinion, just back away and just play safer. Because at the end of the day, someone's going to end up making some sort of a mistake, and this time it's going to be Pork from Tribe Hirdmen, who makes a major mistake, and now Team Halo has a chance to capitalize. The S12K pulled out. SMG in the back lines as well. The UMP-45 might just not be able to do the sustainable amount of damage if Chief does find a proper connection. But still, he's managed to back away for now. Chief is actually playing it pretty smart, too. He's got his teammates backing up from the back as well. So for Team Halo, they can actually go for risk like that.
Oh, no.
The UMP-45 is not going to stand a chance against Shotgun. Chief does some significant amount of damage. He does find the knock as well. But unfortunately for Chief, he instantly gets traded by Panther. Still, Panther 77 is going to toss out an aid from that window. And hopefully that nade's going to find some sort of value. But no, it's going to be the answer instead. Kudalis will be back up on his feet.
I mean, the position to go for a revive from Tribe Herdsman right outside the warehouse. That they should have backed off first. And Halo now having the upper hand. Unless a nade connects, Tribe Herdsman, they are going to be taking a beating over here in this fight. And of course, unfortunate series of events is that even the Circle has abandoned both these two teams. So they got to settle their differences as quickly as possible and then re-engage. But Panther, he's sown so much utility, trying to see if he can get a knock from the outside of the warehouse. He needs to go for a more direct peek, and now he finally makes it happen. Not enough damage dished out on the players of Halo. They still manage to stay safe. Tribe Herdsman, this is going to be very awkward from their side. Lost one player, looking for the upper hand, hearing the sound cues of the players of Halo switching up. Modulis, he needs to go big, has the S12K now, finally armed and ready.
Yeah.
Player in the front line was distracted, and it is going to be Panther who finds the first knock, and this is going to be the end for Halo. Tribe Herdsman, they recover in a very nice manner.
This was so awkward for Halo. They messed things up massively. They had the massive advantage as well inside the fight, but they just gave it away. And because of that, now they're eliminated from the game itself. But look at Team HECTOR VASISTA. They've got a problem rolling up for themselves. As RAC, they straight up make a pounce towards the compound. Rival ApeCity, they do manage to do a lot of damage, but still HECTOR VASISTA, they're not just someone who's going to fall off like that. In the end, HECTOR saves the day for all the teammates. And he will also get the reset on the fallen comrade, but no, VOLCANO Esports says even they make a pounce towards the compound. Since HECTOR is the only man left standing, he wants to go for the revival as soon as possible. Utilities tossed out as well, trying to stop that revival from coming through. Another nade on the upper floor is going to do a bit of that chip damage, also getting the confirmation onto Zin. HECTOR VASISTA still standing tall as they're holding down this staircase. HECTOR on top needs to make a miraculous play, needs to go massive, he needs to make a monstrous play. He did find that 2-piece, but he got traded in the end by Psycho. Oh my god, what a play that was. Almost came into fruition as well.
Yeah, but look at this, another third party coming through as all of this commotion has attracted new version. And now what VOLCANO did to the lads of HECTOR VASISTA is going to happen to them. Psycho, he needs to play like a Psycho to survive, but an off nade, and he is just going to end up damaging himself. His teammates finished off. And now VOLCANO Esports, I think we just bid them adieu. Those 4 points are all they're going to get from this match.
Yeah, third party after third party. And this compound ended up ruining a lot of games. And one more third party comes into play, Johnny. It's now going to be Team Eggy as well joining the fray. Oh my god, whoever is a part of this fight, they will instantly get third partied and eliminated from the game itself. Now Team Eggy's got the major advantage. Since new version, they've only got 3 players inside of this compound. Gil in the outskirts, he wants to be the man who catches the team off guard as well. But Gil, the utility damage is something he might just not be able to sustain, and the nade's actually going to find the knock as well for OP. Beautiful nade tossed right towards Gil. Another nade tossed around that similar vicinity. Even that Scar's going to find a bit of that tag as well. Team Eggy knows what's going on, but it's a slow and steady systematic dismantle from Team Eggy. They're just not going to blindly push in. They will try to take their sweet little time, suffocate the opponents to death, and then Team Eggy will finally make that entrance.
New version has done so well to buy themselves a little bit of time. So many smokes lobbed so that there is no vision, and Eggy is forced to run around looking for those bodies. Shoboji finds the opener, Mickey falls, and it's down to Shoboji.
God,
Psycho, no one has seen him. He sees Eggy right in front of him. He's waiting for an opportunity. He's waiting for them to deal with new version. And I think that is over. Finally, Eggy, an unpleasant surprise, and Psycho strikes. Oh man, he was sitting there on top of the box for so long.
The trigger discipline to perfection, and Psycho, indeed a psychotic play. An absolute maniac in that situation. If he wanted, he could have ended Eggy's life much more sooner. But I'm not exactly sure what sort of value he found even after delaying that knock.
Yeah.
But now he's actually going to make the pounce underneath. He's still got 3 more nades to play with. At least he's got the number. Now he's going to try to toss that nade exactly where the revival is coming through. And the nade's going to be tossed perfectly. Isolates that revival, stops it from coming through, gets the confirmation as well on the man who was knocked out. And Murdoch's, he wants to eliminate Psycho as soon as possible. This fight is getting delayed for no reason. Psycho with the utilities. This man is now looking like the real grenadier. Another nade tossed out. It's going to clip the players just by a bit. JD Gaming right underneath. You can see the panic settle in for every single player that is currently inside of this compound, including Psycho himself. For Team Eggy, they came in with all the 4 players, but now down to just a 2-man squad, Johnny. Things are getting too intense.
And Psycho is playing this so well. But yeah, a nade at his feet, and he finally says farewell. But valiant effort, man. In a situation where he was supposed to just die like 5 minutes ago, he survived thanks to Eggy, and then got an extra point for his team as well. Instead of going out at 4 finishes, they went out at 5.
But is that really a good thing? Just 5 eliminations out of this one?
Yeah, I mean, VOLCANO Esports is doing quite well for themselves.
Yeah, I guess one way to look at it, right? Even if they do manage to get 6-7 points per game, VOLCANO Esports is still maybe going to be there in the top 16. So, yeah, VOLCANO Esports, decent game. In the upcoming ones, though, just make sure they're getting around 8 points, and still it can be compensated instantly. But looking at the zone itself, we've got Moneymaker in the smack center. Quite a good position towards Lumberyard, Johnny. But right underneath them, or right behind them, is also going to be the squad of Hyderabad Hydras. Let's see how they deal with them.
Man, that's going to be a very awkward fight. Moneymakers, they, I believe, are on the slope of a hill. And Hyderabad Hydras has to cover a dip to get there. But there are a lot of options in that particular situation. Northern side of the map completely empty. Majority of the teams are playing in the compounds towards the eastern and the southern edges of the circle right now. Alibaba Raiders, one of those teams playing the southern edge. And they are trying to gatekeep the players of 2OP. It should not be a big challenge for Alibaba Raiders. It's just an open field. And 2OP do not have a lot of options. But Wanted and Fragger, they push out into the open. The shots coming in from the flank. And it is going to be BO7S. Ghostface finds the opener. Opportunity for Alibaba Raiders to strike now.
Ghostface has always been like the face of BO7S. This man is able to pull off miraculous clutches in the past as well. I still remember BJAS 2025 where Ghostface had an insane clutch. He 1v4'd a squad. So yeah, definitely one of those players to look out for. And because of that one single string broken, now 2OP is just not there in the game anymore. Too exposed out in the open, too volatile. And in the end, just get evaporated into thin air. Tribe Hirdmen on the screen. And so far, their performance has been pretty balanced. Eliminating a squad that's been a big pain in the foot since the start in Milta. Then moving on forward, now in a decent stance as well. With 4 eliminations already in the back. Tribe Hirdmen's looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, they've survived with 3 players into the top 8. And of course, from here on out, if they get a few extra placement points, it should all be good. But problem is that they have Alibaba Raiders right next to them. And it's going to be an uphill climb from here on out for Tribe Hirdmen. So it's not going to be an easy game. It's going to keep on getting more and more difficult. But hey, a few moments ago we saw that insane conflict one after the other. Eggy, new version, VOLCANO Esports, HECTOR, VASISTA, all of these teams fighting in the same compound.
Yeah, and in the end, unfortunately, VOLCANO Esports got eliminated, and it was Team Eggy standing tall. And Team Eggy's still there. Now,
I had started to root for Psycho at that point.
Johnny, something happened here, man. Metal Esports, they're down to just Zyrex. What happened there?
I have no idea. Did we even see Metal Esports in this entire game?
Yeah, we did once where they managed to shake one team away from the compound. We saw that heroic entrance on top of the roof.
Oh, yeah.
But then after that, they're now just left with one man.
seems the car ran out of fuel mid-air. Everyone just crashed and burned.
What's going on with Phoenix Metal, man? I don't understand. This is not the same Phoenix Metal that we saw in the past.
Yeah.
But you know what? Right now we need to focus on Alibaba Raiders. The Managing Tower should be helping him soon. White Tiger with the AR and the 4X. Looking to line up a few players. BO7S. The players have found themselves in a decent stance as well. The Lamborghini right next to it. Now they can use that vehicle as cover. Alibaba Raiders taking a few shots upon themselves. Wanted tucks back behind that tree. At this point in time, it's quite an awkward terrain to take a fight in.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up and just end the misery.
I feel Eggy has the prime spot because everyone else is going to be forced to fight each other. Eggy can just avoid all of this conflict. But look at this, Moneymaker's in some trouble. Clutch got knocked out. As it is going to be GLITCHREBORN making that bounce. Down to Aditya and Pukar. 2 versus 4. Utility is there. Ammunition. They have everything to work with, but GLITCHREBORN is not going to be an easy team to beat. And Pukar dishes out some initial damage. The nade needs to convert into a knock. This utility is how Moneymakers can make a comeback in this fight, but no! Ouch! That was awkward.
Yeah, the players are too focused on making money. But you know what? Another nade tossed in the front. Aditya backs away to safety. Make sure he's not going to be in that nadeable range, which is pretty smart. Repositioning is important, but not in opponent's line of sight, Johnny. Aditya gets knocked out. A rough stance for Moneymaker at this point. And Pukar's just going to back away inside of the circle, which is, of course, a wise decision. But let's just hope it actually does pay off. 3 of the players down and dusted. Pukar's the only man left standing. He needs to take this 1v1 against Zyrex, and he's got no clue. The man's trying to buff him. Who's going to win this 1v1? It is Zyrex to come out on top. Middle Esports. 4 points accumulated so far. Zyrex just needs to survive till the top 2.
Yeah, he's made it into the top 7. 4 finishes for Phoenix Metal. I think it's already pretty good what Phoenix Metal are doing. They've gotten more points in this game than they have in the last 3 combined.
Yeah, they had 5 technically, so...
Yeah, this match they have
7 and 1 placement point. Actually, they've got the same amount of points.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Improvement.
Massive improvement. But again, let's talk about what happened with Moneymakers over there. Lack of information, false sense of comfort for Aditya. Just jumps out the window without even making sure that there's no one there on the top of the hill.
Yeah.
And then Pukar, I mean, that was just a mad dash. He just took a gamble.
But honestly speaking, Moneymakers getting eliminated was such a massive sigh of relief for Hyderabad Hydras. Now they can play freely and get a lot of terrain control. BO7S in a big world of trouble. Ghostface getting knocked out. Alibaba Raiders, good presence of mind, knowing exactly where the opponent was positioned to. Eliminating that player. And now since the backline does seem quite clear, they just need to get rid of Dizzy as well.
At this point, if you're GLITCHREBORN, you're just thinking about finishes because you know chicken dinner is going to be a big challenge. But as they do, and as they move forward one after the other, all of them are falling. And GLITCHREBORN glitched out of existence. BO7S and Alibaba Raiders and combined just wipe the floor with them.
The man takes down 3 players single-handedly. Manhandles GLITCHxREBORN, and as you mentioned, just glitching out of existence. I'm pretty sure there were a lot of glitches in the comms, that's for sure. I mean, quite a scrambly push that was.
I mean, they're stuck on that edge, so you know you only have one option. You got to rack up those finishes before you eventually get taken out by Hyderabad Hydras because they have the terrain in their favor. But, again, ain't no way you should get knocked out by a single player like that.
Yeah.
Someone needs to stay back in ADS. Someone needs to start lobbing utility. All of them just got into those vehicles, make those mad dash, and just got knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, all we can say is a rookie mistake. Simple.
Yeah, that was a rookie mistake.
But hey, right now, Alibaba Raiders, though, up against the players of Tribe Hirdmen. Fragger creeping and crawling his way around the players of Tribe Hirdmen. I'm not even sure what is going through his mind, but he's also dropped his backpack, Johnny. That means he's ready to be a snake in the field. Alibaba Raiders cooking up something real cruel. The players are also going to start to take a lot of damage from the blue, so they need to be wary of that fact as well. And soon enough, the next zone's going to pop up as well. Tribe Hirdmen losing out on Panther. A big man down. They've also lost out on Blitz Pew. Now down to just the one man, Ruthless himself, but Hyderabad Hydras will get rid of him too. Tribe Hirdmen In the end, they have been eliminated from the game, but Alibaba Raiders as well, they have taken a lot of damage upon themselves, and all thanks to Ninju. And the next zone's going to shift right on top of the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Stars aligned.
I told you this is going to be a win for Hyderabad Hydras. Terrain advantage can never be beaten in a situation like this. And, of course, if the circle pops right on top of your heads, that's just an added bonus. But I think the man who celebrates Hyderabad Hydra surviving in this game has to be Zyrex, because they are the ones who have been protecting him unknowingly all this time.
I know,
no
right?
one makes a push for Zyrex unless they want to take a fight against Hyderabad Hydras. But he can also ruin the day for them.
Technically he can, but he's just the only man standing, and since there's such a massive split between Hyderabad Hydras, to find each and every single player and isolate the duel is going to be extremely tough. So Zyrex, at this point, I'm pretty sure at least till the top 2 is going to try to keep his presence unknown. But Hyderabad Hydras, if they know where Zyrex is, then that's going to be a massive problem. And I think so they have spotted him. Sarvit knows there is someone right on the other side of the Rocky. But for now, he's too busy fighting the players of Eggy as well. And the fact that Eggy still made it out alive in the top 4, that is insane. Eggy, at this point, just separating themselves. JD Gaming in the back. We've also got Murnox in the front. JD Gaming and Murnox, this duo needs to make a miracle. At this point, shots taken from Hyderabad Hydras against the players of Alibaba Raiders on the left. Those shots are also going to find a lot of connections to Alibaba Raiders, chipped down pretty low. They've only got one healthy man standing for now.
I mean, Mox tried his level best to find the knock, but it was a challenge, and Alibaba Raiders, as we talked about them, scrambling for finishes, want those numbers to go up. JD getting knocked out. Who gets the point? It is going to be White Tiger securing another frag in the bag. Now Eggy down to their last man. Alibaba Raiders taking an exit from this game on the 4th position. And I think it is going to go down in Hyderabad Hydra's chicken. Eggy is going to end up finishing 3rd. And Zyrex, I mean, an amazing performance from this individual as he gets his team the 2nd place finish.
Murnox, oh my god. Chip down real low. The next zone, once again, shifting right on top of the players of Hyderabad Hydras. At this point, they just control too much. And yet, Zyrex has successfully managed to survive till the top 2, Johnny.
They don't know where he is.
Yeah, they've still got no clue. The man's right underneath them as well. And Hyderabad Hydra still trying to search for Zyrex. And Zyrex is not even moving a muscle. Staying put towards this similar spot. He's got 4 nades to play with. He just needs to find the first man, and that's going to be the opener that Zyrex is looking to find. The moment he finds the first man, everything is going to be opened up. He does take the fight against Sarvit, but he messes up big time. Since that spray does not find a proper connection, man in the far frame is also taking shots against Zyrex. The vehicle on the verge of being exploded as well. Zyrex does find one, but that's all he's going to find, because in the end, Hyderabad Hydra has had a massive split, and they also end up securing a big chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, his fate was pretty much sealed as soon as it was 4 versus 1. Because again, you don't get points for knock. Points are only awarded for finishes. He tried to go for that instant knock and finish, but then messed up that initial spray onto Sarvit. That knock on Sarvit, had that come through, then he could have isolated the second fight, which was right in front of him, and the other 2 players had gone on top of the hill. So there was potential for him to get 2 extra frags in that final situation. But again, you miss a spray, and it was all over.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as you mentioned, right, we're seeing a massive improvement from the side of Phoenix Metal Esports. And these amount of points is, of course, going to make sure that they're not going to be there in the bottom 16. Now, in the upcoming games, Phoenix Metal Esports just needs to get pretty much the similar amount of points to be there, at least around the top 16. And then in the upcoming 6 games that they're going to have, they can try and get things done a bit better.
I mean, they got 10 points from this match, right? 6 for finishes, second 4 for finishes.
Yeah.
So double digits. If they do manage to secure 30 points in the games today, that is definitely going to be a big leap from the side of Phoenix Metal, and I think at this point we would want to see that.
Of course, we definitely do want to see that, and even the players do have the caliber. They are, of course, mechanically stacked as well, nothing taken away from that. And this is how the action really kicked off. Tribe Hirdmen flipping the tables against the foes. For a moment, we thought that the opponent should easily be able to manhandle Tribe Hirdmen, but no, instead, they were able to get that quick reset, instantly shut down the opponents, and go their merry way. And speaking of being the merry way, even VOLCANO Esports coming in with that third party against HECTOR VASISTA, but in the end, HECTOR VASISTA was not able to stay tall for too long. But unfortunately for VOLCANO Esports, pretty much the similar story repeated as well, because New Version ended up third-partying them. And then for New Version, the same story repeated once again, because Eggy third-partied them.
Yeah, whoever went in would lose the players, get their players knocked out, and then get third-partied. But kudos to Psycho. I mean, when the moment called for it, he was patient, he held back.
Yeah.
He could have finished off Psycho early, but that would have also revealed his position a little bit before. He was waiting for the players to be a little low before he tried to take a fight. And then he was forced into it because Eggy just looked in a different direction. And then this was the moment that was very awkward. Alright, it was White Tiger and not the solo man from the side of BO7S who did most of the damage to the side of Glitch. But then again, that should still not have happened. Considering, alright, let's assume they were running after an entire squad because they don't know who they are exactly fighting unless they wipe out a team. Assuming they were running after an entire team, that push should, again, not have been made all YOLO-like.
Yeah,
Which
of
was
course.
like all 4 of them just running down the hill like that.
I mean, at this point, I guess they were just really panicking because they thought that even backlines are too not secure, and the only possible way or the only survival chance we have is if we make the push. And probably even the call was made, you know what, guys, there's only one man alive there. Let's go make the push. Let's take that position over. But I'm pretty sure they did not expect that one man would actually just dismantle them completely.
No, they got shot at by Alibaba Raiders and BO7 combined.
Yeah.
So, again, that's what I said. The first thing I said, assume that you're moving on an entire team because Alibaba Raiders is constantly fighting. So you hear that commotion coming from the southern edge of the circle. And then where you're moving down, I mean, as you said, the reason to push down was made because they know Hyderabad Hydras is sitting up top. And then you see that 4-man line formation just cleaning out the entire northern half of the circle. So you know that, all right, we can't go there. We have to move down south. We get points down south from the finishes. But someone needs to stay back, either lobbing utility or just providing ADS, make sure that no one gets up and does what White Tiger just did.
But honestly speaking, Johnny, this was quite a good game for all the other teams on the latter half of the board,
That is
right?
true,
Phoenix
very
Metal, Alibaba Raider, even Hyderabad Hydras now starting to pop off. So definitely quite a massive game for these teams as well. Even PO7S got away with decent bit of points, right? And those points is going to make sure they're not going to be there in the bottom 16, at least for now. Now, stars of the match on the screen, 5 finishes racked up from White Tiger, 0 knocks. I mean, solid stuff from Alibaba Raiders. As we move on towards the match rankings, Phoenix Metal getting 10 points. Look at Alibaba Raiders getting 12 points out of this game. That's a massive performance. Hyderabad Hydras, of course, getting the chicken dinner, 19 points in total. But look at Eggy, too. Consistency maintained. Tribe Hirdmen, 7 points. BO7S, 7 points. 2 OP. After eliminating the entirety of Reckoning Esports, they got eliminated themselves.
I think we talk about the switch-ups. So there's a drop in performance from HECTOR VASISTA, Moneymakers, and I would say VOLCANO as well. They just got 5 points from this game. The one team that has definitely moved themselves to safety is going to be Phoenix Metal because out of this entire group, 3 teams were struggling. 3 teams were there on the last page. Phoenix Metal, Rivals Ape, and Halo. And Rivals Ape and Halo, just 1 point from this game. That's not going to cut it. They need like 10 points per match.
Without a doubt. I mean, Rival ApeCity at this point, they're just losing out on too much, I feel like. And since they're already done with 4 games, now they've only got 1 more to go in the future. And then later on, of course, the map of Sanhok. Generally speaking, as a team, you should never count on the map of Sanhok. Like, let's be honest, right? Just comes in with too much randomness sometimes. And if the circle is not favoring you, if it's being a constant hard shift for you, then it's impossible to pretty much get the chicken dinner. So you need to rely on those elimination points a lot. And looking at the condition of Rival ApeCity, I don't think they can rely on the elimination points. They need to play tactical.
I mean, it's all going to come down to how well do you understand the situation that you have been put in on Sanhok. And again, majority of the time, especially yesterday, we were seeing a lot of gambles being taken and miraculously working out. Like, somehow they made it work as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially the first game itself, right? Yesterday we saw so many players were going for those greedy plays. And sometimes it was working out, but majority of the times it was not even paying off that well, right? Because, of course, at the end of the day, we've all been taught in the schools too, greed is never good. And that was one of the main reasons why we're seeing those instant knocks happening back and forth. But generally speaking, that's also amping up a lot of the entertainment. And I'm a big fan of that.
I mean, it was a lot of entertainment when you see teams making those blind YOLO pushes. But hopefully today I feel it's going to be a little bit more controlled, especially from what we saw on Erangel. The momentum now has been set. The question is, are the teams that are making those small little steps towards the top 16, are they just going to continue walking at the same pace? Or are we going to see the big names like Moneymakers, like HECTOR VASISTA, like Reckoning Esports, again take a stand for their legacy and make a bounce back on the upcoming map of Miramar?
So in my opinion, Moneymakers is doing much more better, so let's count them out for now. But for Reckoning Esports, they desperately need it. Like, no matter what, if the upcoming game is going to be a flop, then Reckoning Esports, they better start winning because they're not doing too hot in the overall standings. Now, you move on the conversation even towards TZ. They are still in the bottom 16, by the way, and TZ struggling a lot. The same thing can be said for GLITCHxREBORN as well, because they're not too far away from that bottom 16. So they need to perform right now. NV, the veterans are not able to bring it up on the board, Johnny, and it's also a major concern for me.
I mean, Envy, the only thing that gives me a little bit of faith and hope for them is they are at least getting 4 to 5 points per game consistently. So that kind of keeps them safe. But Miramar could be a different story. We'll find that out, ladies and gentlemen, after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना.
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता. अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू
Rondo?
रन.
Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो?
रोंडो?
अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो.
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार.
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में. रोंडो आगे. रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
After the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025, we are witnessing the action from Group C. It is day number 5 of the competition. That's IC baby. This is Super Johnny. And of course, game number 1 of the day, IC done and dusted. We did see Hyderabad Hydras do exceptionally well for themselves, but I think we got to talk about the bounce back from Medal Esports. Phoenix Medal.
It is a bounce back for both of them actually. Hyderabad Hydras and also Phoenix Medal actually did really well. And for a second, I thought we have a brand new English caster known as Maisie.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to see that one day.
I don't know how that is gonna go, to be honest. I've never seen him talk in English.
Yeah, true. Well, I have, but at the same time, you know who I'm actually genuinely curious to watch today?
Who?
Godlike is actually playing today.
Yeah, but we gotta wait 2 more matches for that. Yeah.
But all things considered here, I really like this bounce back coming from GLITCHxREBORN specifically as well. These are the teams that really need to actually make a little bit of a bounce back in order to kind of step in towards the qualifying towards round 2, round 3, or even the semi-finals itself, right? So I think this is a situation where I think money makers, even though they are in a very comfortable spot here, but if they want to try and maintain to try and qualify semi-finals, they are in a little bit shaky. But again, it all comes down to where your objectives is. Are you looking to qualify, or are you looking to be top 8, or are you looking to be in top 16, which nobody wants to be in?
Exactly, and at this point, I think with how the leaderboard looks like, I think even the teams are going to swap position with one just good performance. You pop off one game, you're going to take a leap into the top 16, or maybe even the top 8 if you have a very massive big bomb. You drop a 30 bomber into the game, you can make it happen. But if you want to make these big moves inside of your matches, check out the Realme GT7, ladies and gentlemen. It is launching on the 27th of May, not a lot of time to go. So go on to Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you can stand a chance to win exciting rewards up to 2 lakh rupees. It is an exciting device itself. I mean, we keep talking about the features: 120 FPS, stable BGMI for up to 6 hours, 7000 mAh battery, and of course 6 degrees cooler during marathon gaming sessions.
Well, you got a luxury to actually play the whole day as well, right?
Yeah.
Was it really cool at the back?
It was, and I mean, I was just surprised with the amount of the stable performance that's there in the device. It's no jitters, no lags, makes it very easy to, well, basically do the random things that I like to do.
Oh, what kind of random things? But you know what's not random right now here? We are going to be starting up the map very, very soon. Here, as we head in towards the game of Miramar itself for game number 2 for today for Group C here. And this is going to be a very important one here. Will we see a comeback for teams at the bottom looking to try and qualify or solidify their slots in towards the next rounds here? It all begins today itself.
Also, my randomness is just basically playing solo versus squads.
Great. We've seen a lot of solo warriors here today. But now, speaking of the flight path here, it is going to be coming in from the northeast corner of Campo Militar and then heading towards the southwest corner of La Drilla. So it looks like we do see Halo heading towards Campo Militar. This is a very interesting one because we did see them kind of adapt different drop spots during BGIS itself. But now they've pretty much said, you know what, we're just sticking with Campo Militar.
Campo Militar, I think, is a challenging position to start the game from if you get the circle, which is like on Miramar. Usually it's going to be a northwestern side, southwestern, southeastern circle are the most common ones. Central circle towards San Martin also become one of the probability is quite less, and the northeastern circle is, I think we've seen the least of the northeastern circle, so you're always going to be the last ones to rotate. The question is, what do you strategize in that way? Are you going to be looking to fight mid-rotation? Are you going to hunt down players towards the edges? And then during the later stages, another challenge, how do you deal with the gatekeeping going on? But right off the bat, we have the first fight of the game. It's going to be Phoenix Medal, and they are going to be in an awkward conflict. This time, having lost 3 players, it's down to the last man, Venom, who's fighting for his life. This fight breaking out in the city of Hacienda del Patron, and it's going to be against the players of Team Eggy. I believe the numbers have been equalized, and now Venom, he's going to start to rack up those finishes, secure those points before anything goes wrong.
This is not looking good for both sides here, for Eggy as well as Phoenix Metal, but at the same time, Metal will get the reset thus far. They are getting a little bit tabs here. Eggy, they've got one guy on the roof keeping tabs that what they are doing. Pretty much sees that, hey, he's going to be picking up here. Eggy, you got to move fast. The next rest comes through, and that's going to be 3 men up, but they do not have the health. So one spray with those Uzi is going to be able to knock all 3. But again, if they have a little more health, it's going to be very difficult. Eggy going for those pre-fires. Unfortunately, finds no connection, but the shotgun is enough to scare him off.
Oh, this is going to be such a big challenge for this one man. And even with the Uzi, he does not really have a lot he can do. He can't even pre-fire with an Uzi because it runs out of ammunition so quick. Uses the bow to just keep the players at bay. Any amount of chip damage dished out by Eggy just helps him out, but gets shot in the back and it's all over. After those revives were done, Phoenix Metal, they had the upper hand in this fight, and now Venom. Zarex, you don't get to celebrate, man. You got one finish, and now he's flexing. Venom did all the heavy lifting.
Hey, all things considered here, a win is still a win, man. Like it or not, it is still a win. 4 finishes in the back and all 4 men healthy. So they are going to be the ones that take San Martin. But I'm looking forward to see in the future whether or not there are going to be teams contesting him here so far. But on screen, definitely 2 teams. One is going to be Eggy, one's going to be Phoenix Meadow. And the next one in the near future is going to be potentially Revenant X Park.
I mean, could be Revenant X Park. They do like to go a little bit down south further of the hill. Well, this compound just north of San Martin, but Phoenix Metal, I mean, I have to say today is just turning out to be a much better day. I mean, they get 4 points at the start of the game. The circle, the center of the circle not too far away. They have good compounds. That city control actually allows them to stay safe for the next 10 minutes. So this is also going to turn out to be a pretty nice game for Phoenix Metal.
Agreed. But at the same time here, another team that I'm a little bit concerned here of whether or not can they actually make a bounce back. It's going to be a Reckoning Esports on the northeast corner. Dion, Salme, Viper, as well as Gravity in the mix here. This is something that a lot of us has been asking. So will they be able to retain and, I would say, replicate what they did during BGIS itself? But seems like ever since then, the roster shuffle came through. Kyoya pretty much not in the part of the roster now for Reckoning. Seems to have been a struggle chemistry as well. Considering that they've played 4 games, none of the 4 games has been a good game for Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, even in the previous match, quite an awkward conflict and just got wiped out. This match, at least, I think they've sent out Gravity. IGL has been pushed towards Cruisedale Valley, so he needs to scout out the terrain, specifically the northern hills of water treatment. That has to be a priority position for Reckoning Esports to take in their control.
Yeah, hopefully this is a little bit better, right? Considering how the northern approach is pretty much open here. So that means first to second circle, they won't have the luxury to actually choose the spots they want to be in before they actually dictate the phase. But as of yet here, Moneymakers, also the team that we are going to be expecting to be table toppers here in the previous map, didn't do too well. They got themselves into the top 8 position, but not exactly the greatest here, considering how dominating they were in their debut roster here. And for those of you who do not know, this is Moneymakers, a brand new revamped team, which of course Clutch got Joker in the mix. This is going to be a team that you have to be watching out for, because they are in for some element of surprise when it comes to execution, because there is a lot of stories to be told behind the scene. But again, those stories will be unfolded when they actually meet each other, or in this case, progress into the later stages of the tournament itself.
Yeah, in order to get to the juicy stuff, we have to get through round 1, round 2, round 3, semi-finals, and all of that stuff. But you know what? If you want to get anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can do it in comfort and in style with the Kia Ceros. It is going to be an amazing vehicle for you to check out. And of course, if we talk about the features, bold and modern design, streamlined door handles, the Kia signature digital tiger face, star map, LED DRLs, and again, it is definitely something worth checking out. And also, you can check out the Realme GT7. We keep telling you about it because I believe now we cannot even say days. It's just hours left.
Exactly. And at the same time as well, the one thing I really like about the Realme GT7 is that the iSense graphene feature. Do
you like it because it sounds similar to your name, iSense?
Don't tell my secrets, you know. Like, I was about to spill it out, but you're not exactly off the mark here. Perfectly agree. But at the same time, let's talk about the game itself. Volcano Esports gonna be a team that pretty much made a little bit of a surprise for us as well, because in the casters desk among us as well as the Hindi desk, none of us actually predicted Volcano Esports to do really well in their first 3 matches. But now, even in the previous round, they did pretty okay as well. So consistency is starting to be a trend here coming from Volcano Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I like one thing about Volcano in particular, that they've not shied away from a single fight till now. They've always, if a fight presents itself, they are okay to take it. If there is an opportunity for them to just maintain that distance and maintain peace within them and their ops, then they're going to take that as well. Because you see right now, I'm pretty sure Volcano was able to spot out Hyderabad Hydras in the distance, but they choose not to pull the trigger because there is no need to do that. Hyderabad Hydras isn't looking their way. They are not shooting at them.
Hey,
why take the fight?
One thing I'm really glad about Hyderabad Hydras is that nobody's going to be knocking onto his Picado for quite some time, at least for this group though. Once upon a time, for those of you who know, if you know what's up. But of course, what I mean is that during their run in BGIS itself, there's been so many fights into his Picado with Hyderabad Hydras, and specifically it was with GLITCHREBORN.
Yeah, so that's why I'm surprised, because Hector is there, and Hector VASISTA, and he's supposed to be the IGL of the team. Why isn't he taking the new boys to check up on his old colleagues?
Questions that I do not have the answers. This is an answer when, if given a chance, we have a chance to interview him personally, that's the perfect time to ask him. But meanwhile, in case you missed out in action here on how things have progressed, this is the replay of how the drop clash between both Phoenix Metal going up against Eggy, and Venom being the last man standing was able to clutch things out, reset the fight, and then turn it and flipped it against Eggy himself.
But on the note of Hector VASISTA, where are they? Where did this team go? Alright, they're still in Picado. It was Hyderabad Hydras who just moved out early.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a little bit of a question mark here. But let's take a look at the circle. Seems like it is going to shift towards the outskirts of Hacienda del Patron. Necro did mention this, that he was hoping to see a Hacienda del Patron. Unfortunately, he is not casting this match. But it seems like we are going to see an Hacienda circle.
Yeah.
And right in the middle, it is going to be GLITCHxREBORN already in the city. So that is, well, not really a city, the mansion itself. And that is going to be a very, very difficult one to hold here. A lot of angles to work with. And one wrong move, they are going to get picked apart.
I wouldn't want to be GLITCHREBORN right now, because look at that swarm moving in. Moneymakers, Halo, you have VOLCANO moving in from the southeast as well. And I believe even the eyes of Hyderabad Hydras are going to be logged in on that mansion. Reckoning Esports, best position in the game as of this point. That hill control actually gives them an opportunity to shoot down on all of these rotating teams. But Reckoning need to realize that it is going to be close to impossible for them to come down if the circle moves down south. So they got to start getting those finishes. Not right now, maybe stage 3, stage 4.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very important though if it happens in that phase as well. But of course, when it comes to exit strategy right now, again, because they one of the earliest to actually come into this zone, they do have that advantage to actually decide and time to actually plan what to do in case certain circles actually pop up. So that's going to be something that they definitely has to a little bit worry about as well. But Moneymakers, so again, 2 times in a row, they do have center control.
They have center control, but they got to have a little bit more gun control at this point. But ladies and gentlemen, if you do not want to lose control on the road, check out the Kia Ceros. 5-star, safe, B and cap rating. And of course, we spoke about the features as well. Necro is quite excited to check out the entertainment system that's there in the Kia Ceros. That is something that got him hyped up. I got excited by all of the assisted features that are there in the vehicle, with the ADAS also being there. What gets you excited about the Kia Ceros, IC?
Well, the thing that I actually am excited the most when it comes to that is that I love myself some speakers. I love myself enjoy some music itself. It does have the Harman Kardon speaker sound system.
Yeah.
That's something that I really, really like about it.
That's what Necro is hyped up about as well. He's like, I want to party in this car.
Well, only time will tell. I would like to see him at a party in a car.
We're going to get him a Kia Ceros now. But anyways, I mean, Rivals ApeCity.
That's not what I meant, but alright. If you know, you know.
Yeah, at this time I think Tribe Herdsman is about to find out something worth knowing. Never fight in the blue. It's stage 2, 14 seconds, stage 3 transition. That mid-rotation damage amp can throw a lot of teams off, but Hector VASISTA staying in Picardo for a long time might have been a mistake. They end up losing players, 2 players knocked out. Recovery is going to be very difficult for them to execute. And look at that shift of the circle. It abandons that western section of San Martin completely. Now we are in open terrain.
Oh, speaking of open terrains here in the screen, Prime Hirdmen going for a couple of nades here, but he messes up the timing, got exposed, and he's going to get taken out. Scary John with his reflexes instantly takes him out. Now, Mike continues as well. Another flush comes through. Panther is able to take him out. Unfortunately, even though he's got the greatest reflexes, when the numbers comes through, they will still get taken out. So that's going to be VASISTA out of the picture, and Tribe Hirdmen picking up a 3-piece.
I want to say that was unfortunate, but no. That was problems that you made for yourself. It's an open position up north, and Hector VASISTA got a little too overconfident in just trying to hunt down Tribe Hirdmen, even after getting those initial knocks from their own side. And Tribe Herdsman actually brilliantly done on going for the punish over there. The timing, the communication from this team it looks like it's getting cleaner and cleaner.
Yeah, it is definitely much, much cleaner as well, right? Like, even Tribe Hirdmen, this is a team that we saw them really, really perform during their previous season as well, especially in BGIS.
Yeah.
But as of yet, they kind of slowed down their first 3 matches, but again, it feels like it is a day of comebacks for some of these teams to try and give a chase towards the top 8, maybe even the top 16 for a chance to directly qualify to the next round here. And of course, it all comes down to execution and consistency. As of yet, they are trying to close things out. They're very, very close towards the halfway mark of each of their respective teams in this group itself. And once you played 6 matches in total, that officially means that you have played half of your total matches needed here for round 1.
Man, but let's see. Again, we were talking about them, Tribe Herdsmen. The decision that has been taken to move towards the eastern edge of the circle seems right. There's not a lot of teams for them to contest, but the northern edge of the circle, it is a massive clutter. You have Team Z, rivals ApeCity. There might be a run in between the two sides. Team Z have the upper hand in this fight. They're already there, have the ridges under control, and rival ApeCity are just moving in completely blind. An opportunity for 2 OP to third party, as well as Liability has heard all of these buggies running around.
Yeah, TC also in the vicinity, and I think they're taking a little bit of a slow approach here to check every single corners. But at the same time, rivals ApeCity, they're gonna make a gamble now, hope to go for a push. Seems like they do find a little bit of an opening to push from the side, but like you said, slowly but surely, hearing a lot of gunshots, and it is going to be very, very difficult to decide whether you should be on the move or should be fighting here. But looks like they will take a pit stop here to try and take shots onto his TZ, and they do get a knock. What a shot from Trigger!
TZ should have had the upper hand in this fight. They should have kept track of the players of Rivals ready, but Trigger managing to spot out the first man, finds the opener, and rival ApeCity, they want to make the bounce, but Trigger makes a mistake. The buggy gets stuck, and Fanta, he's going to pop off in that bottle. Trigger getting finished off over here. TZ regain the edge, regain the upper hand in this fight.
Trigger may have started the fight, but TZ, they are looking to end things. And just like that, they are able to get a little bit of a solace here. 1-for-1 trade between both teams, but the circle, Johnny, stage 4, showed himself. They are not in position, and it's about to close in as well. 35 seconds before it starts moving. And rivals ApeCity, they have company, and that's going to be 2 OP official, going to be gatekeeping them in front of those warehouses. So that is going to be something that they have to reconsider. It looks like they will back off, trading 1-for-1, cutting off the limbs to save the body. That's going to be the case here for both of these teams as they look for the bigger picture. That is going to be surviving into the next phase as the zone is about to move in. It begins to move. Takes 2 minutes, 30 seconds before it completely encloses inside the zone. Stage 5, where will the zone be?
I think Halo, the compound that's in control of Halo, the cross section of Hacienda del Patron, right underneath where the D is. That looks like the end game at this point. And in a situation like this, you have this massive cluster of teams towards the southwestern edge and a cluster towards the northern and the northeastern edge. The 2 positions that are safe are the center where Halo is, and then the southeastern edge of the circle. This fight breaking out towards the northern edge of the circle, easy under fire by BO7S. And again, Ghostface, the star, the face of the team, finds the opening. Naughty knocked out, and it's going to be a finish conversion, but BO7S, they got to be careful. Reckoning, they are inside the edge of the circle. Viper, why are you distracted? Where is that man looking?
Well, it seems like they are going to be looking to try and solidify their spots here, because if BO7S, they may have gotten 1 knock onto his DZ, but the confirmation was actually stolen away. Unfortunately to say, but as the zone closes in as well, BO7S, they definitely need to push through, and it looks like Viper is going to be their first point of interest to actually take this fight. But while they're actually doing that, guess what? They're getting shot from the back. And that's going to be Moneymaker is going to be looking to third party this, and guess what? While they're distracted, Reckoning Esports Dion finds a knock onto his DC, and now the confirmation comes through, and that is going to be BO7S being picked apart by 2 teams, Johnny.
Oh, this is going to be a big challenge. All of that commotion that was made has drawn a lot of attention, but there might be a saving grace for BO7S, because look at the radar. Reckoning, there's a backstab coming in. 2 OP officials. They see Reckoning distracted, and they see Gravity all alone. If he goes down, there's no more information from the backline, and these 3 players from Reckoning might just start to panic. Although, I have to say, brilliantly done from BO7S's part. What they've done is they've kind of maneuvered and manipulated Reckoning to just play parallel to them and just snuck into the edge of the circle barely.
Yeah, it's going to be close by on screen. Phoenix Metal, they do find members coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. Ninja being taken out. They lose Venom in the process, but the temporary cover is going to give them the small little reset. So they are going to be able to get a little bit more space. But the circle, where will it shift? Is it going to shift directly on Halo? Yes, it will. It is going to hit towards the east side. It is no man's land. Nobody is safe here from the teams all the way from the west, north, as well as the southwest corner. Everything's going to be up for grabs. But once more, Reckoning, they do go in for the push against BO7S.
Yeah, 4 finishes for Reckoning now, and BO7S, they are going to be left bleeding. The last man makes a run for his life, and he would have been taken out by Team Z. But luckily Reckoning is like, alright, you get access to the circle. We're gonna drop Kylo for you. They're just waiting to see if they get that finish point as well. And Moneymakers in the meanwhile have waited on the outer edges of the circle. Now Moneymakers looking to take a fight against Reckoning Esports. Man, Reckoning has drawn so much attention. Team Z is waiting for them, 2OP Official is waiting for them. Moneymakers just want to make the pounce. Aditya, that's a very awkward angle for him to fight from, but he wants to be the distraction, pull the players of Reckoning from outside of the ridges so his teammates can move in. But Deon, this is a brilliant wraparound. If he shuts down Pukkar, pressure will be on Moneymakers and recovery is going to be very difficult.
Oh no, the nade connects! It actually hits on Pukkar! Oh my goodness, what a nade from Dion. And now Joker, he's going to get picked apart as he's trying to run away. As Viper finds him out in the open. Moneymakers, they need to push through.
Hey man, I called it. Pukkar, that was a very awkward position for him. And the other two lads, Aditya and Clutch God, were way too far behind to provide any sort of suppressing fire to keep the players of Reckoning at bay. And now I think we are going to see the players of Moneymakers get dismantled over here. Because it's very easy to lob a nade towards Pukkar and finish him off from where Viper is. The reason he hasn't done that, he wants to wait to see where Moneymakers will go. Aditya stays behind, Clutch God in the front line gets knocked out. And I think now even Aditya is going to be taken care of. Reckoning Esports, exceptionally well thought out approach into this fight. And I believe into this game as well. Things are just working out for them. 6 eliminations.
Well, speaking of 6 eliminations here, they seem stronger than ever. But like you said, 2OP officials, they have been backstabbing for a while. Gravity has been keeping them at bay for the longest time. Looks like they will rethink their focus and try and take this fight. Easy actually going for a crash onto his Moneymakers, and they will get eliminated. VOLCANO is going to be in the fry. Absolute chaos onto the northwest. Nobody has space to push in the zone. And finally, they have to force fights after fights. Absolute chaos from the southwest as was the northwest section of this map.
Yeah, all these teams towards the edge now realize, alright, we can't really... It is going to be very difficult to run out into the open, so finish points, that's going to be the name of the game. And Reckoning, they've done that quite well for themselves. I wonder how many finishes is GLITCHREBORN on. They've just gotten their first finish of the match, so they're going to need a few more to make sure that this game actually counts. And Viper from the side of Reckoning has gotten knocked out.
Well, at the same time, Reckoning has to try and pick him back up, but look at Sabe. He has no choice but to provide cover fire towards Gravity, knowing that he is in trouble, and they are on the edge of the zone as well. You heard all this commotion coming from GLITCHxREBORN, but GLITCHx, they are still deciding if they want to push the road itself, because this terrain is not exactly even illegal. But Gravity continues on with the pressure from Reckoning as the zone shifts through. None of these two teams is safe for now as they need to push for the zone. Unfortunately for them, they do have a lot of time, which is a good thing, but it all comes down to timing now, Johnny.
Yeah, it's all down to timing, but these teams have no time, man. The circle has already moved out. 26 seconds left. 26 seconds. Why is Glitch regrouped? Why are they together? One nade and all three of them are just going to blow off.
Oh boy, Reckoning. They really are considering to actually take this fight. Dion's debating if they want to back him up or just rotate away, but seems like they are going to just slowly drive off to make way into the next phase of the zone. Unfortunately for them, they do have a little bit of space to work with. Salme has been doing a fantastic job making sure that 2OP officials doesn't pick him apart and providing the cover fire. But now, he has no choice to reposition. The zone comes through. Will the formation work out for Reckoning? Because as of yet, Viper still continuing with the aggression, but he gets picked up by GLITCHx. Oh no, mistakes were made for Reckoning, and Dion now looking to try and go in for the save. He's going to make an attempt, but he misses the angle, and he is going to lose Viper in the zone.
Well, Reckoning had no utility. Otherwise, GLITCHREBORN would have been in so much trouble. And even the players in the backlines from the side of Reckoning have started to fall. GLITCHREBORN, this is their opportunity, their time to shine, but unfortunately they move towards the western edge and a run-in with VOLCANO. If they win this fight, it's brilliant. But if they lose, they only get 2 points from this match, which is not enough.
Exactly. VOLCANO continuing to gatekeep them as well. The pixel-perfect moments from Harsh pre-fires with the UMP. It does a lot of chip damage, but at the same time, VOLCANO's got a lot of shotties to work with. So it all comes down to execution, but GLITCHxREBORN, they are going to respect this, looking for a different off angle. VOLCANO continuing with their push, going on a hunt. Finally sees one. He's given the 1v1. Flash takes one, and now looking for the second. He's gonna go for the sprays, and he single-handedly takes down both of the members of GLITCHxREBORN, and they get themselves a total of 3 finishes in the bag.
Yeah, VOLCANO Esports, again, a decent performance coming in. This team has been consistent, and for a group of young players, I'm very impressed with how the journey for VOLCANO Esports has turned out. But GLITCHREBORN, an unfortunate exit from this match. Man, they had to get those points one way or the other. Either you go after Reckoning, finish them off, or you finish off VOLCANO. Just survival is not going to get you far enough. But VOLCANO, I think their time might be coming to an end. Tribe Herdsmen, that high ground advantage is going to make sure that BlitzPew should be able to gather early information to get the initial knock. Flash is going to be the first man to fall. Brilliant suppressing fire from the remaining players of VOLCANO Esports, but not enough to stop their comrade from getting knocked out.
At the same time, Porky's got scouted out. These look good. Does a little bit of chip damage on the VOLCANO. When smokes comes through, they really need to pick them up. And fortunately for them, they are right at the edge of the zone, so they have all the time in the world, but they don't have those vehicles to work with. But speaking of vehicles as well, guess what? Arjun doesn't have helmets as well. Oh no. Any random stray bullet of a headshot is going to do a lot more than with helmet itself. So this is going to be putting them in a very awkward spot as well. But as the zone shifts through, they need to continue with the push. The VOLCANO heard Tribe Herdsmen making the retreat as they are going to take space. And this time, Tribe Herdsmen giving those space means that they made it even for each side to actually take this fight now.
I don't know why Tribe Herdsmen moved out like that. It felt like they were making a last-ditch Hail Mary where they would just run in towards the circle and then wait for the players of VOLCANO Esports. But no, they stopped midway. And now there's opportunity for VOLCANO to surround them and finish both these players off. We are seeing one of the lads move in from that northern side. Pork and BlitzPew, they can't really do much from here. There's more support coming in from the northern side. And VOLCANO, man, they've gone for a 2-2 split. There's going to be so much pressure on Tribe Herdsmen as well in the next few moments. Look at where Flash and Psycho are. That's just an off angle they're trying to make.
Yeah, but at the same time, these two teams, they are in for a lot of pain. Every single team from the other side is trying to make their lives a little bit miserable. And because of all those random stray shots, they are just taking too much time. But Pork, what is that distance with the F2Q? He takes Vegito. He's going to go down. And eventually, 2-man is not enough against the entire assault of the rest of the world that is looking at this general direction. VOLCANO, they may have cleaned the nearest threat. They've lost one player, but they still need to make it into the zone. They've lost Arjun. Oh no, they just don't have any space here, Johnny.
Yeah, shots coming in from head-on and new version. That's a brilliant hill slope for them to work with. VOLCANO Esports, I think they will have to try to settle for the top 5 finish in this game. Can't really hope for a chicken dinner from here on out. That's a desperate run. He does manage to cover the distance without getting knocked out. And the trade comes through. Not a trade, in fact, a little bit of a helping hand as rival ApeCity want to pick a fight against the overextended players from the side of new version. But look at the map. Reckoning, Some, Smack Center, and Halo will be there to protect that that last surviving player until the end game scenario. I think Halo, perfect opportunity for them to secure a chicken dinner and also bounce back outside of the top 16.
Yeah, great recovery coming from them, but the fight continues. New version, expecting company, somehow manages to defend this Tintin with the first knock against them. But new version, can they actually capitalize on this? Team Halo, they have been very, very silent from those compounds for the longest of time. Finally, they strike back, come out. They look for those picks. Chief getting the knock onto his NV, looking for those confirmations. Pixel perfect, long distance shot comes through as Team Halo continuing with the pressure.
If RAC, new version, and VOLCANO, all of them have the line of fire for Halo actually. So if all of them shoot together, Halo just like, they do not survive at all.
Well, it is very, very true, but the immediate threat is the reason why they're not shooting at them as well, because they're all side by side. So Team Halo, they have a rough idea that the 3 teams are there. The only one left that is known unchecked is pretty much Salme all by himself, which, again, Reckoning Esports, they've snuck in onto his team, onto 5th place. And now Team Halo finally getting shot from VOLCANO. They know that they are the biggest problem.
Yeah.
New version shooting at them, VOLCANO as well. But the knock comes through for Psycho. Flash forced to prone out. The zone is about to eat him alive, and he is about to bleed out, running out open, and he is bobbing and weaving, the desperation. Oh no, flash! Oh, okay, he's gone. Finally, finally.
Yeah, this one is not the fastest man alive. Gets taken out by the bullets coming in his direction, but RAC now finally starting to build up pressure on the players of Halo. 4 teams alive, 6 players in this matchup. A new version, they're going to be forced outside of the game. Rivals ApeCity out of nowhere. Rivals ApeCity, the top contender to win the chicken dinner for this match. It is stage 8. In the next 6 seconds, it's going to be stage 9. After that, the blue zone just collapses. And with 5 players left, RAC with 2, Halo with 2, and Reckoning Saume, a brilliant recovery coming in from Reckoning. They have a lot of finishes in this matchup. And of course, Saume making it into the top 3 gets them those crucial placement points. But with that nade, Chief just finds that finish for himself. An extra bit of bonus for Halo as they move into the top 2 with 8 finishes. Even Rivals ApeCity has 8 finishes. But now comes the end game. No utility on Kratos. And his teammate Tintin, I hope he has a few nades, because that's the only way you get the chicken dinner now.
Yeah, the zone is about to close in. Halo getting tagged up pretty low, and time is not of the essence. Might help them, but Aditya with the knock mixing into a 2 versus 1. Tintin with the white spread comes through, and here he comes Halo with the rotation. Aditya driving by, but no connection from Tintin as Halo getting a little bit close here. Trying to bomb away with the smoke, trying to go for those pixel-perfect movements, but no connection on Tintin. He's getting completely juked out, but a spray comes through. Chief goes down, 1 versus 1. Tintin versus Aditya.
Yeah, dropped the molly over there, but he still gets spotted out for a few seconds and missed the molly because of the panic. Now Tintin, he's running out into the open. Aditya going for that heal, but the DBS is ready against the pump action, and the DBS, the ability to just double tap and run back and cover, the weaponry advantage changes the game over there. And Halo do end up securing the chicken dinner in the very end. But Rivals ApeCity, after the numbers were equalized, this was supposed to be their win. That was just a throw in the end.
It is indeed a throw, but still a nicely done recovery coming from both teams as well, because Rivals ApeCity and Team Halo definitely needed those points to actually stay relevant into the tournament as well. But with that amount of points, it does give them the situation to actually push past maybe a shot to make it into the top 16.
I mean, for sure, because this was, I mean, even though the chicken dinner might not have been there for Rivals ApeCity, and Halo could have been much cleaner, these teams played very well. I think both these teams will be outside of that bottom 16 danger zone right now, but they'll be a little too far away from the top 16. VOLCANO is playing very well, man. VOLCANO has gained stability. I don't know how, but this is out of the teams that were at the top of Group C, this is the most stable team today.
Agreed. But at the same time, in case you guys missed out the highlights so far here, this is going to be how the things actually begun as well. Phoenix Battle, they did a little bit of recovery, celebrated their victory against Eggy by winning their drop fight flash. That is going to be very, very huge for them. But as the game progressed, they didn't really do too well. They were able to get a couple things here and there to survive. But still, even then, they didn't really have high placement points. But they still had at least 7 finishes.
Yeah, that is true. And again, I mean, those finishes are going to count for a lot, considering the difference at the bottom of the leaderboard is not that much. But Medal, I think in this game, Medal played a decent game. They were able to walk away with a decent number of eliminations. Of course, placement points, had they gotten those placement points, it would have been better. BO7S, awkward positioning resulting in them taking a very awkward exit. Tribe Hirdmen, I'm happy to see Tribe Hirdmen get kind of consistent today.
Agreed, but at the same time, VOLCANO Esports just completely dismantled GLITCHxREBORN with this forward flash. It's insane plays, but I'm a little bit more concerned towards Reckoning Esports. I saw a little bit of recovery, but they made a little bit of blunder, which resulted in Saume putting in a very, very awkward position. Because think about this, right? Before Saume actually made it into the top 3, he was on the 11th. There were still 11 teams that were still alive. So I would say props towards Saume, but that should not have happened to begin with.
Yeah, they just pushed in that fight towards the northern edge without any utility, because we saw the players of Glitch grouped up, and I was wondering, like, ideally in a situation like this, you're going to just bombard the opposing side with Molotovs and nades. Why is that not happening? And then we switched on to the players of Reckoning. Saume had used up all his utility to just try and keep the players of 2OP official at bay, and everyone else was just basically out because they were dealing with so many threats again and again, because Reckoning was fighting teams back-to-back for the last 5-6 minutes.
Yep.
It's wonderful to see that these young players do not overheat. They maintain that composure for that stretch of a time, back-to-back team fights. But again, I mean, utility... I don't know, like, they could have looted up a few crates, because there were a lot of crates that they themselves created, but
I think
unlucky. It's just unlucky at that
I think
point.
to make it a little bit simpler as well, the team was split into 1 and 3. Salme holding down 2 OP, and then the rest was fighting on towards GLITCHx. But the problem was that when the circle closed by, they couldn't exactly figure out what was the game plan. Like, you could see Viper starting the fight that I am gonna take them out. But the moment he got knocked, Dion tried to save him, and then because he was out of position, and then he got taken out, which resulted in just things collapsing one by one.
I'm just saying it shouldn't have even gotten to the point of a gun battle between the two sides. Because GLITCHREBORN, one nade, all 3 of them were out. But that's a story for another time. Now, stars of the match, Kratos is there as going all out. 4 finishes for his team, 817 damage. So, rival ApeCity, definitely a chicken dinner they earned for themselves. Phoenix, we have best companion, 3 rescues from Altu. Medal as well. I think Phoenix medal today is a decent day. And Halo Aditya, the finisher of the game. Alright, Halo got the chicken dinner, 4 finishes for them. But rival ApeCity, they did quite well for themselves. I think 8 eliminations in this match, right? And a top 2 finish.
Yeah, agreed. So that I would say now, because of this chicken dinner, they will be able to get the most amount of points in this game for sure. 20 points in total, followed by rival ApeCity with 14 points. But Reckoning Esports, despite a little bit of awkward start, Salme's position points has given them enough points to tie it with rival ApeCity of 14 points. So a nice little recovery for today itself in 2 games for Reckoning Esports.
Well played. I mean, Reckoning is making a bounce back, and so is Phoenix medal. 9 points from this match as well. All of that early aggression getting them a decent position in the overall leaderboard. But I see while the teams from the second half are bouncing back, all the top performing teams from that opening day are just falling apart. You look at Eggy, you look at HECTOR VASISTA, there is Hyderabad Hydras, Moneymakers as well. All these teams finishing outside of the top 10 of that last match.
Well, how far have the highest teams has pretty much fallen in this scenario? And I think this is something where they need to actually figure out what is actually wrong with the issue and what the kind of execution is here, because Moneymaker's rotation has been kind of okay in terms of center rotation, but what went wrong was just so awkward because a lot of instances, Circle didn't really favor them, and they could not deal with the solution of how to actually break past the entry point, which resulted in them just getting picked apart. So I think that's something that they can kind of fix on later on. But again, it's still early. It's still okay. But Sanhok, if you have problems like this, you're going to be in trouble. For sure.
Of course. I mean, Sanhok, as Necro also said it, I mean, if the zone is not yours, then the game is also not yours at any given time. I mean, so much randomness, and especially with the opportunity for the other teams to get third parties as well. But this, I think, was where we could have seen a few teams find stability, like Phoenix Medal, for example, who have gotten 24 points now for themselves in the overall leaderboard. Now, these are the teams from this group only, but the points that are mentioned are the points that will be represented on their overall leaderboard. So I was expecting today for Moneymakers to actually take the leap, challenge the players of Erangel, but I don't think that's going to happen. They get surpassed by Eggy.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very awkward as well for the team specifically in this group respectively here, because again, Orangutan is in the 90-point ballpark, so for them to actually catch up to them is going to be very, very difficult. But every single one in this group has pretty much taken a little bit of a tumble because of the bounce backs from teams coming from the bottom. Teams like Reckoning Esports is one of the teams that you have to talk about, because in 3 games they didn't barely actually got enough points to break past 10 marks, but with 2 games they make a little bit of bounce back, and because of this influx of points that's being shared between all these teams inside this group, is forced them, all of them, to actually drop it towards the middle pack in the overall standings out of every single group.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think this group is going to clutter up the middle pack a little bit more. We saw a lot of teams in those mid-20s. But again, I think there is Team Z right now at the bottom of the teams of this particular group with like 11 points. And as we were discussing earlier on in the day, 30 points to get to a safer haven. Majority of the teams are closing in on there. Team Z, if they can perform on Sanhok, if the Fate, Destiny is also rooting for them, maybe they can have a decent performance. I think 15 to 16 points from Sanhok, and Team Z should also be in the safer lot by the end of their matches and by the end of the day.
Well, I don't know what to say about this, because this is going to put it, like, if the points coming from Group C, especially from Sanhok, is still divided between all of these teams, we might see a little bit more teams that is going to be in the bottom 16 coming from this group respectively, which is,
you hate to see it, it might actually happen.
The thing is that there is no equal division. The thing is that the top teams are failing to perform for some reason from Group C, and that is the opportunity that everyone else was looking for. But with one more game to go, what is going to happen? Only time will tell. For now, we're going to take a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025. This is going to be day number 5 and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is going to be Big Boy Necro as we take you through the commentary of this last remaining match for Group C. And interesting enough, I can't wait to see how Group C performs and also watch Godlike.
I'm just really happy that we're finally able to see a few comebacks from this group as well. And speaking of the upcoming group as well, it really does give us a lot of expectations from the teams that are still sitting on the latter half of the board in the overall standings. So for Hero Extreme Godlike, it's actually a great sign. They can pull off a major comeback now in the overall boards.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see a potential rivalry between Hero Extreme Godlike versus 8-bit Versatile. So that's going to be something that I'm going to just leave it there for a different time. But for now, let's talk a little bit more on towards this upcoming one. This one final game for Group C is going to be very, very important.
Of course, the map of Sanhok, and still a few teams like Moneymaker, now it feels like they've finally hit that comfort zone as well. And it does not seem like Moneymakers are struggling for any more points, which makes a lot of sense too, since Moneymakers, they're already doing pretty okay in the overall standings. It's up to them. If they want to stretch it up, if they want to move up the rankings even more, it's fine. If they don't, it's completely okay. They're still doing really good in the overall standings. But something that's going to help you do good in your games is also going to be the Realme GT7 itself. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, let's not forget, it also has the iSense Graphene rear cover, which is going to give you a smooth experience. And speaking of smooth experience as well, also that stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So check the device out. It's going to be launching on the 27th. But back towards the conversation once again that we're having, IC, right? As I mentioned, now we're finally able to see a few comebacks. Phoenix Metal Esports as well, they're on the board now. I'm really happy for them. And we're also seeing a few more latter half of the board names that are still pouncing back. Even Halo, a massive opportunity that they've managed to grab.
I think this is where things me and Johnny kind of said as well when it comes to this respective group. The teams at the top at the start of the first the day itself were just not performing, and the teams at the bottom are making a little bit of comeback. So it is a day of comebacks here for Group C in general, and of course C stands for comeback in this scenario here, because this one final game in the map Sanhok here, it is all about execution, is all about mechanical powers here. So hopefully teams with high firepower is going to be able to make a comeback, or in this case retain their spots to actually qualify into the next phase.
I'm just really happy for Halo, man, since this team was sitting all the way at the bottom, and now that previous game is going to give them such a massive leeway in the upcoming overall board. But for now, let's move on towards the upcoming game, which is going to be the map of Sanhok, as the plane and the big bird's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Bantai towards the opposite side, which is going to be Hatin itself. Now, the plane flat path tilted a little bit to the left side, but since it's the map of Sanhok, it does not really matter.
Yep, it is going to be very, very important to see how
the circle is going to shift here, especially starting from the first circle, because yesterday and the day before we've seen a lot of circles that actually hard shifts all the way towards Camp Alpha specifically, or some towards the shoreline, some towards the mountains, and that is going to be putting a lot of these teams in a very, very awkward spot if they are rotating really, really far. Only a handful of teams has successfully dominated and play around Alpha circle so far, but aside from Alpha, have they played any other zones?
I mean, probably they have. Let's not forget, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we have seen a few circles just pointing out on the bottom left as well. But new version, I'm going to hold on to that thought. Team HECTOR VASISTA Esports in a bit of a scuffle this time around. Let's see how they're going to be getting rid of the opponents for now. New version at this point in time, quite struggling in the overall board, while HECTOR VASISTA in the mid-pack looking pretty good and dandy. Fury in the back, Zin in the front, HECTOR as well next to him. You've also got Scary Jot around that similar fray. HECTOR VASISTA, swords on top of their neck at this point. The same thing can be said for new version as well. This game is desperately needed, and I'm pretty sure the moment this fight actually escalates, there probably is going to be a third party too.
It is going to be very, very important for them to actually wrap things up as quickly as they can as well. But considering that it was a very, very early drop path here, so the third parties may come a little bit later, but still not too late. So it is something that they have to consider. Wrap it up fast. But now when it comes to drops as well, we do see a very nice opening here coming from Team HECTOR VASISTA. They do get the flush comes through. Zin getting another knock on the show. Immediately the numbers game favors towards HECTOR VASISTA. They go in for the flush. They find a couple of picks here. And Scary Jot looking to go in for those picks with those vector sprays.
Yeah,
and baiting as well.
Massive man advantage at this point in their hands. A 3v2 scenario, and at the end of the day, it feels like HECTOR VASISTA are constantly just dismantling the foes, as now the opponents don't even stand a chance to make a comeback in the fight anymore. There is a pump shotgun available in one of the man's hand, and is trying his best to keep the opponents on the bay. Viru does not even have a lot of HP left over. And just this pump shotgun, I'm not sure for how long can the man be safe. And he does not even have any meds to patch himself up. This is looking really bad for new version. How can they defend themselves? How can Viru keep his own team alive in this game? Because they desperately need those points. And the moment the man went for the peak, he instantly gets dismantled.
That was so dirty of a team, HECTOR VASISTA. They know for a fact that they've got the man's advantage. They know for a fact that he's got a shotgun. Immediately, the guys pick out, stood still and looked at him and waited for him to pick out and just completely dismantled him. That was hilarious. Nicely done coming from HECTOR VASISTA. But at the same time, money makers, looks like they have lost a Ditya from the get-go. This is so unfortunate for them.
Yeah, indeed it is. And Moneymaker, as I said, right, it feels like they've just hit that comfort zone now. They don't even care about the points too much because they've already got so many points in the first 3 games. They're pretty much looking pretty comfy in the overall standings. And I'm pretty sure even for them, yeah, they've lost out on a man. It's not going to be hurting them too much and their egos. So it's okay. Tribe Hirdmen, though, for them, these points are desperately needed, and they're going to try to devour them as soon as possible. But Moneymakers is going to make sure they're not going to make it too easy on them. And what a knock that was with just a 2x. Beautiful spray from Joker. At the end of the day, this man is mechanically gifted, but now needs to watch out and be wary of the surroundings as well. He is sharing this compound with a foe.
Yeah, great knock coming in from him as well, but they need to go for those confirmation, but it looks like it's a little bit close as well. Joker actually pushing, well, Pukar actually getting knocked as well. Panther going for a little bit surprise. God's pump there. Joker needs to save the day for a team, but Tribe Hirdmen, they're pretty spread up. Panther doesn't have his health, and he is going to try and back off, but meanwhile, he is going to try and continue with this pressure. Nate comes through. Kudos knows that they are very close. Lobs a nade, doesn't connect, but no, he is on the other side of the city to get the rest as well. Joker continue with the pressure. He's gonna get chipped up a bit, but Pukar goes for a desperate first aid. It is gonna help him out, but as soon as he looks the wrong direction, or in this case, Kudos actually finds a pixel perfect angle, actually takes him out, and Joker gets the trade. Wow!
Important pick that was. Joker is still able to keep his team alive and breathing inside of the game. Tribe Hirdmen just running low on meds. And that's the main concern. The revival's going to come through for now. Moneymakers, they do have the man Clutch God in the back lines as well. And at this point in time, since he's the only person standing for Moneymakers, this might just be a tough pill to swallow. Clutch God wants to hand out the death blow first to the players out in the open, and he will do so as well without any problems. Moneymakers knows their game is anyways griefed. But before they get taken out, they just want to do the maximum damage to the players of Tribe Hirdmen. And at this point in time, GLITCHxREBORN is someone who is the perfect man to eliminate a team in these type of scenarios.
Yeah, Panther looking for an off angle to go in for the flank. GLITCHxREBORN did caught a glimpse of his rotation. He's going to try to rotate and stop them all, but as of yet, the longer this fight drags on, they need to find a way to get into zone. But GLITCHxREBORN, I don't know how is he going to do this as well. He's down towards like what, his last med kit, which doesn't really help him too much. No backpacks, no whatsoever. It's him against the entire roster of Tribe Herdsmen, in this case 2 players in the process. It's going to be very, very difficult.
The 2 players in the front. And one of the players actually taken down real low as well. But GLITCHxREBORN, such a quick shot that was. Oh my god, he might just end up winning this entire situation. Oh, Tribe Herdman Panther just backs away from that scenario. Still, the footsteps can't be heard, and GLITCHxREBORN knows the generic direction the man's positioned in. But no, instead, he gets third-partied by Doroki from BO7S. And that's going to be it for the opponents, as Tribe Herdman has been eliminated from this game. And this fight was elongated for too long, but in the end, it was Moneymakers to come out on top.
Agreed. GLITCHxREBORN immediately seeing the finish feed, knowing that the third party comes through, runs and tucks tail. But that's only so much he can do coming in from him. But nicely done with BO7S. They do find a little bit third party, but it's only 1 finish point. But as of yet, they're taking the slow approach, expecting to look for GLITCHxREBORN. He made their noise, but they just don't really have an idea if there's another person as well. They're just making sure that everything is pretty safe and precautious, but it's going to be tough. Circle's about to close in. BO7S, do they want to push the next phase, or do they want to actually continue with the hunt? And you can see the question marks in their faces. They're still checking every single corner just because GLITCHxREBORN did one small little detail. Moved the car a little bit, made a little bit of engine noise, and then immediately turned it off. That was good enough for BO7 to just completely slow down the push and bought him like what? I think that's a good solid 1 minute
of course.
Getaway time.
Yeah, a decent bit of time, and at this point, the man's also out of harm's way. But hey, we've been speaking about a great device, and that's going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards the Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, let's speak about the performance of this device. Stable 120 FPS, up to 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the Crafting guys. Also comes in with 7,000 mAh battery, and also comes in with an ultra-fast charger of 120 watts. One thing is for sure, that phone's going to be charging up quickly enough so you can continue your gaming nights.
Yep. But speaking of gaming right now, can BO7S make it in the next phase zone? Is only time will tell, because Circle is going to be shifting in towards the mainland itself. And we do see VOLCANO in the middle. We have TZ, GLITCHX on the south, and Eggy on towards Bootcamp. Reckoning trying to make for a mad dash onto the northeast corner. This is going to be a very awkward spot because the compounds in the tri-intersection between dividing 3 different sections in the middle of the zone is unoccupied, which is kind of surprising here.
Yeah.
But eventually, whoever goes there, they will have only one problem. How do they protect those vehicles? Because there's not a lot of places you can protect them, especially where every single direction there is going to be somebody shooting or looking in towards those compounds.
True that, but since the compound is so much in the center, that it's actually going to help you to stay inside of the circle for the longest, so the vehicles might just be useless at that point. So it's genuinely quite a good spot. In my opinion, if a team does have a clue that the compound is cleared up, they should go for it. Solid compound. Might just end up racking up a lot of elimination points too from that standpoint. You are definitely going to be seeing a lot of those teams out and exposed. Hyderabad Hydras, since they have managed to win the first game itself, they still do have the momentum rolling in their court. And they can keep on rolling down a few more squads around that same momentum. Let's have a look at the replay on how the fights exactly commenced so far and how it's been looking like. This is how Tribe Herdmen duked it out against their foes, which was Moneymakers. Quite a back and forth, but in the end, it was GLITCHxREBORN to save the day for his team, and he's still alive inside of the game, by the way.
Yeah. But at the same time, Joker went for the combination, immediately getting punished for it. So a little bit of nice jiggle pick here with the UMP headshot, but GLITCHxREBORN, he definitely held on his own for the longest of time. So that's a little bit of winning points for him. But I don't know how he's going to survive this, to be honest. He's pretty much done there.
Yeah, I mean, he's all the way in the back. I'm pretty sure just stacking up on the meds as well. And at this point, GLITCHxREBORN's intention is just going to be to survive for as long as possible. That's it. Just squeeze in those placement points. They've already got the 3 elimination points. So for GLITCHxREBORN, elimination court is filled up. Just needs to get the placement points at this time. Yeah, look at 2OP official Shady. Spots out the entirety of Metal Phoenix, and this time around, Metal Phoenix is not someone that's going to back away from a spot like this. They instead charge on up on the players of 2OP officials, and now 2OP official in a big wall of trouble. The remaining players in the compound in the front, Shady's knocked out, slowly and steadily taken away to death. Liability tossing out a nade, hoping that it's going to find some sort of a connection. But no, it's going to be the answer. Instead, the nade is tossed in a complete blind marker. Metal Phoenix, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. They need to try and find a way to get liability as well.
Agreed. Circle is about to close in as well. All these teams, they are fighting, but at the same time, they are at a standstill, waiting for the zone. And the circle shifts to bootcamp. What a scam! What a scam! Bootcamp circle, very difficult to push in without vehicles. And whoever is in bootcamp is going to be very, very happy. And that's going to be Team Eggy. Meanwhile, Team Phoenix, they are scrambling to push through. They're trying to make work on towards them, but they get stopped by 2OP official. Liability stalls them. The track goes down. Aimbot is down. But now, Phoenix Meadow, what do? Do they resurrect or do they make a move? It seems like they will try to make an attempt here to try and clean out everyone on the sides first, slowly but surely, step by step, coming from Phoenix Meadow.
The main problem is that they're surrounded by too many teams at this point. So Phoenix Meadow, they need to execute this fight quickly enough and make sure they're going to be out of harm's way as soon as possible. They've already got the revival on to aimbot. The man's going to patch himself up as well. Now Phoenix Meadow looking really good and dandy, since they know the remaining players are inside of the compound as well. In my opinion, Phoenix Meadow should just make the pounce. They should move up, toss out those utilities, try and force out the players, and that's what they're exactly doing. They're done playing around for now. Metal Phoenix are straight up going to make the pounce towards the compound and make sure that the opponents pay for the mistake they've made.
Yeah, nicely done. Good call coming from Meadow, but can they wrap it up is going to be the question here, because 2OP official, they completely let them through as they are looking for an ambush, but Meadow, they know exactly what's up. They're going to clear every single angle, but aimbot, he finds Shoot, and Shoot pretty much looking in the wrong direction, pretty much giving a free finish in the hands of them. And now Botfire makes the noise, and he is getting scouted out. And 8 comes through, and he's getting surrounded. The Swamp comes in, and Phoenix Meadow cleans out 2OP official.
This is the Phoenix Metal we all know. These are the players that are supposed to be the gangsters of BGMI, and once again proving why they deserve that tag. Eliminating 2OP officials like they were not even a challenge. Easily devouring them. Now it's time to move on and focus on a different team. Phoenix Metal just does it better. And at this point for Phoenix Metal, getting these 4 elimination points also means hitting that comfort zone. So if they want, they can try and play it as passive as possible now in the future.
Well, speaking of passive right now, Circle is not in their favor. They need to push in, and Team Eggy, currently in bootcamp, they are going to try and hold down the fort. They know that Circle is the advantage. They're looking every single angle, but guess what, Pro OP? He's looking at the north, and the north is completely cleared.
And hey, I really want to let you guys know that this Kia Soros that you guys see on the graphic, it's absolutely incredible. Let's talk about the enhanced control and 5-star BNCAP rating. Smart cruise control with stop and go. You've also got the front collision warning and avoidance assistance, which is the FCW. Lane keep assist as well. And let's not forget, also comes in with a blind view monitor in cluster. So check this out. I'm pretty sure you guys won't be disappointed.
Well, speaking of a potential disappointment here, will the Circle actually disappoint Eggy? Will it shift to bootcamp or not? And yes, it will. They're not disappointed. They have to be celebrating. But the next step for them is how do they defend? Because every single one is going to be knocking onto them. And guess what? In the top left corner, Touch God is still alive.
Yeah, bootcamp is the toughest to defend, and that's the major problem. How are they going to execute that? Now they need to play tower defense completely. Stop anyone that tries to get close to bootcamp, but it seems next to impossible. But let's see if Eggy can actually pull it off as well. There's so many teams now starting to stack up around that vicinity. And VOLCANO Esports, even they're going to try to play that defense on top of the hill. Try and stop anyone that tries to creep up. And VOLCANO Esports, they've got the major advantage. Finding a lot of those stragglers out in the open, and they're constantly taking those shots as well. Look at the confidence of the players too. VOLCANO Esports, unstoppable players at this point, unleashing their wrath against even Furies, taking a lot of damage. Team HECTOR, VASISTA Esports, how many chances can they actually stand against the players of VOLCANO Esports? It's an uphill battle. Vector, they don't even have anything to move on.
Yeah, they have to get out as well. Like you said, VOLCANO is gatekeeping them as well. BO7 is from the west side is also gatekeeping them. They're playing very, very slow. Even same can be said for Phoenix Metal from the east side. They just dodged Reckoning, but still panicking out in the open. It's no man's land after no man's land as they slowly inch away. They're forcing out every single bit of utility to kind of take space, knowing that there's just so many people. But from Xerax POV, they do scout out Reckoning, making a little bit of retreat while Gravity gets picked off. Phoenix holding down very, very nicely here from the east side, but they still want to take their shot and just clearing every single angles before making entry.
Without a doubt. Look at what's going on here, though. Team VASISTA Esports slowly and steadily creeping up against the players of VOLCANO Esports. There is Flash in the front. The man can definitely hear a lot of footsteps too, but Flash's job is to keep his position anonymous and go for that trigger discipline play. But instead, Flash is the first man to get caught as well, as the man gets wrapped up in his sheet, but the utilities, they're starting to do some serious damage. VOLCANO Esports, they spring back to life. They've got the man advantage 4 now, as now the situation's taken down with 3v2, and HECTOR and VASISTA starting to lose out on the man number, but Arjun gets knocked out himself. Vegito as well gets returned, traded instead, and now VOLCANO Esports left to just Psycho, and the man's already patched up way too low, as in the end, even he gets taken down. It's VASISTA Esports who comes out on top.
HECTOR, VASISTA, 11 finishes in the bag. Fury, last man standing. They are right at the edge of the zone. BO7S with the pressure from the west side. And guess what? They find themselves a small little pocket to go in for the reset. And they just might be able to push through. But time is of the essence. They need to push it in towards bootcamp. And BO7S, they're walking up. They're looking to track the corners. Do they have time? And yes, they do. BO7S, they're taking too long to push up. And HECTOR VASISTA, they get the full reset. They continue their journey with 3 men. 11 finishes. Fury looking to check every single corner here. Alibaba Raiders, they've heard a little bit of commotion, but they're so afraid to push up.
Yeah, indeed, they are afraid. HECTOR VASISTA, no, they get blown to smithereen. Fury falls apart. The man's got hits. But the man's got 6 finishes so far in his hands, and HECTOR VASISTA in a big world of trouble as even Zen gets wrapped up in his shit and the entirety of that team collapses. The high ground was now a death ground in the end. Alibaba Raiders as well just making that bounce at the same time, and VASISTA Esports could not hold on to so many teams as they have been eliminated in the end. But what a big blunder that was. Alibaba Raiders, though, they've still got a lot on their plate. Look at BO7S from the sidelines doing some significant amount of damage as Ghostface as well. That's constantly chipping out the damage.
What a push coming from BO7S. They had no business pushing up the mountain because the circle does not favor them. And because of that, they completely got the jump on HECTOR VASISTA. And now Alibaba Raiders also going to be taking shot as well as they reposition to gatekeep them. BO7S, Ghostface has a very nice off angle. Chris with the nades to try and catch him through the smoke. Does get a little bit of chip damage on Ghostface. Molotovs as well trying to isolate those space in case they try to go for those smoke peaks. Now Dazzy reveals himself. No connection from Chris. Alibaba Raiders walks down. They do find themselves a little bit of cover. But they do have space now as they are going to be playing from the roof side. BO7S needs to find a way to go in for the reset. Chris with the nade. Ooh. No connection, but a zone right at the edge. They are going to be fine, but this fight has to be wrapped up quickly.
Yeah, that was a great Molotov for Chris. If he can, he wants to jump around to the opposite side, but I'm pretty sure at this point, Alibaba Raiders do not know where the opponent's position. They know the players are inside of the house right underneath them. That's why they're tossing those blind nades as well, just clearing out the surroundings first. When they try to make the pounce down, BO7S better be hurt. It's 2v2 in the end. No one's got any sort of man advantage, but in my opinion, BO7S might just play this better. It all comes down to them and their individual prowess at this point in time. One nade available in the hand of Fragger. Even he can do some significant amount of damage, and I like this pounce that the man's already made. The shotgun's gonna go and click, but it's not gonna find any sort of confirmation yet. Chris is gonna thirst the man who was right in front of him, and now Alibaba Raider, at least Chris is taken down real low. Still, the other man needs to create some sort of a distraction, and BO7S is taking too much damage at this point. Jiroki falls apart. BO7S, they are now falling apart on their faces. But the same thing can be said for Alibaba Raiders. It's taken down a 1v1 in the end, and Chris, he realizes even the blue is on the move. Chris needs to make some quick moves. 5 bullets, 5 shells in the magazine, and in the end, Chris gets taken down. It's BO7S to come out on top in that duel. 9 finishes acquired so far. Ghostface's survival now seems impossible.
And now Ghostface, he is going to bleed out his own, denying that. But he's going to play the medic game here. He's going to try and buy a little bit of time here. Hopefully, it is going to be enough time that people stop looking in this. BO7S, Ghostface playing the medic game. But fortunately for him, he does have another teammate who's kind of snuck in towards the boot camp itself. And that's going to be Dusty in the northwest corner. But Ghostface, he's got no backup. He's all by himself. And Team Eggy is going to try and reap up the finish. But now, that's going to be the time there. He might have bleeded out of the zone. Maybe, just maybe, Ghostface has enough time to walk in. But now I highly doubt so. He's going to take the death.
Yeah, that's the last first aid the man's utilizing. And even the blue is way too far away at this point. Safety lines impossible to be achieved, and Ghostface himself knows that now he needs to sacrifice his life to the gods, and that's what he's going to do. But as GLITCHxREBORN, they find themselves in a bit of a scuffle too against the foes. Skips is the only man who's found any sort of elimination point so far from GLITCHxREBORN. All the pressure on the back at this point. Eggy regrouped up towards the U building in boot camp. All the 3 players next to each other. Eggy's looking like a well-knit unit. But they just need to be careful. No overcommitments need to be there.
Yeah, circle in their favor. Dusty finds a small little pocket, but oh no, he snuck in, but he ran into his Ninja. The other one that has been ratting their way, and it's gonna get taken out, but Ninja now, positions exposed. Team Halo on the hunt, looking to find him, but Aditya, he himself, another rat. It is gonna be a battle of rats here. Ninja going for the nades, and he finds 2 of it. The best rat out there. Ninja. What a play.
This is massive. The only team inside of the circle is actually GLITCHxREBORN. This is huge. They've got the massive advantage at this point. Ninja still surviving somehow. Hyderabad Hydras staying incredibly consistent today. Doing pretty good in the overall standings, and they just need to move on with the same incredible consistency. Ninja patching himself up, just boosting up as well. He knows he's the only man carrying the flag at this point. Blue on the move, on the back. And this one's going to hurt a lot. He's also got a decent bit of meds to back himself up, so it's all looking good and dandy for now. GLITCHx, if they want, they can toss a nade inside of the trench and get rid of Ninja, but it's still going to be a tough toss. The blue is on the constant move. Ninja as well needs to keep on repositioning. The angle in the front, Eggy's going to have to line up sight on Ninja soon. So Ninja needs to do something. He's found a little pixel, and that's the only reason why he's still alive.
Yeah, a small little pocket, but time is not of the essence as well. They may be able to run into each other, but Ninja making a desperate mad dash. Eggy also looking to push out. GLITCHxREBORN completely on the firing squad, keeping them at bay. Murdoch's prone out and open, but Ninja, he still has an angle, but looks like he's going to help Eggy a little bit out. As the nade comes through, nope, looks like I was wrong. They are going to nade onto his Eggy. He does connect on JD. And he's going to bleed out. Ninja looking to try and clutch top 2 himself. But here comes the hunt. He looks for the confirmation. The solo warrior still survives. He gets another point here for Hyderabad Hydras.
The one-man army now starting to do a lot of damage, eating the opponents alive. And just like that, Eggy, they have been eliminated from this game. And GLITCHxREBORN, they've got the man advantage in the final few moments. Ninja was taken down real low. Unfortunately, moves back in the blue. Now the man's surviving on a pixel HP. GLITCHxREBORN, they've got the man advantage. They've got the HP advantage. Ninja tried his best, but in the end, it was GLITCHxREBORN with the number and also with the zone advantage. And that's why they got the chicken dinner. Solid stuff from GLITCHxREBORN, and they needed a performance like this to revive themselves in the overall board.
Great win for GLITCHxREBORN, but a nomination to Ninja, the solo warrior, and an impossible situation helped them clinch the chicken dinner, taking so many points as the solo warrior. I would say he is undeniably the king of the rats.
Of course. I mean, not exactly a rat as well, right? In the end, it did take quite a lot of guts to make that push towards the warehouse, toss out the smokes, use the utilities at the right point as well, and then he smoked out the opponent who was patching himself up, went inside of the smoke, got the knockout. That was the moment where Eggy just got dismantled, because even GLITCHxREBORN realized that, yes, there is a knock. They read the elimination feed. Even they made the pounce, eliminated GLITCHxREBORN, and then it was just Ninja standing in the end. He was able to find one knock, but that really does not count.
Well, I would say he still got a lot of finishes, which is pretty good as well, because he took one from GLITCHx, he took one from Eggy, he took 2 of the reds here. I would say that's a lot of finish points, so 4 finish points in the back and a top 2 position. What more can you ask for? Hyderabad Hydras, a very, very big bounce back here, a day of comebacks for them here in Group C, respectively. Meanwhile, on the highlights itself, let's talk a little bit more on what happened to Moneymakers, because this is not the Moneymakers we saw in their first 3 matches debut.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Moneymakers, they've just hit that comfort zone, right? And it does not seem like Moneymakers are now struggling for points either. They just don't really care because they know they've already got enough points to survive and sustain inside of this tournament. They know they're going to be avoiding the bottom 16 no matter what anyway. So Moneymakers now is just playing chill. It feels like they're just playing for 5 to 6 points per game.
Okay, fair enough. But here's a little bit of recovery coming from VO7S as well, because HECTOR VASISTA should have survived this because they were focusing on Alibaba Raiders because of the fact that they all have to rotate in the zone. But what they did not expect was that they completely dropped the defense and not look towards VO7S vicinity, because that is not the direction of the zone. Like, sorry, VO7S has the right place to be in the direction of the zone. Why would they push up? And with that push coming from Ghostface, completely destroyed HECTOR VASISTA's formation and got picked apart. So it's just very, very unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, on screen as well, Ninju, Solo Warrior, very nicely done. Eggy made a little bit of value in the 10. But think about this. Eggy, they had control of bootcamp the longest time. They should have gotten more, but still, top 3 is still points.
Of course, exactly. Eggy's still doing really good in the overall standings, right? And then in this particular group, they're also top of the chart. So what else do you want? Eggy's doing really good. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras making that massive leap today. They've just catapulted themselves in the first half as well. Now you've also got a team like GLITCHxREBORN showcasing some signs of life. Even a team like Halo actually got a chicken dinner. And that should be motivation for all the other teams who are still stuck in the bottom 16.
Agreed. So as of yet here, the grind continues, unfortunately to say, for all the players inside, all the players and teams in Group C will have to wait for the next shuffle as they continue on the journey. But they pretty much played a total of 6 matches and officially concluded their halfway mark in round 1 themselves. So that means if they have decent amount of points, they should be okay. In this case, BO7S, with that small little recovery just now, I would say it put them in an okay situation, but still not safe yet from being in the bottom 16.
But hey, you know what? I see. Let's have a look at the stars of the match, because that's going to be really important as well. And that will be Fury from HECTOR VASISTA. Now, let's try and figure out what exactly went wrong for HECTOR VASISTA. They had the high ground control for the longest, but then later on, too many teams pushed up. HECTOR VASISTA themselves was going up in an uphill battle against one of their foes, and then later on, we also did see the third parties coming in. So for HECTOR VASISTA, they already lost too many men in that uphill battle.
Yeah, again, you know, it comes down to just them looking on towards who, right? So I would say, again, that unexpected push from BO7S is what caught them off guard, because they were focusing on Alibaba Raiders trying to rotate in. So it makes a lot of sense. But again, let's talk a little bit more on the best companions. Well, GLITCHxREBORN, they were the conquerors coming from the southeast corner. They somehow managed to push through into the southeast corner of bootcamp uncontested. And from then on point, they pretty much just held the ground, made sure that everybody outside was just not having a good time. And eventually went the circle shift out of the main city of bootcamp, which forces Eggy into that small little chokehold of a bootcamp warehouse spot, which just resulted in them just being picked apart out in open. So I would say it was a great run. Chicken dinners in the hand, but they only had 6 finish points. So the biggest impact in that game still came in towards the hands of Team HECTOR VASISTA with 11 finishes and no position points outside. Same can be said for BO7S. Same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, solid stuff from BO7S. Today's day has been incredible for them. All the 3 games, quite the consistent performance from BO7S, and they're definitely slipping under the radar. We've also got Hyderabad Hydras with 11 points secured. As you mentioned, HECTOR VASISTA getting the 11 elimination points. Eggy too, gaining that consistency in this game. Once again, 9 points acquired. As I mentioned, they're still going to be on the first in this particular group itself. Reckoning Esports, though, concerning performance, once again continues.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports is kind of like a hit and miss here. But I would say today's performance has been a little bit of a improvement coming from them. So that's a little bit of win sign. But let's take a look at the overall standings for only Group C, which is this 16 teams that's played so far in these past 3 matches. Eggy will be the top of Group C with 57 points.
34 points from Reckoning Esports as well in the span of 6 games. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras on the second spot with 54 points. So as I mentioned, Eggy's going to be at the top, and it feels like MM are really now comfortable with the amount of points they've got. So Moneymakers are just playing chill. They're not really struggling. They're not really starving for those points, which is okay, completely understandable. They do not want to panic things. They do not want to take things a little bit too quick. You've also got GLITCHxREBORN right there with 47 points, a massive recovery in that previous game.
I would say it's more like a safety cushion that they are potentially not going to be in the bottom 16 here. So like you said, taking a little bit chill here. They're pretty much not going to be eliminated. There is still more rounds to go. But again, are they fighting for the top 8 is going to be a completely separate matter here. Because again, a majority of the teams that has been playing for this past few days has had a major roster shuffle. So I would say building chemistry, training, working on things that need to be working on, preparing for the future is also a very solid game plan. Sometimes you have to think about what kind of race is this? Is this a 100 meters race? Or is it a 400-meter race? Or is this a marathon? And in the history of BGMI in general, we know for a fact that when it comes to BGIS, when it comes to BMPS, it is going to be long.
Of course, it's definitely going to be a marathon, unless if you try and split it apart in rounds particularly.
Yep.
Then it's going to be a sprint. So at this point in time, for the teams on the latter half, for them it's a sprint. For the teams in the first half that are doing good, for them it's a marathon. Pretty much that's the way to look at it. But now, speaking of the future itself, let's talk about the future group that's going to be participating, Group D. And it's out of Group D as well. We've got some massive heavy hitters. Let's not forget, Learn from Past coming into play. We've also got K9 Esports, Hero, Extreme, Godlike, and I guess your favorite team, Versatile 8-Bit as well, is in there.
Yep, Hero, Extreme, Godlike versus Versatile. That's going to be something I'm looking forward to as well.
Yeah, and let's not forget, even Bot Army Esports is going to be there in the mix, so that's going to be adding on a lot of spice too. So I just want to see what exactly goes on in Group D, but we've got the overall standings for now. OG is still at the top. The throne is not taken away from them. Eggy, though, in the top 5, looking really nice and solid. So Eggy's not going to be movable in that spot with 57 points.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not movable. We've only seen Group C so far. We still have D, E, and F, but all things considered, the gap between them and OG is going to be so far. So again, like I said, I think OG is the team that everybody is going to be struggling to catch up to. But for FS, for Godstrain, for SBA, Eggy, all these teams are still relatively close to actually pick them up. Because if you think about it here, the differences between 2 all the way to 8 here is what, 10 each position? Whereas from OG, he's minimum 30 points from first and second.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now we've got the second page on the screen. And outside of the second page, we do see K9 Esports right there. We've also got teams like CK on that page. But if you're trying to flip the page, now BO7 is quite a massive catapult that was. It's a massive lead from them. And as I mentioned, they are definitely slipping under the radar slowly and steadily, which is a good progress.
It is very... I would say not under the radar, more like they're starting to appear on the radar, because that recovery coming from them is going to help them a little bit more. But as of yet here, even for the next half as well, Revenant Expert needs to make a little bit of recovery, because that is a team that has not played yet. 27 points for them. TWOB also going to be a team that we have to be watching out for. But Tribe Hirdmen, I would say they had a little bit of recovery in Miramar, but this is going to be very concerning here. 30 points in 6 games is going to be putting them in a very dangerous position. Yes, currently they are in the 34th rank, but if they don't start racking out points and trying to pull the lead for the rest in the bottom of the pack right now, they are going to be in some trouble. Same can be said for Dragon Esports on 43 position here. 6 matches, 27 points. That is very concerning for them.
I mean, look, they've got 6 more games to go. So Tribe Hirdmen, one thing is for sure, it should be smooth sailing. I don't think it's going to be a problem for teams on the 3rd and the 4th page, but it's definitely going to be a big problem for the teams on the last and the 2nd last page. So those are the teams, as I mentioned, now they need to consider it as a complete sprint. We've got Seoul sitting on 49th position with 23 points. Of course, it's not a good score, but also consider that they've only played 3 games so far. Majority of the teams on the 2nd last and the last page, they've only played 3 games, so they are still going to have enough chances to prove themselves. But a team that's played all the 6 games and still sitting on the 73rd spot, it's going to be TZ. And in the span of 6 games, they only got 12 points, 2 points per game.
Yeah, 16 for U7 as well in the 67th position here. All these teams are going to be in the most dangerous spot possible, because that is very concerning. Same can be said for Fearless 4. With 6 matches played, only 3 points gained in the span of 6 matches. INTX also 6 points as well. So we have 4, even Gen X FM in the bottom half. So that's 4 teams in the most dangerous spot right now. Arguably the bottom 4 out of every single team in 6 matches. Not even 10 points. Wow.
Yeah, that's definitely got to blow, right? I mean, if you've already played all the 6 games and still you're on the last page, I'm not sure what's going to be saving the day for you. But one thing is for sure, you need to be trying hard as much as possible. In 6 games, you pretty much need to try and get, 40 points, which is honestly quite tough since you've been struggling to get even 10 points.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very important of a wake-up call. Hopefully, things are going to be a little bit better for them here when the next reshuffle comes through. But let's take a look at the caster's prediction here. We started things off before the match began. Caster's prediction coming from me and Eggy. Well, Moneymakers didn't really do too well. You predicted Phoenix Medal. That's pretty good. Me and Johnny as well. Oh no, didn't really go well.
Yeah.
Eggy for Spiro is going to be very happy. Team Hector VASISTA for Maisie, I think he did pretty
decent.
well.
It's quite a mediocre performance, but I won with Phoenix Medal Esports because I wanted to go with someone on the latter half of the board and not really play with the comfort zone because since Moneymakers is doing already good, we all know they're going to perform no matter what. But
I would say all of us went for a pretty safe pick while you went for a comeback potential. And today, in this respective group, it was a group of comebacks. So, well done, Necro. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I've always got faith on my boys, right? Phoenix Medal, I love aggression. I was feeling quite aggressive as well today, so I went with them.
Fair enough. And, of course, for those of you who do not know, how you know he's a Phoenix boy is that if you can see his necklace there, it does have a little bit of semblance of an eagle that kind of looks like a phoenix.
Yeah, actually, you know what? That's a good spot from you. But you know what?
Hashtag bias.
No, absolutely not, all right? It's not the way. If they do not play good, well, they will get the bashing as well. But you know what I see? Moving on the conversation towards the upcoming group itself. Now, as I mentioned, there's so many stacked teams in this group. There's 5 to 6 names that are quite the big ones. And then you've also got teams like Forever in there, in the mix too, that can definitely bring in a big spanner in the works for the big names. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys, don't worry, we'll be right back with Group D on the other side.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई अपना भाई वाव मोड में है
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. Johnny, we move on towards a completely new group now. Group D is going to be stepping inside of the action, and let's talk about the heavy hitters in this group. We've got K9 Esports, we've also got Hero Extreme Godlike, you've also got 8-Bit coming in, which is of course known as VXT in the past, and then you've also got Forever Esports, and then even Bot Army Esports.
I think you said Godlike and everyone stopped listening. Everyone's been asking, like, since yesterday, like, where's Godlike, where's Godlike? Well, yeah, they are part of Group D, and now we finally get to see what is going to happen. Because, again, learn from past, exceptional start to their journey.
Yeah, excellent.
And we're going to hope to see that this competition is going to fare out. Because I think learn from past, K9, these are two of the names that people are expecting, like, all right, maybe we're going to see them make it all the way towards the semifinals or maybe even the grand finals. And Godlike, for sure, with the run they are having, this team is definitely heading all the way.
Of course, we are pretty much just expecting for these teams to actually go huge, be there in the first spot as well. But since OG's got insane advantage at this point, 90 points in 6 games, that is obscene stuff right there. And that's why OG is still going to be staying at the top. I don't think anyone's going to be able to steal that throne away.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but you know what, Johnny? Something that's even more important is going to be our sponsor, which is the realme GT7. Let's not forget, if you move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And why do you exactly want to check this device out? It comes in with 120 stable FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the Realme and the Crafton guys. And not just that, to back it up, you've also got 7,000 mAh battery. And to back that up as well, you've also got the 120 watts fast charger. So one thing is for sure, you're never going to be running out of battery.
Yeah, I mean, it is an amazing experience to play on this device as well. I was playing a few TDMs right before the day began, just chilling, you know, having fun, and extremely smooth. Last 2 days, just being able to use this in gaming and outside of gaming as well, it's just been very, very comfortable device for me to have.
And you know what? I think so everyone who does not really have a lot of knowledge about the proper specs of the device and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure for them, the main question is going to be, what's the device heating, Johnny?
I mean, it's 6 degrees cooler during the marathon sessions. I mean,
wow.
I had an opportunity to play for like 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
First of all, no FPS drop, and again, did not feel any sort of heat like I would usually do on my other devices. So I think that I might have found a replacement for my daily runner, actually.
No heat, that means no sweaty palms. That means smooth aiming inside of the game as well. So check it out.
Actually true, very true.
So check it out. It's going to be launching on the 27th. Check it out on Amazon. And if you do so as well, you can also stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. But moving the conversation on towards a bit of those undergods now. Let's talk about Ace Official, who were able to squeeze in the chicken dinner. Let's talk about another few names like ESG as well, because even they are there on the fray. Even Myth. For them, things have been a little bit tough, a little bit notorious, but I hope they're going to be back up in the spectrum.
I mean, you want to talk about undergods, I want to talk about VXT 8-bit, man. I mean, this team is coming off that momentum of winning the Realme BGIS just a few months ago, and now the start, at least in the first 3 games, was not something that would showcase a champion caliber team, right? We expected them to dominate right off the bat, but hopefully today is going to be different. Group D, map rotation on our screens, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. And considering they are going to be starting out on Sanhok, my expectations, at least from this game number 1, are going to be from Godlike and from VXT 8-bit.
My expectations are also going to be from the side of 4TR and learn from past.
Yeah.
Because, Johnny, these two teams, they came in out of nowhere, started to scoop up some insane amount of points, and they were just surprising all of us. Now, learn from past was definitely a major surprise because it's our first time seeing them.
Yeah.
But 4TR, we have been looking at this team, but they were never able to perform the same way in the past. But this time around, they're just doing really good, excelling themselves.
That is true. And again, I mean, 4TR, it is a brilliant, brilliant readjustment that we have seen control aggression being brought into the matches. But now we have the list of all the 16 teams on our screens. And I think one of the letdowns, not a massive letdown, they're still in the middle pack. Hopefully they can today bounce back. It's going to be Bot Army. Ever since that old roster got split apart, I think this new roster, they're still figuring their way out. And I think it is a decent start to the journey, but we have seen Bot Army in the past do better than this.
Yeah, they've got much more caliber and nothing taken away from that. But the main issue is 3 of the main players are not in the roster anymore. So pretty much it's a new and revamped roster that Bot Army Esports have got. It will take time to readjust. It is understandable. But you guys need to understand as well. They've only got 3 games to play today. And if these 3 games and 3 chances are left out, that means they've only got 6 more games in the future. And that's going to be really tough to find any sort of recovery. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, so many teams are now starting to run away with that lead. They're also getting a lot of cushioning in the overall board. So even that's a factor that you need to try and consider and try and rack up those points for. But for now, we're going to move on towards the map of Sanhok without wasting any more time. I've heard the plane's already in the skies, and we're also waiting for the plane flight pad to pop up on the screen. Sanhok is, of course, one of the smallest maps inside of the competitive pool. So one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of action.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of action, and what the indication has been from the last few days of Sanhok, this is going to be another awkward game. The zones just twisting and playing with the minds of all of these players. I mean, yesterday we had the smallest circle, smallest play areas inside of Sanhok, and of course the awkward circle towards the ruins from a few days ago, that ruins bridge that takes us towards the Camp Alpha Island. We're getting extremely awkward circle, so Sanhok has turned into the most unpredictable map inside of this entire tournament. Let's see how the game is going to turn out now, because the flight path seems like a pretty decent one. It allows you to go all the way towards Paradise Resort. Bahan is going to be another option. Tatmok, yes, teams do like to utilize Tatmok, but with new champions moving towards Haten, I don't think they're going to try and extend that far over towards the northeastern quadrant. Camp Bravo, maybe someone's going to take that option of Camp Bravo. It's still available. You got to drop to Bahan, loot the small compounds, and then traverse towards the northeastern side.
You've also got WBG moving down south, actually, towards Sami. It's quite an interesting pick from them. You've also got Mysterious Esports in a bit of a scuffle against the players of K9 Esports.
Look at Godlike, Aero, and MYT, though. Quite close to each other and exposed. And MYT has gone for a 4-man split.
But not just that, Johnny. I'm a little bit worried for, as you
AJ?
mentioned, the man himself, AJ. K9 Esports, 3 players in that compound, while AJ is just isolated all by himself. And what a circle this is. A bit of an awkward forming, but I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams will have a generic idea where the circle might just form in the future, or they might just keep their legs onto 2 different baskets. But for now, Mysterious Esports, AJ is definitely going to get dismantled. It's not even a question. The man's taken down way too low. For K9 Esports, it's going to be an easy pill to swallow.
Yeah, plus it's on the other side of the river as well, so its teammates can't really do much to back him up. This was a free point for K9 Esports at the very start of the game. And one more surprising thing from this particular match is the situation of K9 Esports. They had the... It's not very often where they will have free control of that Temple Hill or Cap Alpha. This time as well, that option was there, but none of the players took control of that high ground. It is a decent spot in the circle to play in as of now. I mean, they should be able to get there early, but I thought for some reason I felt like, alright, if they're not going for the Temple Hill, they might drop towards Ruins. And I think not going towards Ruins might have just proven to be lucky because Bottom Esports is there.
I mean, since Sol is not there, there's no point in going towards Temple, right, Johnny?
No, you can go there. It means free control of the high ground for at least the first 10 minutes.
You didn't get what I was trying to say, right?
Yeah, no
Because
points.
The OG rivalry will come into fruition. Omega is a man who likes to hold grudges.
I mean, their record against Seoul for that fight is not really in their favor, though. That's all I'm going to say. Specifically for Omega, because Slug, Beast, and Ninja Boy, at least when they were back in the days playing for Global Esports, they would win those fights.
Yeah, of course they would. And at this point in time, for now, K9 Esports, it feels like they're always just recalibrating constantly.
Yeah.
They're testing out new stuff. In some games, they play extremely aggressive. In some games, they just play completely pushed back, held back. So one thing is for sure, they're testing things out a bit, finding the right rhythm to play with each other, which is okay and understandable. Since K9 Esports, they are probably confident in themselves that they know they can easily qualify. It's not even a question. And when you do have that much confidence, it's okay to play with risk.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you that if you have the confidence, if you feel like you will be able to take those fights and come out on top and not take a lot of losses, just go for it when you're feeling the moment. But 4TR, we were talking about them at the start of this match. All 4 players in the single vehicle, and they're moving quite close to the players of Aero. Now, this could be very risky.
And indeed could be.
And look at how quickly Godlike has moved out of boot camp as well.
Yeah, look at 4TR as well on the move. Oh, and that compound, there's a man at 4TR. They're really going to try to go for the fight. That was going to be the answer. Instead, 4TR, they keep on moving their mirror ray. A lot of shots taken against this vehicle. And luckily enough for 4TR, they escape unharmed.
Yeah. Could have been very risky. As we mentioned, Aero was on the way. Godlike moving out of boot camp could have been another problem, but all of the players do manage to get to a much safer position. They've gone just west of Tatmok, close to the intersection of the roads. Admino, I think the shots fired from Aero have drawn his attention. Now he's waiting to see if he can spot out anyone.
Yeah.
Although the distance between the two teams, well, it's covered with a lot of foliage, so they can't really track the side of Aero anymore.
Godlike's playing it real safe. In this max center, looking decent. 4TR as well, solid compound they're holding. So yeah, all the teams that are playing around this max center, I don't think we're going to see any sort of fights around that vicinity anymore. We also got Arc Knight on the screen, finding a decent compound for themselves. Even that team's going to be in the safer shoes for a long time. There's still a lot of teams in the outskirts, and the moment they start moving inside of the zone, that's when the real chaos will happen. But at this point in time, everyone's just waiting for the next stage to pop up.
It would be interesting if the circle actually moved towards the west, towards Camp Alpha again. But close to the center. Godlike against Arc. It's going to be an interesting fight, a difficult one from the players, from the perspective of Godlike, because they're going to be forced to breach these shacks. And Arc Knights, they have a very decent, very nice spread going for themselves within these compounds, so it's going to be instant retaliation the moment the players of Godlike moves in. And of course, there's Forever as well, just further northeast of this position. That is a different challenge. But learn from past, playing the eastern edge of the map. They are even further from Camp Bravo.
Yeah.
They are going to take things extremely slow. The only option from there for them right now is just play edge to edge.
And that's what they're going to do as well. All the way back in the blue, taking their sweet little time to actually move inside of the circle too. They were actually at the edge of the map as well, Johnny, so it's going to take a while for them to move in the safety line, in the white line. But luckily enough for them, the pathway they're choosing, there's no one in the way. Unless they move down south a bit more, and there is going to be the players of VXT moving around that vicinity, then that might just be a bit of a trouble. But WBG next to ESG. At this point in time for ESG, let's see how they can gain the advantage. WBG, the entire squad is in the front, and what am I watching? I think so. He clicked on the wrong button, and that's why he just went on and prone right in front of the man. Such a big blunder that was. Fat fingering a complete different key.
I don't think he even knew anyone was there. He just ran in looking for something else. Found a man.
Why did he prone?
His gun was even equipped at that time. Oh, but VXT against learn from past, and this time Yash has been shut down extremely early. Dope barely with any HP. VXT have the upper hand in this fight.
Oh no, that nade's gonna find a quick two-piece. Oh boy, learn from past now starting to get dismantled. This fight was single-handedly dominated by the players of VXT, and learn from past. Well, just like their name, it's okay. You can go back to the lobby, but make sure you're learning from the past.
I think this time they've learned a lesson, like, you gotta move in early on Sanhok.
Yeah, actually, that's a lesson that we've taught on the English broadcast quite a while back.
At least on this map, you have to try to move out of a drop slot, especially if it's far away from the circle. Anything beyond 1,000 meters, you gotta make that move within the first 5-6 minutes. Just get that basic loot and move out, but Honey is the last man left alive. And VXT, they're trying to hunt him down. The only option left for Honey is to just play for survival. Unfortunately, he just had one first aid, but what is going on over here? We have the side from Mysterious Esports, and they are taking on Bot Army. Bot Army, they've lost one man. Lion dropped. They found a few trades. Slay, he might just get slayed over here, because there's two shotguns pointed at his face. He's juking them quite nicely, but finally the push comes from Shogun. And he gets the trade for his team. Now Johnny's going to be the next target.
Monty making that pounce. He does know there is someone inside the house of ball, and look at Johnny. He's going to be able to find the return knockout. Johnny's taking too much damage upon himself, and in the end, it will be Bot Army Esports just barrel stuffing the player down. Easily converting that fight. 3 finish points acquired out of that. And also decent standing inside of the zone as well. They are going to be on the edge. But Bot Army Esports, they need to play from the centric point, but how can they when all the good spots are taken over?
I mean, they have gotten very lucky that there's no one on either the boot camp side of things or even the Camp Alpha shoreline. Otherwise, they would have been in so much trouble. And Honey, oh, this has to be a heartbreaking moment. You see the opposing team that just wiped out your entire squad in front of you, and you can't do anything.
Yeah. Oh my
God! They see him and just run him over.
How did he not get ran over? That's my question.
He did.
Oh boy. But yeah, solid stuff from VXT. At this point in time, just dismantling a team like Learn From Past, it's not going to be an easy deal, but they still made it look extremely easy.
And this is what we were waiting for to see from the side of VXT as well, because that opening day, yeah, it was a decent run, but it's a team that's just lifted a major trophy.
Yeah.
We want to see them at the top. We want to see them compete with OG right now.
And I think they will as well, unless it's not their mood to actually do so.
Could be. Just taking a break in the early stages of the tournament.
Do not really want to move on for the first spot. Do not really want to try too hard in the first round itself. Take things low and calm, and something that's going to help you be calm in your gameplay. Because of that stable 120 FPS is going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. But back towards the game. What's going on here? AK and a big wall of trouble. 2 players knocked out. The confirmations as well instantly rolling up. It is the players of Ace actually able to convert that duel easily. And Acrobats Esports now left with no other choice than to back away on this bike.
Yeah, they can't really do much as well. They are going to try and play along the northern edge of the circle. Problem is, Mysterious 4 is going to be there waiting for them on the other side. But look at the shift of the circle. Godlike. That is actually a phenomenal position. The only problem is, late game, it might give them trouble if the circle moves away from their compounds. But Acrobats down to their last player. As I said, Mysterious 4 They find another pick for themselves. Oh, had he just ADS'd there for just a second longer, he would have found that last player as well. But the third party comes through from the side of Ace.
Johnny Mysterious 4. They're doing okay, but who's not doing okay? It's going to be the players of ARC. Arknight in a big world of trouble for TR. To make that push and already find the opener. Even the eliminations handed out as well for TR, instantly getting the advantage inside of the scenario and actually just making sure that the opponent's going to be leaving their comfort zone and pushing outside of it to try and take the fight. Trigger. The snade's not going to be on the money. Just tossing out to zone the players in towards one single room. And look at Pasha OP from the complete opposite side, actually trying to form an off angle and find at least one knock.
Now, this is going to be quite awkward if you are 4TR because you do not expect Ace Official to move in so quickly. But there's going to be a lot of commotion towards the northern half of this play zone. There's one more team waiting in Paradise Resort, waiting for opportunity to strike, and they are hearing all of these gunshots as well. Arknight, 4v3. They have the angles to lob the utility, but not a lot of utility to work with. Swan. He's going to try and cook up that nade, can find contact, but not enough damage. Now the molly is going to be missed as well. No read on where Payne was, and now finally he spots him out. Luckily for Swan, Payne fails to connect the shot, and the punish comes through. Numbers equalize for the next few moments.
Payne just panicked, and then he tried to back away from that angle, wanting to reposition, but he messed up already. But speak of messing things up instantly, even the man messes up. Once again, man advantage back in the hands of 4TR. The fight is commencing. Morty was able to find that confirmation. 4TR taking it down to a 2v3. Still, it is doable for the players of Arknight. These two remaining players, they need to make sure they're not getting knocked out, but instantly Swan gets knocked out as well. Even the confirmation is going to follow up without any problem as Morty will hand out the death blow. Arknight surviving with just one last man. For how long, though? That's the question. The man needs to keep his position anonymous if he wants to stay alive for the longest, but his position is already known, and he will be barrel stuck to death as INF God is going to make that pounce, and in the end, Arknight has been eliminated from the game.
Yeah, I don't know how they were taking that fight, just running in without any info, no utility as well, and made things extremely easy for 4TR in that fight. Lack of communication, maybe lackluster decision-making from Arknight. An early exit from this match. New champion. That is an awkward engagement against the players of M4, but luckily, M4 was stuck in the blue for a while, so they don't have HP to instantly engage. The trade is found by Muglu, but M4 also doing the heavy lifting. The finish confirmations come through on Bogey and Harry, so 2 versus 3. It is M4 with the upper hand.
New champions too. Unfortunately for them, they lost out on 2 crucial men, but now these 2 remaining players, they've got a Herculean task in front of them. Need to make inside of the circle. There's VXT gatekeeping that side, so they need to first fight through the players of VXT, which seems impossible. VXT possesses an insane amount of firepower, and look at the amount of bullets just shot in that vehicle. On fire, a few more bullets can actually explode the vehicle as well, so new champions need to be careful. They can be eliminated within a clip. Hero Extreme Godlikes. Now they stop the players of new champion. Get up that halt. Look at 4TR, the man's on the horse once again. What am I watching? The players on the horse, they always somehow manage to stay alive for the longest, and now Morty's found a bit of that pit stop, but he also needs to take a fight against new champion. Morty does not have a lot of HP, he needs time to patch himself up, but Morty, he is able to take down one man, but in the end gets taken down by Hero Extreme Godlike. No, he could have actually 1v2'd them.
Yeah, the opportunity was there, but fails to make that connection. Of course, the third party from Godlike as well. Godlike right now, prime position to go and have a frag fiesta for themselves. Smack Center, the only team with any cover available. Everyone is going to be fighting out in the open. Apart from Godlike, 2 more teams have some cover to work with. One is K9, but they are going to be isolated towards the northern edge of the circle, and the other one is going to be another different team that is playing from the extreme western edge, just outside of boot camp. Everyone else pouring in from the eastern side. Well, Godlike, they got to get those points in the bag.
Unless the zone's going to take a curveball shift, then it can be a completely different thing. K9 Esports, 3 players looking good and dandy. But VXT, 4 now. They're just holding the edge. Playing on the right side of the map, making sure no one's going to be able to trespass. But there is already a few players of Mysterious 4 who've moved in, trespassing that area, and VXT is going to be extremely unhappy for that. That's why you can see the players regrouping up, getting back inside of the vehicle. A lot of shots taken against VXT. Somraj on the verge of being knocked out, but he's not going to be knocked out just yet. Finds a bit of that pit stop as well. Needs to patch himself up first, but he tosses out an 8 against Sketch. And the backlines were too exposed as Forever Phoenix is able to find that knock. Confirmation's going to be tough, but Mysterious 4 as well. Even Sketch gets knocked out. A good find from 8-bit.
Yeah, but the finish confirmation for Forever comes through. VXT losing out on men now. Somraj, the IGL shut down, but they have 7 eliminations. They are in the top 9, so this is overall a very decent performance coming in from VXT 8-bit. The backline conflict against Forever. The conversions are being made. Aquanox finds the opener for his team.
Yeah.
And he's going to look for a few more auto and beats this push down the hill. It's close to impossible for them to make it without any vehicles.
There's no way Hero Extreme Godlike loses this game, Johnny. In the prime position, once again, they've got a solid compound to play with. All the other teams too exposed around them.
Just one way. That's a southeastern shift in the next zone.
I guess.
That's the only thing that leaves their compound out of the next play zone, if it's a southeastern shift. Every other shift, western, southwestern, northern, it's going to have that compound cluster of Godlike in play.
Oh, the utilities used from the side of Beast. Starting to do some serious damage, and now it's down to just Phoenix. Forever Esports just on the back of the utilities. They're getting dismantled. Phoenix, luckily enough, the man's already moved back away from the notable range, so he's going to be safe for now. But Phoenix's position is compromised as well. He's taken a few shots from the opposite spectrum. That's going to be from the players of VXT. K9 Esports, do they want to make the pounce against Phoenix? Or maybe they just want to let this lonesome straggler be alive? What's happening to this team, though? Unfortunately, the players were too exposed. Even they're getting ripped apart slowly and steadily. At this point in time, anyone who's found out in the open too exposed, you're going to be eliminated without any problem. Look at Ninja Boy making that push all the way at the back of that shack, but the blue is now starting to do a lot of damage. Ninja Boy does not really have a lot of options to play with, but K9 Esports, they're starting to play as a well-knit team. Ninja Boy's out in the open. He does a lot of damage. That clip damage was more than enough for Beast to capitalize.
Yeah, 6 points for K9 Esports just for the finishes. They have lost a few of their players, but they can still make it work. But now the circle again moving towards the north. And Godlike, those compounds that they've been holding since the start of the match, they are going to play a big hand. I believe 4 to 5 eliminations have been secured just by having the stronger position, and now they can secure the chicken dinner as well, because VXT, K9, they realize that chicken dinner is going to be a very dire dream for them. So they are going to just run in for those finishes, just pump up those elimination numbers while they still can.
Unless they find some lucky knocks against Hero Extreme Godlike.
Nah, you can't really make that happen. 100 meters open.
Hold on, though. VXT making that push against ESG Exotic Signature. But Skylar getting caught from a completely different side. Never even dreamt of getting caught from that angle. And now it's down to just Sinko. What can you do? He's also getting shot from the left. It's K9 Esports constantly being a problem. But Mysterious 4 Fragger from the back as he wraps up. He's going to hand out that death blow and also get the confirmation secured. But Fragger himself gets wrapped up later on. And that's going to be it for them. ESG Exotic Signature still alive inside of the game. Sinko is now going to go for that revival on the fallen comrade.
Necro, you remember on the opening day when we saw K9 Esports, we were talking about, oh, they've changed their ways. If Omega is alive, team is looking good. Omega went out.
Yeah, and
the team is doing very well.
Yeah. Some things never change, Johnny. These 3 players, they're more than capable to dominate the entire lobby. Once again, proving the same thing. But I'm pretty sure Omega is actually sitting in the back, overwatching the game, telling them exactly what to do. And that's one of the main reasons why K9 Esports now seems so systematic.
Slug hasn't seen Gamla Boy, who's towards his left for a long time, and that can be a big concern for K9 Esports.
Yeah.
If he lines these 2 lads up, he can take both of them down, and that one split second of panic, it can be game-changing, but hey, they start getting caught off guard by the players of Godlike as well, and ESG too getting involved. K9 eliminated. Versatile are gonna get kicked out. It's Bot Army against the players of Godlike. 4 players from Bot Army, 4 players from Godlike. Loose stragglers left alive from ESG.
Godlike is now just swooping through at this point. ESG backs against the wall. It's on the move. Blue is going to be doing some serious damage now. Skylar, you need to be careful. Skylar's in danger. He's not the danger instead. But now Exotic, they know they've got the higher point. That's why they want to utilize it for the information. And luckily enough for ESG, the zone as well is not too far away, so they can capitalize onto that. Well, what are you supposed to do if you're Bot Army Esports? You've got no other option than to be exposed out in the open and maybe fall prey to HeroXtreme Godlike. But luckily enough, Godlike is not looking in this direction. But unfortunately for them, now they've found themselves in the greater pinch, and they will be eliminated between this pinch itself. Exotic signature, position noticed. ESG can't do a lot, but they've still got those elimination points. Can they hold off HeroXtreme Godlike, which is going to be an impossible task? Skylar falls apart. One more man to go, and HeroXtreme Godlike, they scoop up this chicken dinner effortlessly.
Yeah, 18 points, endgame played to perfection. And again, Bot Army Esports, as you said, for them, options ran out at that stage 8 circle shift, because that dip, it made sure the moment they peeked out, either Godlike or ESG Exotic signature was going to finish them off. And those 2 individuals from the side of ESG, I mean, incredible patience, decision-making, and target prioritization was perfect. They knew if they try to take a fight against Godlike first, then they are getting sandwiched, and Bot Army is going to get those finishes and finish them off, basically. But that high ground gave them an opportunity to just be patient for just 2-3 extra seconds. Let the players of Bot Army crawl out, and as soon as they do, they can't even run, because that animation, when it happens, by that time, you can just spray all of them down. Unfortunately, though, the finishes were split 2-2. 2 went to Godlike and 2 to ESG. Otherwise, they would have gotten all 4.
I'm just laughing at the fact that how quickly Bot Army Esports got melted in that scenario. Within a second, that was a squad wipe right there. I think so that's the fastest squad wipe in the realme BMPS 2025.
That's what happens when 6 people shoot at you at the same time.
Everyone was just focus firing. They were like, hey, free points, shoot, get them. And yeah, I mean, HeroXtreme Godlike were able to get 2, and I'm pretty sure even the opposition, which was ESG, they got 2, so everyone's happy.
Everyone's happy, that's for sure. But the only ones that are not going to be happy are going to be the players from Arknight, because what was that fight, man? That was so awkward when they went against 4TR.
And talk about being awkward. I mean, that one man on top of the horse, once again, somehow surviving all that wrath, even from HeroXtreme, Godlike making it there, almost 1v2ing them as well. The only reason that 1v2 did not come into fruition, it's because of HeroXtreme Godlike, third-partying them.
And I feel bad for both K9 and VXT, because
valiant efforts, actually.
Yeah, valiant effort, but then again, as you pointed out, Sanhok is random. If you do not get the zone, you're going to be filled with a lot of pain and misery for the rest of the game. And that is what happened to both these teams. They knew, alright, we won't be able to make this push. Open zones, 1 compound. You assume someone's going to be there, right? With an entire squad waiting for you. So what they did was just try to clean their specific quadrants while they still could. K9 went for the northern side, VXT cleaned up the eastern edges, and they got a lot of finishes, but again, they could have... Chicken dinner is always better.
Of course, chicken dinner is always better. That's going to give you the additional 10 points.
Yes.
And I think HeroXtreme Godlike in the end had, I think so, around 7 points.
8 finishes, I think.
Okay, 8 finishes. So, yeah, that's going to give them 18 points, right? So, solid stuff, in my opinion, from HeroXtreme Godlike. And since they've got 18 points off the rip, that's going to give them a massive catapult in the overall standings as well. Yeah. They're instantly going to catapult themselves on the first page, I guess.
I think so. I think,
in the
first
top
page.
16,
Top 16 for sure. Yeah. They were already doing quite decent. And I think same can be said for VXT 8-bit as well. Maybe not the first page, maybe on the second page, but they will be in the top 24.
It's fine, right? Yeah. It's fine. As long as you found yourself really close around that top 16, you're good in the hood.
Yeah, but on that note, a big tumble from Learn From Past.
Yeah, Learn From Past got slapped around off the rip this time around. A lot of those points just taken away from them. Learn From Past was not able to maintain that consistency, the momentum they had. But I'm pretty sure in the upcoming 2 games, they can definitely get it rolling up since it's Learn From Past and they have showcased what caliber they've got.
Yeah, the moment they went for that eastern edge, east of Camp Bravo, and the circle was towards boot camp, I think they also knew that, okay, our rotation towards the zone is delayed. There's going to be gatekeeping going on. That's why we see them move down south. But I don't know why the decision to wrap back up right for that eastern edge was made, because that is where they were caught off guard by Versatile. But it was just a gamble. You don't know exactly where anyone is going to be, and unfortunately, the entire VXT was there to fight them.
7 finishes from Gumla. Boy, it's not someone you expect to pop off in such a way, but oh boy. VXT 8-bit, solid stuff. Gumla Boy himself getting 7 finishes. Just imagine the rest of the team, what they managed to pull off. 1,047 damage dished off. This man did more than a team himself.
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a team and multiple teams that don't have 1,000 damage combined. So Gamla Boy, very impressive. But again, he's playing with his favorite IGL, Somraj, right?
Yeah, the OG boys, right? The old friendship just reuniting. We're seeing a lot of these OG guys back together. Like Fierce and Sensei back together as well. And they're doing so good in Wild Fangs. They're dominating over here as well. VXT back with Gamla Boys. Somraj is going to be happy. Even these guys are doing really good.
I think this is the first time that after the transfer season has happened, 2 teams have their fans just celebrating. Because Godlike was celebrating, S-Power is there, and he's definitely doing his job quite well, running into the fights face first, and basically being the man who becomes the initiator, because he has the skills and he has the confidence. And then, as soon as S-Power initiates, you have these 2 giants in the form of Admino and Jonathan there, and if all falls apart, then you have the big boy, Punk himself. And for Versatile, I think the fans were worried, like, all right, S-Power is going away, who do we get? And as soon as Gamla Boy popped in and with how he's playing, they're like, all right, fine, fair enough.
Yeah, this man has managed to fill up the shoes, and he's doing much more better. But look, now speaking of the future, too, let's not forget, we're currently discussing Homecoming over here, right? Revenant, X-Spark, and Soul still yet to showcase what they've got. Yeah, first 3 games, not really the best, but I'm pretty sure they've got a lot in store that they still want to try and inflict on the lobby.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got to wait for those lineups. I mean, and that is going to be tomorrow. We got to be patient.
Not too long, guys. So, yeah, you do not have to wait too much because right now the competition is definitely a lot.
So we get 2 big things tomorrow, right? We get to see 2 of the biggest names in the community perform, and also it's going to be the launch of the Realme GT7.
That is insane, right? I mean, probably the best possible day for you guys as well. So, what are you guys waiting for? Move on towards Amazon, search the Realme GT7. Might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs.
So now we can say why we hate Mondays, because they are not Tuesdays, because tomorrow is going to be a Tuesday.
I mean, Monday is something that just forces you to wake up early morning because you are so cozy on Sunday. You just don't wake up till the afternoon. You're taking your nice, sweet time.
You wake up early every day now, though.
I do wake up early, but I don't wake up early on Sundays.
Yeah, your boy has been going to the gym now.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you guys are seeing some changes. Probably not, but you know what, Johnny? Let's not focus on my gym. I'm pretty sure a lot of people will start roasting me. So, yeah, I mean, the previous performances, we're seeing the known names as usual doing really good. Now we just want to see learn from past once again back towards their main basic stuff that they were playing in the first 3 games. And just to let you guys know, the match rankings will be flashed up on the screen, but after a short break, which will be happening in the future. But once again, as I mentioned, known names are doing really good, and I just want to see what happens after the short break as well. And speaking of the break, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. And of course, Group D, the action has commenced for day number 5. They are going to play their next 3 matches. They played 1, 2 more matches remain. This is Super Johnny joined by Icy Baby alongside with me. And of course, I see that game of Sanhok. Awkward zones, but all of them favored Godlike, and they ended up securing the win because of that as well.
Well, to be honest, I have been curious about what is going to be happening in this respective group, right? Like, the biggest topic that I am looking forward to is that when will Hero Extreme Godlike go head-to-head against Versatile? Because this is the first time they've met each other since BGIS Grand Finals.
Yeah, that is true. And again, after the swaps that have happened, especially with S-Power moving from Versatile to the side of Godlike, it is going to be interesting to see. But again, I think it is going to be a fun fight if that happens, because Versatile looks strong, Godlike's also now looking extremely solid. It is going to be interesting to see what goes down, but match rankings from that previous game on the screens, Godlike with 18, Bot Army with 14, Versatile is there with 14 points as well, all on the back of those 11 finishes that they were able to secure.
Yep, ESG getting with 13 points themselves, K9 also getting themselves 9 points, M4X with 6, ASRG with 4, TRX with 4 points, and then going down the list here, the second half, Learn From Past, who arguably made a very, very strong debut in day number 1 of realme BMPS, has kind of taken a little bit tumble, but all things considered, would you be surprised if they get tumbled, considering that we have Versatile, we've got K9, we've got Hero Extreme Godlike in this group itself?
I mean, yeah, to be honest, it is a surprise because these players from Learn From Past are also very experienced. We have seen them in the past as well. Solid performances. Dope is an amazing player on an individual level. I just blame the circle not being theirs in that last game, and Versatile also showing up at the very awkward timing. But if you don't want any awkward instances in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the realme GT7. It's coming out tomorrow, so hope you guys are prepared for it. And again, an amazing device, 120 FPS of smooth, stable BGMI gaming for up to 6 hours, and of course a 7000 mAh battery with a 120 watt charger can make sure that you have more juice to play however long you want. And of course we talk about the iSense graphene rear cover as well, which makes sure that your device has no heating issues. It stays 6 degrees cooler compared to the rest of the competition that they face, and of course 6 degrees cooler means that you're going to be cool. You're not going to be frustrated in your matches.
Exactly.
I like the size as well. The size, one thing that wasn't mentioned. I mean, when you actually play on it, feels very comfortable. Something that I think most of the people struggle with when your device is smaller, but not this one.
Exactly. I have got big fingers, and guess what? It looks perfect on me.
Necro has the biggest fingers. He has been enjoying it the most.
Exactly, for sure. But all things considered here, you guys better check it out here. It's pretty much launched now. Ooh.
I mean,
surprise. Anyways, moving on here, I want to talk a little bit more on this upcoming match as well. Sanhok is obviously going to be the map where, you know, a little bit difficult to actually plan accordingly based on macro decision. It all comes down to those micro fights and those scuffles that you kind of need to take advantage of as well. So I have to give a special mention towards Versatile in general here, Versatile 8-bit, because of the fact that even though Circle was not in their favor, they were able to rack up enough finish points to kind of catch up to Hero Extreme Godlike. Yes, Godlike, they may have gotten chicken dinner, but the points was not that far apart, because considering to the fact that, again, the situations that they were given in, it felt like Versatile had it a little bit more difficult compared to Hero Extreme Godlike. But again, when it comes to rivalry, it doesn't matter, man. Like, you know, 1 versus 1, you know, Godlike still won, blah, blah, blah. We are going to hear all this coming from the community. But personally, it doesn't matter Godlike or Versatile win. For me, what matters for me is, when are they going to go head-to-head against each other?
I think that is what everyone is waiting to see, like what is going to happen when these two teams clash against each other in an all-out 4v4. And of course, no third parties, just to make it fair for either side. But you see that counter? Last 10 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump to the map of Miramar. And while this time runs out, you guys can go into the chat section, make your own predictions for who's going to win this upcoming chicken dinner. But here we go towards Miramar. And it is going to be an exciting game for sure, because again, who is going to carry forward that momentum here, I see?
Well, only time will tell, because we are jumping into the map right here, right now for Group D in their 5th match overall out of all the teams here inside Group D. And the flight path is going to be starting things off from the southeast quadrant of the map and then ending towards the north side of La Cabrera. A pretty balanced one from all this team, so I would say that this is going to be a very fair fight. But
Of course, if teams heading towards the east side and west side, they are going to be expecting a couple of drop condition for those vehicles right from the get-go. Probably the highways along Los Leones, highways along the San Martin, or maybe even the highways down towards the south side of Chumacera. So I'm curious to see if anyone is going to be heading towards that direction here. Arc Knight pretty much not contested from the south side. New champions pretty much heading towards Minas and Prison. So nothing super crazy about it, I guess.
Nothing super crazy. I think the only thing super crazy will be the circle, because every time there's a very default flight path, not default, every time there's a favorable flight path for the entire lobby, the circle is going to be something that's just going to shake everyone to the core, especially the teams playing the extremes. The only question becomes which team on the extreme is going to be put in the maximum difficult situation to face. But Godlike, that 4-man spread, interesting right off the bat.
Well, speaking of it, the circle appears it is going to be a northeast circle so far. So teams heading towards that vicinity is going to have a fantastic, great time. I think earlier today, the earlier Miramar map, Reckoning Esports, started their journey from northeast corner.
Yeah,
so that's something that is very good, because if you started from there, you have the luxury of choosing which rotation or which place you kind of want to camp your way through for this next upcoming stage. But to give you guys a little bit of stats here as well here, just in 2025 itself, in all official events of BGMI, we rarely see a circle in Campo Militar. We have never actually seen a circle in Campo Militar. And if you think about it, we've seen the 2 islands, or I would like to say Death Island on the east side. We have never seen Campo Militar. We have never seen an Oasis circle.
Yeah, Oasis hasn't happened since since the game came out, basically. Never an Oasis circle. And Campo Militar, I don't think there's ever going to be a zone there. It's like asking for a circle towards ruins on this map.
Well, we've seen circles in the most awkward one.
I think
think about it. The most awkward possible circle is the 2 islands on the east side of Puerto. So we've seen it happen once. And it's the most difficult circle to play.
It is, definitely, because the odds of that happening are like, what, 0.01 or something. The most awkward Miramar circles are going to be those western walls just west of La Adriela. And in terms of circle rarities, those occur a little bit more often.
True.
That's the second most rarest circle, I would say. The most common circles are going to be your Hacienda, El Pozo,
Los Leones was a lot as well.
Los Leones, I think might be just the 3rd or the 4th rarest circle endgame inside of this game. But yeah, Los Leones happens a little bit more now.
Agreed. But now in this northeast side here, earlier today, it was somewhere around Hacienda, thrown by stage number 3. But this time, will it be the same is going to be the question mark here. But as of yet, K9 going to be having Picado for themselves, uncontested. We do see a little bit of a remnants coming from Born Army Esports. But surprise, surprise, the map just now in Sanhok, Born Army Esports was able to make a little bit of recovery here. So I'm really happy to see that Born Army Esports has finally found their footing despite a rocky 3-match start for them.
Yeah, this is what me and Necro were also talking about. Like, we know for a fact that this team can do better than they did in the first 3 games. That was like awkward for us to witness. And today, again, they found that stable footing. They found their confidence again. And I'm very happy to see this team play on the front foot now. But K9 Esports, just like Versatile from that last game, options were limited for both the 2 sides, but both of them, just based on their raw firepower, were able to secure a lot of eliminations for themselves. And K9 actually started on a very decent note on their opening match as well. On their opening day, they were in the top 20, and after the performance in the previous game, I think they would have broken into the top 16. But where do you go from here? Can you end the day within the top 8?
Well, I think right now, surviving Hero Extreme Godlike's potential comeback is going to be the picture as well, considering that their first 3 matches wasn't exactly great. But after getting a chicken dinner in the previous map, it feels like it is going to be a huge morale booster for Hero Extreme Godlike. Because think about this, right? We have one of the biggest roster shuffles for so many teams coming towards BMPS. Prior to this, it's about 1 month gap from the previous officials. Not a lot of practice. But considering the versatility of how unpredictable every single group is, the chemistry between teams is going to take a little bit of time to actually forge as well. So it makes a lot of sense why Hero Extreme Godlike, they may be Godlike, but again, gods do bleed. So in this case, a little bit of recovery is great.
I mean, for sure. But right now, you look at the zone and how teams are playing, it just, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams out of the 16 inside the circle. And Godlike, they will have a very great opportunity in that stage 2, stage 3 shift to actually gatekeep everyone moving in from the southern side. And I wonder who's going to take early control of LSR, because the option is there for almost everyone, including new champions. They can take that southern highway through Porto Palacio Impala and move to LSR, but they got to move now in order to make it happen.
Yep. At the same time, Versatile is going to be in play as well. But guess what? This is going to be a very, very interesting one coming from Versatile, because as of yet, I want to see how they're able to decide their move here, considering that after Gamla Boy being an addition towards Versatile, it looks like it became a very, very good fit, because Gamla Boy was also the MVP from the previous match with the most amount of finishes by a single individual from Sanhok.
But if you want to get equal amount of finishes, check out the Realme GT7 long play without overheating. And if you can play for longer, you can practice for longer as well. 120 FPS stable BGMI for 6 hours, co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, go on to Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you can win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And also, it launches tomorrow, so you don't have to wait for a long time.
Well, you don't have to wait indeed, because it is going to be very, very important here, because that is going to be the official device that is going to be playing on the LAN itself. And guess what? You can play up to 6 hours with no lags whatsoever. But speaking of a potential fight here, 4TR official making a little bit of bounce back just now. Not enough to actually break past the top 4 for sure in this respective group in terms of points. But again, when it comes to qualifying for the top 8 here, you need those big numbers. And currently, the teams that are going to be looking to try and break past in the top 8 here is going to be K9, Hero Extreme Godlike, Versatile, as well as Bot Army Esports. 4 teams with the most amount of points in their respective game. But on screen here, Hero Extreme Godlike going for a couple love taps on those 4TR, immediately turns tail and back off.
Yeah, Armino needs to be careful. He is outnumbered for the next few moments unless his teammates show up altogether. And it's going to be a 1-3 split sandwich for 4TR, because Admino will be towards their right, and the remaining players from the side of Pure Extreme Godlike will be towards the left-hand side. Admino wants to spray at least one of them down, maybe get one vehicle out of commission.
Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be able to get him down though. But on screen, look at this. Mysterious, they're in a little bit of trouble here. They lose one player. They're going head-to-head with the team there. Johnny on top of the roof itself, finds a couple of pixels coming in, and that is going to be a very, very awkward one here. Bot Army Esports looking to try and defend this. 16S pretty much in the backseat, in the front as well, as Lion going to be in the most awkward position to try to bait for a met shot, but Mysterious, they're not pushing through. They're actually backing out instead. Bot Army with the suppression here is going to back up. But Shogun makes a little bit of a shoulder mistake. He gets picked off and now goes for the reset, but somehow the save comes through, and Roger from outside actually saves the day and wipes them out.
Yeah, a little bit of awkward conflict between the two sides, but Bot Army Esports at this point are just happy staying alive, although they have to reset as quickly as possible. Now they are getting surrounded. VXT as well. They would have heard all of this commotion. You see their position towards Hasi and the up. Yet it feels like it's going to be a similar end game towards that road trisection. And again, priority given to the high grounds. AIB, I feel like that is going to be a dominating position if they take the hills just northwest of Truck Stop.
Yeah, we've seen this circle again here, Johnny. Same circle from the previous Miramar in different group. And guess what? VXT, they wanted the third party towards Bot Army Esports. And as soon as the circle formed, VXT immediately turned and said, you know what, we need center control, and backed off. So I don't know if Bot Army Esports was lucky or not, but still, prioritizing on better positioning is going to be a little bit better in this situation here. Look at the huge cluster. What is going on? This is Groups D, and everyone is getting centered rather early compared to the previous groups.
Yeah, but I have a feeling you see the position for Learn From Past, and they're just going to bomb up another game.
Yep.
They're still towards Monte Nuevo, and as soon as you get anywhere close to those San Martin Hills, that is going to be the ideal path for Learn From Past. They're going to get absolutely dismantled. But 4TR, they kept their numbers alive. And as forever, AIB, my apologies, it's AIBX Surge. As soon as they get close, 4TR just push them away. Like, yeah, these are our compounds. You got to find somewhere else to stay safe.
Yeah, but you talk about Learn From Past. Another team is going to be all the way from far left. Is going to be new champion as well. Not exactly sure what but on screen, look at this. AIB, they go for a couple of sprays with always. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be able to find the knock here. Return fire comes through, is going to back him off. But at the same time, AK Acrobots pretty much in a very, very awkward position, knowing that this is going to be a very awkward fight if they get caught out in the open. Whereas AIB, they've got all the time in the world to actually fend off. So Acrobots, they are going to back off. They're going to respect this and rotate away. While AIB hoping to get a pick.
I have a question from Acrobots. How do you start from Tore Amuda and still are late rotating in a Hacienda circle?
Hey man, sometimes in life, you need a very, very good vehicle.
Yeah, there was no one there in the entirety of that northern quadrant, ma'am. They just had to make a move. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to make a move and want your movement to inspire, well, check out the Kia Ceros, evolved by the future. 5-star safe by BNCap in terms of its rating. So while you make your rotations IRL, you are definitely going to be safe.
Well, speaking of decision makings right now, VXT, they are going to be smack middle zone, and the circle still helps them. But the question here is, it doesn't really help them on the west side because it is going to be the smaller stick on the shorter side here. And it is only about 20% inside the zone. They have a decent cover, they have a decent amount of time, but can they cross on the other side of the road? Because as of yet, if you pay attention to the small little speck in the center, S-Power is right there. So that means Versatile and Eurostream Godlight is going to be gatekeeping from left and right from this divider inside the zone.
Yeah, but that 1-3 split, S-Power needs to, well, actually have superpowers to survive for the next few moments. Because I believe he does not have a compound for cover, maybe like a shack or something, but on that roadside, it's quite empty. And there are 3 different teams up towards his northwest, northeast, my apologies, and K9 will have a direct line of fire from where Ninja is. That's a very awkward position, but Godlike either the regroup towards the center or just move back towards the zone. In the meanwhile, Acrobots, they have an own conflict against the players of AIB. Mohit does drop one of the opposing players extremely low. There's no incentive to force this fight.
Yeah, but at the same time, the damage has been done as well. AIB, they delayed their rotation. They're still not inside the zone. Same can be said for Acrobots. They had a little bit of hunker down to try and capitalize on this, but because of this small little pit stop, it gave an opportunity for other teams to look through and potentially farm them, because a lot of their vehicles are getting shot apart as well. But unfortunately, they will be able to get the reset, but seems like they are forced to take a hard pit stop to wait for a tandem push inside the zone now. And AIB, they lose a couple vehicles. They're pretty much going to be on the move now as they rotate in. And AIB, they're going to be A-okay, but look at this, the absolute chaos. They're just panicking so many bullets from every single direction.
Yeah. I mean, Acrobots, they had cover. I think AIB, I believe they wanted to move in for those compounds, get a little bit of safe haven going, but yeah, unfortunately, a little too late to the party. On the other side of things, new champions actually make it through. They're pushing the northern edge, spot out the players to face. Vibro, he wanted to go for the shots, but yeah, if the team is outside the zone, let them be outside of the zone. Just take control instead, and then go for the gatekeep.
Speaking of a gatekeep here, new champions, Vyro, he's going to continue with the pressure, but seems like the pressure is, I need to get inside the zone, and fortunately for him, he finds the right edge as well, and Pasha, ooh, he gets knocked. Vyro, great knock there. Instantly looking for the confirmation, the nade comes through, doesn't connect, and it seems like it is going to be good. He does do a little bit chip damage, but no confirmation yet. The second Molotov comes through, barely at the pixel of the sides, so that's going to be the pickup coming through.
Yeah, and they have no information about Tech, and that can be a game changer over here because he has the LMG to work with as well. And as the players of new champions make the bounce, no communication between Ace and Tekken. The peak comes a little bit on a delay. New champions, they lose out on one, but the trade is going to be instantaneous. Tekken is still alive with an 8 in the smoke, but can't really do much. Just a spam, and it is going to be all over. 2 finishes picked up by new champions. Wait, someone third-partied here.
It was Mysterious 4 from afar. I think Tekken was just right outside the smoke range, and he was spotted out by Mysterious 4 from afar. Sketch going for the pickup here, but they know that there's still people there. They are going to try and continue with the pressure. Are they weak or not is going to be the question. But as of yet, from our screens, new champions, they're pretty healthy. And Mysterious 4 looking to go for the push. But guess what, Johnny? 24 seconds before the zone shifts through, and they are right at the edge. Do they want to fight this? Mysterious 4, they've committed almost every single thing, and new champions, they are going to scramble and move away and rotate the zone now.
Oh man, I mean, this is going to be quite intense. New champions. at least they have a few early points to work with, and they know that the northern edge is going to be under threat. Problem is now they're moving in towards the eastern edge of the play zone, and there's Acrobots that's going to be waiting for them.
Yeah.
If you're this late in terms of rotating, you know for a fact that all the compounds are taken, so stay away from the compounds. There's the small hill towards the northern side of Hacienda del Patron. That is where new champions can play from. You see that just over that end.
Yeah, they actually have to take a pit stop as well because of this. I think one of those vehicles are almost like, what, 50% health? So that means any spray down means they are going to be exploded. Meanwhile, on screen, Mysterious Force third party now comes to a halt as they try to make it inside the zone. And guess what? They had a run-in with Bot Army Esports. They find Monty. Great pick coming through. But Mysterious 4 now looks for those confirmation. And again, they're still right in the engine zone. Bot Army Esports also scrambling to push through. Fragger looking for a couple of names picks coming through. Sees a bean, sees a pixel, but unfortunately cannot line up the shot to actually take those shots.
But Sketchy is closed in a lot of distance, and that is going to be a big concern for Bot Army Esports. But Sketch and Fragger both knocked out in tandem. Snowjohn, he was trying to move in to finish Bot Army, but realizes that his teammates have fallen and he needs to fall back instantly. Bot Army, brilliant retaliation, brilliant recovery, but is there someone sitting in that car and doing absolutely nothing? Yes, there is. It's Sham,
oh, no.
But Snowjohn, he still gets knocked out as the third party from the backlines is going to be there. New champions showing up for revenge.
Oh my goodness, new champions, they backed off and then rotated back in as soon as they heard those commotions, took advantage of that, and now they've got enough space to push into this next phase of zone. So that's a huge win for new champions. But Bot Army Esports showing us why they are the best of the business. They are showing us why they are a LAN finalist.
Yeah, now they are playing like themselves again. The only thing from Bot Army is, man, I miss the old Shogun. Shogun, you got to go back to those individual moments that he used to give us a couple of years ago. In the meanwhile, Lucid.
Ooh,
yeah, I
wow.
thought he had it.
Okay, yeah, that was a very, very nice takedown coming from Learn From Pass. And it seems like that shot comes through is going to put them and scare them off. But on the screen right now, we have K9 Esports also making a push from the south side. They all heard all these commotions. The question here is, are they safe right now? Learn From Pass, they were pinned, but the rush! Immediately going for the push. They take space. They get the knock. But they're still not out of the danger zone. They're pretty much exposed. They are going to go in for an all-in push for Forever Esports.
Yeah, they're just getting greedy for the finishes, getting greedy for the points.
And they get it!
They make it work. 3 points secured by Learn From Past. But now they know for a fact that K9 Esports has showed up in the backlines, and there could be a potential backstab coming in from Ninja Boy. And also, K9 is also quite greedy, by the way. They were close to the center of the circle. Ninja Boy actually came back for those finishes. He moved outside the zone, well, towards the edge of the zone. The next circle, smack center circle shift, and again got like a decent position to play from, but exit opportunities are going to be limited from there.
Agreed. As the circle closes in as well, you can see it is going to be split between left and right, and Versatile on the left, Godlike on the right. Only 2 strong compounds in this entire zone. Well, 4TR has a pretty decent one on Northeast, apologies as well, but still, this 3 compounds is going to dictate the entire fight of everyone rotating in the zone. And K9 Esports right at the edge, like I said as well, is struggling to push through. Learn From Pass. Now, going to be going for a couple of pressure points on towards K9 Esports. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be able to find anything. Ninja Boy makes a little bit of retreat, but looks like he wants to actually try and engage them. And he will actually beat them. Uh-oh. U-turn? Nope. Okay, okay. He saw a little bit of glimpse here. It looks closer from our screen, but turns out it was a little bit far here. Naze comes through. We do hear commotions here. Ninja Boy is kind of baiting out those utilities, but it seems like they're closer than they thought. Meanwhile, the fight on the east side, Acrobots and also Arknight is going to be happening right now. As the dogfighting comes through, Acrobots seems to have the number advantage.
Yeah, Acrobots having the upper hand. Arknight can't really do much. Zeus, he's going to be forced in the back lines. Does manage to escape, but he runs towards the blue and gets taken out over here. VXT against ESG. Gamla Boy has just gotten back on his feet. Aquanox and Somraj, they're trying their level best to provide some support so that he can get those heals in. And Somraj is actually getting those knocks with the utility itself. But shots coming in from the flank. Somraj as well, barely staying alive. It is WBG that's actually causing a lot of trouble from the distance. But VXT, in the meanwhile, do manage to clean house. They have secured those 2 knocked players. They are going to look to get the squad wipe as well.
Now the nades comes through. ESG looks good. Versatile, they're in a lot of pain so far, but outside, Hero Team got like they're looking their way through, but Signal He takes down Equinox with the random spray. He's all by himself. Now it's up to Samraj versus him. On a 1 versus 1 situation, Signal taking some damage as well. Forces the heal up. And now Samraj looking to confirm all those finish points, but he's all by himself. In this very awkward situation, can he go for the reset? Seems like he will be picking up Equinox first. While Signal has no members left, all by himself. He's debating if he gives time or does he push, because as of yet, he has not really much option yet.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what was that?
What?
And then he runs out into the open. There you go, Godlike. There's your extra additional point. That should have never been yours.
I don't know if that was a save or not, but versus now they will get the full reset. Hero
Yeah.
Extreme Godlike, they see this. But on screen now, they're from pass from the south. They're still engaging against K9 for the longest of time, and the zone is going to shift onto both Versatile and Hero Extreme Godlike in towards the T junction. My goodness, the 3 strongest compounds still inside the zone this late in the stage.
Yeah, that is going to cause a lot of menace in the end game, but learn from past and K9. There was opportunity for both these two teams to take a little bit of stronghold inside of the zone, but as you mentioned, they've been fighting each other for at least the last 3-4 minutes, resulting in both of them getting stuck outside. Now, either you settle your differences or both of you are just going to die to the blue.
Yeah, it is indeed going to happen as well. In this case, Beast is still keeping tabs on the learn from pass. They're hoping that they make a retreat and make a potential opening for them to actually run through, because as of yet, Hero Extreme Godlike, the compound is just so strong, unpushable. And if they decide to push this with 3 players, chances of them, or in this case, the odds are not in their favor. But seems like the zone is about to move. No movement from learn from pass. They have to make a push now. It seems like they are going to be heading towards Hero Extreme Godlike's position. But meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike inside this compound, they are going to push towards the west side. But guess what? The push comes through. Here he comes, K9. First one to fall is going to be Omega.
Yeah, but this is a push made out of desperation. They did not have enough time to think about it, and you can clearly see that as the players of K9 move in, one after the other, they just instantly fall and break their necks, and Godlike gets all of those finishes in the back. 5 eliminations for Godlike, and with K9 getting taken out, now learn from past. They have free reins of the hill on the southern edge of the circle, and they know that Godlike is going to be towards their left. They're going to avoid that angle, move towards Acrobots. That's going to be easy finishes in the back from learn for past as well. Good recovery from this team, and this is what we were talking about. That early exit onto Sanhok, it was just because of the zone not being in their favor, and of course the map being an awkward one as well. This time around, they deal with the circle, they deal with the team. Now they're trying to deal with Odin.
Yeah, Odin is bobbing and weaving his way through. He's used 2 first aid kits, but they know exactly where he is. Now the pick comes through, and he's going to take down. And that's going to be learned from pass, taking another finish in the back. Final 16s in this final circle. Learn from pass somehow gets high ground on the southeast corner, and this time they are going to be engaging against Hero Extreme Godlike. Amino looking to try and a third party this, unfortunately doesn't find an opening. Learn from pass immediately pushes him back, and then Amino is out in the open. He's going to try to get into cover. Unfortunately for him, he is going to be A-okay, but Jonathan, ooh, he gets spotted out. He sees a leg, the shots come through. Sahil OP drops him down low, but no knock at there.
Godlike just have to be safe, learn from past with how aggressive they are getting. They are eventually going to get taken out by one of these surrounding teams. You know, meanwhile, conflict towards the northern edge of the circle. We have VXT and new champions fighting against each other. Nice nade coming in from Gamla Boy. He finds the opener for his team. Now new champions, they're down to the last man. And VXT, they've had a lot of utility on themselves, all thanks to the fight that happened about a minute and a half ago.
Yeah, learn from Praus. Going to be shooting onto his versatile as well. Somrush needs to be picked up. A new champions. They're taking some serious fire here. The zone is about to come in. Last nade comes through, and it's going to be the connection coming from Equinox that wipes the floor with them as they get taken out by Versatile. 8 finishes in the bag, and Versatile still looking stronger than ever despite losing Raiden rather early.
But look at the shift of the circle. All of a sudden, the gods of BGMI have betrayed Godlike. And as their compounds are outside of the play zone, learn from past, all thanks to that high ground advantage, will have an opportunity to wait for Godlike to exit and finish them off. From where VXT is, I am a little doubtful that they are going to try and engage into learn from past, because that will just draw the attention of the players from 40R. WBG, how has this team snuck its way into the top 5? They have no finishes. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, but at the same time, they are on the furthest edge of the zone, so they have to make a mad dash. And the teams that has those crosshairs on them is going to be Hero Extreme, Godlike, as well as Versatile. Maybe even learn from past. As Godlike going for a couple of sprays, hoping to get even more finishes here. His open seasons comes through. Jonathan gets the knock, but where's the confirmation? Next one to fall, that's going to be 2 for 2. But the finishes get stolen away by VXT.
Yeah, VXT having the angles, making them work. Admino at least was able to secure one. They're going to look for that last man from the side of WBG as well. And Arrow, he has nowhere left to go. He's getting shot at from 3 different teams. In fact, make it 4, because now 40R get that last man in the back. But Godlike, I believe this game is done and dusted. VXT, they've taken control of the center and learn from past. They're definitely going to start taking out the players of Godlike as soon as they exit those houses.
Again, but at the same time, Johnny, look at the minimap. Versatile, because of those firing squad, they took that opportunity and rotated inside the zone. And because of this, everybody is inside the zone right now.
Everyone except Godlike. They barely managed to squeeze in.
But speaking of Godlike,
but what?
Is going to go for the push. He goes for a 1-for-1 trade. No backup whatsoever. Learn from past. Still 3-man strong. But nope, he wants to pick up Yash. But the zone slowly etching in. Can he actually go in for the save? But it seems like Hero Extreme Godlike, they will just lose one right from the get-go. And VXT close by as well. Do they confront each other? VXT backing out to reposition. 40R nowhere to be found yet, but as soon as I say this, Pain is live, picks up Sahil OP.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Godlike just has to stay alive for 40 more seconds, and then they can wait for stage 9 and fight it out with VXT, but VXT will have the numbers to work with as well. But S-Power, he wants to make the bounce. One more point in the bag. It's just the last man left alive from Learn from Pass, and even he is going to be taken out. S-Power getting the job done. A small little error in judgment coming in from Godlike as Punk just charged in without his team. But now look at the zone. 40R and Godlike on the edges. Admino though, he has the angle, although no utility left. He just has a last nade to work with.
Final 3 teams, a 4 versus 3 versus 3 situation. Godlike finally meets Versatile, but the nades comes through. They're focusing on Versatile, and Somrush goes down. Jonathan gets the first knock. And they're looking for the confirmation. Aquanox in the front lines with the nades. He needs to save the day. Somrush gets confirmed. And Hero Extreme Godlike now has the upper hand.
Yeah, this is it. This was the perfect option. They get Gumlaboy and Aquanox both off of this, but Jonathan, he has been spotted out. The nade from Aquanox goes out. Not enough damage. The P90 finds the P90. Can he get a spray down? Now that is the question. He needs to bring his HP up. Also, by the way, while all of this is happening, S-Power has gone ahead and secured a knock against the players of 40R. But Godlike and VXT fighting each other. I think I see 40R. They are going to walk away with the chicken in this game.
Yep, they're just taking advantage of the situation. But 40R, they're not exactly strong as well. They've got 1-man knock. S-Power needs to regroup the team, but as the zone edges in, they have to be quick as well. And this is going to be the stage 9 zone. It's the final one. And his will move right about 10 seconds as soon as he closes as well. So the reset comes through. Jonathan, oh no. He's going to take some blue damage. Ooh, it's gotta hurt. But he does have the small little pocket to work with here. 5 seconds left. The circle's about to shift. Can they get S-Power in time? Yes, they do. It is going to be up and up, but they need those helps. Versus now just waiting for 40R. And same can be said for 40R.
Yeah, they have no utility on them, the players of Godlike, and even VXT has run out of everything that they could have thrown. They have thrown already. But VXT lose Gumlaboy. Aquanox now left all alone. And S-Power this time, he's not running face first into the opposing player. He takes his team with him. 10 finishes for Godlike. 3 versus 4 against the players of 40R. Admino leads the charge. No HP. Admino falls. Jonathan and S-Power are left. And Jonathan with the P90 open things up. But S-Power has gone down as well. And now he's out of ammunition. I think 40R, congratulations on the chicken dinner. But amazing performances coming in from Godlike and VXT. And there's the confirmation. The chicken dinner in the hands of 40R. These 3 teams held the center from the start till basically the end of the game. VXT made the move in stage 2 shift itself. Godlike was there from the start. 40R as well was there from the start. But in the end game, I think just that conflict of 40R, not 40R, VXT and Godlike, and 40R just backing off in the right nick of time after they finished off Punk. made sure that they will have the numbers to secure the end game.
Exactly. The 3 strongest compounds with the 3 strongest teams in this lobby makes it in the top 3. But eventually, it was a big run from all these teams here. 4TR definitely taking the chicken dinner here. But the rivalry between Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Versatile has been drawn. And that's going to be Jonathan 1 and Samraj 0.
I mean, you got to say Punk 1 and Samraj 0. You got to do IGL versus IGL, right?
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, okay, we'll give Jonathan 1 because Punks, for some reason, just pushed 4TR and got taken out. I don't know. Did Godlike revolt against their leader in that one moment? Like, yeah, we are not following you over there.
Well, only they will have the answers. And of course, in case you guys miss out on the action as well, this is pretty much the highlights on how things actually happen as well. Learn from Pras, one of the teams that had a little bit of struggle entering into the zone here. They had a very, very long trading session with K9 Esports, but somehow still managed to come on the top and put Godlike in a very, very difficult situation to begin with.
Yeah, so again, as you said, that 3 strongest compounds in the circle from the start till the very end, Godlike, VXT, and 4TR. These 3 teams made it to the top 3 by the grace of the zone itself. On the other end, Learn from Past, they started from the southwestern quadrant of the map. This team had to rotate along the entire time, and they were one of the last teams to enter the circle. And yet, they did quite well for themselves. They had good number of eliminations, and they were able to make it into the top 6 of this match.
Yeah.
In fact, top 4, my apologies.
Agreed. But when the rush came through, this push coming from S-Power is just insane. I think they single-handedly dismantled them. But it was a tag team between them as well as 4TR that made things work here. And I believe S-Power was the one that actually got most of those confirmation from that fight. So still, Hero Extreme got like, I would say it was a very valiant intent, considering that they took 2 teams head on. Well, one directly with Versatile was a 3 versus 3, which they won in favor hands down, and then proceeded to try to take a fight with 4TR while they were kind of low in terms of ammunition.
Yeah, and again, I mean, towards the end, Jonathan, he got 2 knocks, but again, even with the P90, you can only do so much, right? And had Admino or S-Power, one more player stayed alive, maybe we could have seen a different... I was hoping for a back-to-back chicken dinner, to be very honest. When we saw the early game zones, I was hoping, like, all right, maybe they almost have it. I got concerned when the circle abandoned them and Learn from Past was right on top of their heads, because I thought Learn from Past would have a better opportunity finishing off Godlike, but... kudos to Punk, he found that 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, his team was not there to follow up. Otherwise, Godlike could have been in this endgame with 4 players. But it was an intense, and I think every single team played it to the best of their abilities. I don't have a single bad moment from this match. This was a very fun match. Yeah,
it is very tactical as well here. So I'm curious to see how the next game is going to go. The final game of today, which is going to be Erangel as well. Because as of yet, 1-0 from the side of Jonathan. But at the same time, Hero Extreme looks like they have bounced back coming from the debut match. Because their first 3 games was kind of very awkward as well. Because they had decent amount of points. They were in the middle of the pack. But this is not Hero Extreme Godlike we kind of see in the past as well. But now we've started seeing them kind of bounce back a little bit more. But as you can see, the stars of the match, we have S-Power and Admino to the rescue.
I'm just happy both Punk and Samraj have found their lineups. I think these are supposed to be the teams for these 2 IGLs to lead. But we have the stars of the match, as you mentioned. S-Power doing well, going all out. Admino, best companion. Morty from 4TR gets the finisher. He has 2 finishes for his name and 3 assists as well. So 4TR also were able to rack up decent eliminations, and that should have been the case from always, because when you are in the compound, everyone's out into the open. You have the advantage of getting the info by just standing next to the window, knowing where the player is, and then setting up your aim before you go for the peak.
Agreed. But now, all things considered here, let's talk about consistent teams in this respective group coming in from Group D, right? Obviously, Versatile and Hero Extreme Godlike, it's 2 names we have been talking out throughout the entire segment, unfortunately to say. But results is there. The facts is there. Callers, buyers not, but that's exactly what happened. But I want to talk a little bit more on a little bit of bounce back here. That is going to be obviously learn from past. They didn't do too well in the previous game. They made a little bit comeback here in game number 2. But K9 Esports, that was a little bit awkward for them here because they did pretty well in game number 1, which is the map before this of Sanhok. And now this game, they made a little bit of a sketchy situation here because that stalemate between them and learn from past. They chose to back off, but considering the zone was so hard in favor and they went for a mad dash against Hero Extreme Godlike, wasn't prepared, and Hero Extreme Godlike just completely wiped them with no casualties at all.
I think the decision to take the fight against Learn from Past itself was flawed because K9 had the upper hand. They were inside the zone. all four of their players, and then for some reason they took like a straight line spread just to try and gatekeep learn from pass. They got too greedy, and that greed resulted in them getting taken out. But K9, I think at this point, they're just focusing on finishes. They had a decent number of eliminations, I believe, from this game as well. And their performance from the previous game of Sanhok also does keep them in a safer position. I think K9 is just warming up for the later rounds.
Agreed, but at the same time as well, a little bit of bounce back coming from Wobble as well. Like you said, no finishes somehow makes you top 5. I would say that's a little bit of a better placement points, but considering that if we were to take into consideration of how the macro aspect of the game happened in the final 5 teams, I feel like the moment Wobble made the opening to make a mad dash, Hero Extreme Godlike was shooting at them, Learn from Pass was shooting at them, but while they were distracted focusing on Wobble Gaming, Versatile was able to creep up and then make it to the top 3. So I think finding opportunities through other people's decisions is a very, very key important factor for an IGL.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If everyone's distracted and no one's focusing on the objective, you take the objective. The only problem was that they did not have the numbers in the end game, because even VXT made that bounce with just 3 players. Samraj got finished off a few moments ago before that only. And that was the one reason why VXT did not have a stronghold in towards the end game fight when it was 40R, VXT and Godlike, because 40R and Godlike both had 4 players each, and VXT was the only team that was lacking a player. But then again, I mean, overall a brilliant performance. I think VXT today, they've showed up in their true form. Godlike as well, very impressive. 40R, they were also doing well. They also bombed Sanhok, by the way, so this was a bounce back from them as well. 17 points. And Godlike, 11 finishes, 17 points for them as well.
Yep, they are going to be tied hand in hand, but Versatile once again still neck and neck in the double digits department, so they are going to be pretty much close with Hero Extreme Godlike here. They are looking to try and break past into the top 8. Obviously, we are talking about day of comebacks, and today itself, Hero Extreme Godlike and also Versatile is bearing fangs today. And Learn from Past trying to defend their title into the top 8 here. They were the table toppers, I would say, for quite a number of days, but now with this recovery, it is going to solidify them a little bit more, but they're still not exactly safe on the top 8 yet.
But I think one difference right off the bat between Group C and Group D is going to be the fact that while in Group C, we did see a lot of bounce back, like the teams that were not doing very well in their first 3 matches. Today, they played very well. And because of that, the competition between Group C was a little bit tighter because most of the teams at the top got reset. Not in Group D, though. Group D teams are being consistent. They are taking those leaps. Godlike 58 points secured. They are going to be now the best performing team from this particular group. Learn from Pass. That slowdown on Sanhok has broken their momentum, but good recovery, and especially the aggression they are bringing into their matches. Impressive. 40 are also doing well since day 1. VXT 8-bit as well, quite consistent. K9. This team, there are no resets. The only reset, kind of a reset, soft reset, because the 2 teams were close to each other in terms of points.
Exactly.
For Forever and ESG.
Yep. At the same time as well, I think Versatile was like the second team to actually make a little bit of bounce back as well. But again, you know, the journey to chase towards OG is going to be closer and closer. But as of yet, if they have one more really, really good game, especially for Hero Extreme Godlike and also 8-bit Versatile, they might be the new top 8s.
Yeah.
Of the overall standings of each and every single group.
I think they need like around to stay in the 60s or the 70s in order to get inside of the top 8 and stay there at the end of the first half of this round 1 in its entirety, when after tomorrow as well. And Godlike, they've gotten themselves close. Forever has gotten close. Learn from Past is also quite close, and VXT is quite close. So these 4 teams, if they are the top 4 again of the next match, that can actually happen. But is that going to turn into reality, or are we just going to live in a world of speculation? We'll find that out after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो!
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो
क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में आओ कभी रोंडो में
रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025 for day number 5 itself here. Welcome back to the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, joined by Necro as we take you through the final game for today. Now, final match for Group D, and guess what? Hiroshima Godlike and Team Versatile is pretty much in one of the top contenders so far. Both of these teams have racked up a lot of points alongside for Learn from Past as well as Board Army Esports, but the head-to-head count between Hiroshima Godlike as well as Versatile is 1-0 in favor of Hiroshima Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, 4 now, it definitely is. But as the man Sombraj himself mentioned, it is not about just the elimination points. It's about winning the trophy. And for VXT, I'm pretty sure they're just aiming for the bigger goal at this point. But let's not forget, even 4TR, a new team that's coming in out of nowhere, just surprising all of us. And generally speaking, this 4TR is a completely new and revamped team now. And I'm loving to see them. But hey, something that you guys are also going to love to see is going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, this device is going to be launching on the 27th. So make sure you guys are pinning that date down and stay tuned.
Exactly, the iSense graphene rear cover is the reason why you can play for long hours of BGMI to up to 6 hours with 120 FPS. So be sure to check it out because I've got the device.
Wow.
You ain't got nothing.
I mean, generally speaking, just looking at the device, it's tough for me to get my eyes off of it, Icy. Just keep it away. Just keep it away. I'll look somewhere else. That device just looks too good.
Thank you very much. Oh, I don't have a pocket. Okay, I do have a pocket. This is mine now.
All right, well, I'm going to make sure I'm reporting it to the higher authorities and they get that device away from the man. But you know what I see? Back towards the real deal. Even K9 Esports is doing pretty solid.
Yeah, I think K9 Esports has made a little bit of bounce back as well. I think overall in general, K9 Esports has been very consistent in their approaches as well. Because think about it this way, right? There's no way in heaven or in your dream that you are going to be winning every single chicken dinner every single game. You are going to be put in awkward situations where you're just in an unwinnable moment, right? So K9 Esports, they always make use of whatever the outcome and get whatever you can, right? Whatever points, whatever situations, get as many as you can and then just come up with top. We saw this in the previous group from Hyderabad Hydras as well. Solo Warrior gets 2 finishes. Somehow the best possible outcome was top 2. He got it.
I mean, at this point, we're just waiting for teams like Forever as well to try and step things up a bit more. Even the players of Arc Knight still all the way at the back. Even they want to step things up by margin. But this is going to be the last game of the day for this entire group. Are they going to make a bounce back? Are the teams on the latter half of the board show some signs of life? Let's find out in the last game of Erangel. As the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards the opposite side, which is going to be Zarki.
Yep. Speaking of the fight itself, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. The flight path, like you said, right, from south all the way to Zorki, it is going to be very, very western side. I think east side is where things are going to be a little bit tricky, right? If Circle shifts on the far east, everybody's going to be scrambling to actually make it there a little bit quicker, just because of the fact that, number one, they have one of the longest journey if teams coming from the west side. Number two, teams coming from the south side, they are going to be meeting each other rather early as well. So if they meet each other early mid-rotation and get picked off, that means that more fights on the west side means lesser people in the middle stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's going on in Sanhok military base at this point. 2 teams dropping right next to each other. Bot Army Esports as well, instead moving towards Norupnoi. A bit of an improvement from the side of Bot Army Esports, avoiding the early drop clash. Want to play their smooth and steady game this time around. We've also got a few teams moving in towards that Fairy Pier area. That's going to be ESG, Exotic Signature. You've also got Mysterious moving towards that quarry vicinity. It's quite a big split Mysterious is opting out to play with.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very mysterious of them. But speaking of Mysterious and Mysterious 4, it seems like these two teams have been struggling to get some points so far.
Oh,
in this
wow.
match. But at the same time, guess what? The circle is going to shift in the most awkward position possible. Before we talk about the circle, seems like we have a little bit of a run in on towards the south side, because every single team is going to be scratching their heads to try and rotate inside this zone, because the zone up on screen, we are going to see a military zone.
Yeah, now they need to make sure they're looting up as soon as possible and be there quickly enough down south. That's the only chance they're going to have to actually make a good game. Especially for the teams that have dropped all the way up north, for K9 Esports, for Mysterious 4. At this point in time, getting a chicken dinner does seem impossible on paper, unless they pull off some miraculous rotations.
Well, speaking of, what's the best rotation you can ask for? Because I know for a fact that the best, I would say...
Oh, for K9?
No. I mean, like, how do I play the zone the best, right? Because so far, the best and most awkward win I've ever seen was by FS Esports with like 4 hovercrafts, but this was like, what, the previous season?
Yeah.
And aside from that, what's the best in playing this situation? Like, do you play from waters? Do you play from air? I've never seen people play from air yet. But maybe someday we'll see it, though.
Yeah, of course, we probably will. But hold on to that thought, though. Mysterious Esports now getting chimed down and pounced up, but still AJ, he finds a 3Bs! What did I just watch? A burst of action, and AJ almost destroyed the entirety of New Champions. Oh, man, I'm pretty sure their hearts were in their mouth the moment 3 players dropped down. Luckily enough, Boogie saved the day.
The night is dark and full of terrors, and when the White Walkers come, you better be prepared for a horde. But guess what? An extermination squad comes in. Mysterious Esports, they're looking to clean out. They are going to go in for the rush. Deep, making the push here, but the nade will collide and take him out. But guess what? There was still one guy still inside. He thought he cleared it, and it's going to be Manglu that takes him out. Oh no, mistakes were made as the White Walkers, they rise from the ashes. You thought they were down. Surprise, surprise. Now Johnny left all by himself for Mysterious Esports.
What a massive rookie mistake that was. Mysterious Esports, they went in one by one. All 3 should have pushed in tandem. I'm not even sure what exactly went on. I'm pretty sure they just wanted to capitalize, push the opponents when they were hurt. But it just did not really work out. In this shock and meta, it's really tough to convert fights like that. You need utilities to back you up, especially in houses. K9 Esports, I'm loving this decision. Really quick. They've got their loot done. Now on the verge of moving down south. K9 Esports at this point does not care. They just want to move down south and get a better placement.
Oh boy, K9 Esports. I don't know. Like, as of yet, usually a lot of teams will tentatively rotate very early because of the military base itself. But considering that it is this late into the game itself, a lot of teams has already break past. So I'm pretty sure the most usual checkpoints, which is the pit stops on towards the south bridges, inside military bridges, those compounds from West Bridge and East Bridge is going to be occupied. So a lot of teams may look to try and rotate from ocean, from the rivers, maybe even play towards main island before actually entering in. So it is going to be a huge hit or miss for all those teams. But teams who are inside military base, in this case AIB and also bot army from Novo, they're going to be very happy about this.
Yeah, without a doubt they will be.
Well, forever. Beast, what are you waiting for?
Just waiting for his teammates, I guess. There is Phoenix right there in the pack. And Phoenix is closing on up.
This is not efficient looting for forever. He's just waiting.
Yeah.
Phoenix is just taking forever. Oh, wait. I think I know what they're doing. Oh, yes, this is what they're going to do. They are going to try and deliver the vehicle onto the boat forever, Esports. Now it makes sense, but hopefully he's going to be able to ferry their way through. I think this is the first time we've seen this on screen in an official, but this is the most effective way to actually push through, but okay.
Oh, wow, well. Yeah, I see. You should just stop talking about it at this point, you know? I mean, the most effective way? Yeah, surely it is. Yeah. But then 4TR, though, in the elimination feed starting to pop off, and even they're getting popped themselves. Acrobats Esports in a fight. Trades did happen back and forth. But yeah, this forever moment, this is one of the main reasons why water rotations is not really viable. It's because you just don't really have anything when you reach the opposite side. And vehicles are a must.
I think parking those vehicles is one thing. Once you get to the shoreline, you still need to disengage it, which is a little bit tricky as well, because some they use nades under the boat to kind of get a little bit of small kick for the vehicles to actually fall down. So it is going to be a plus-minus situation, but I don't want to talk anymore.
In my opinion, they should have parked the vehicle horizontally.
Yeah,
I think?
Like, yeah, but given the circumstances of the angle, he got the right angle, but you have to go for a hard draw. I don't know, man. It's tricky.
It was
it's hard.
too heavy,
It
right?
needs
It
to be
was too
pixel
heavy.
perfect. It needs to be
Yeah.
pixel perfect, to be honest. It's a very tricky thing, but I appreciate the attempt.
Yeah,
I appreciate the attempt.
Yeah, truly, truly. But I just hope when they reach to the opposite side, they've got their hands on a better vehicle so that they can have something to travel on land as well. Military base starting to stack up with teams. K9 Esports taking early control of that bridge towards Milta. What is the game plan going to be? The Blues on the move and quickly enough as well. 4TR towards Kotka. This time around, a bit of a late rotation. Learn from past all the 4 players in the water lines, probably coming up with a sneak attack. But do the opponents on the opposite side expect Learn from past to be here? And that too is going to be the players of Bot Army Esports. Bot Army Esports.
I don't think Roger actually sees this, though. Like, Roger is still busy looting deep side and Novo here. They don't really have a lot of angles to work with. But in case you guys missed out on action here, here's a little bit of replay on how Mysterious Esports and also New Champions actually had that fight as well. That shotty from AJ was just insane.
He just ran out of bullets. Only if he had that extended mag, things could have been better. But AJ unfortunately lost that. And then later on, Mysterious 4, yeah, just rookie mistakes. Pushing one after one, not even playing in tandem. One of the main reasons why they lost that entire fight. I do understand the thinking behind it. They just wanted to constantly apply that pressure since they knew the opponents were extremely hurt, even lacking on loot. But that's not the way you do it in the shotgun meta. You need those utilities to help you out a lot more in the close quarters. Now we've got to learn from past. Taking that water rotation. The one problem Learn from past is going to be having is the vehicles when they reach to the opposite side.
Exactly. If a circle comes through, it's still going to be military base. Oh, no. Hard shift on towards the bridge. We might see a potential bridge circle. Don't want to jinx it yet, but it seems like the center circle is going to be on the compounds on the east side. So on those shorelines where 4TR is, I think Tekken is going to be in the play here. Yeah, so that is going to be something that they are going to be able to hold down the fort for the longest of time. So I believe Ace is going to have a fantastic time just gatekeeping everybody. But again, that is if they hold down on those compounds. But meanwhile, on the north side, Hero Stream Godlike is going to be coming from Pochinki. We've got Acrobat still outside the zone. We've got Wobble still outside the zone. We've got M4 still outside the zone. Everybody's taking a late rotation.
Oh my god, all the 4 players.
They stuck
They
up.
can hear Monty. They can probably hear a lot of footsteps as well. Monty's calling shots taken, and that's going to be confirmed knock. Monty never saw the sneak attack coming through. And I'm pretty sure the man's still surprised on what exactly just happened there. He was peacefully looting, slowly and steadily, even looting for his own teammates. But now that loot is delivered to the players who learned from past. So yeah, they're probably going to be saying thank you.
I think the mistake here came from when Roger was still looting in the city for the longest of time. He should have been able to spot out all these people swimming through, but because he was looting inside and not focused on looking outside, that's pretty much the reason why Bot Army Esports wasn't expecting this. So is it Monty's fault? Not necessarily, but why is he still looting in this later stage of the game? That's going to be his fault.
Yeah, of course. And especially to circle down south, you always know there is going to be someone coming through that Milta side. It's not the first time it's happened. There's always going to be foes taking that water rotation from that side. K9 Esports. Oh, he spots that hovercraft, and I'm pretty sure he wants to get his hands on that as well.
You know what's really impressive for what K9 is? Okay, just hold that thought for now, because Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to be having a little bit of run-in. And Mino going to be having a little bit of drive-by. That's going to be Acrobots contesting against them.
In a bit of a trouble. Hero Extreme Godlike pushed on by the players of Acrobots. Utilities tossed out, not doing anything, just clipping a bit of that damage. It's not going to make a lot of difference either. But the return nade from the side of Acrobots this time around is going to find a knock. Pumped down and dusted. Hero Extreme Godlike down to a 3-man squad. Acrobots have the man advantage this time. And Acrobots will try to definitely press on a bit more. But even Acrobots, they've lost out a man, so equal trades happening. 3v3 in the end. S-Power's tossing out a few more utilities to just hope that at least one of the utils is going to find the knock. But it's not able to yet. Odin shrouded himself inside of the smoke, back in towards that shack. S-Power wants the revival from coming through, but S-Power gets caught in the back lines. Was too exposed, and even VXT, they want to be a part of this action now.
Versatile 8-bit, they want their revenge. They heard it. Hiroshi got like they are gonna look to third party this. It's only Jonathan and Admino left, and they have to defend. Acrobots still pressuring them on. The zone comes through. Jonathan still going for a couple of pixel perfect moment. Finds one, but could not get the second. He gets taken down. And now Admino, last man standing. Godmino looking to defend against Versatile, but Versatile takes them all out. A small little victory for Versatile, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, here to sweep the ground with the bodies of Acrobots and Hero Extreme. Godlike. All the elimination points now converted. Aquanox. There we go. The name's going to seal the deal, and that's it for the players of Acrobots Esports. Outside of the game, Hero Extreme, Godlike, quite a bit of a dip this time around. The consistency broken, but it's fine. They're doing really good in the overall standings. For VXT, though, still need to rotate all the way down south, and that's going to be a tough stretch. Look at Team Ace out in the open. The man's going to be knocked. Instantly, the confirmation follows up. Beautiful stuff from Trigger.
Oh my goodness. He does see everyone from inside of A's official as well. They are still holding the compound, one of the strongest one thus far. But with this breach angle coming from Arc Knights, it is going to mess them up a little bit here. And they do spot it out. It is going to get taken out. So, great position. But once you go down, you ain't going to survive. Trigger instantly falls. That's going to be Ace official. Getting that confirmation, I believe.
Beautiful stuff from Ace. And at this point, Ace official. This house they are holding, it's definitely good, but the main issue is it's on the edge. And currently the centric part is going to be the military base itself, the C building.
Yeah. I was expecting them, the circle, I think, shift there as well, but Ace official pretty much has to reposition, but they're looking for finishes, and that's going to be very, very important for them, because right now, while they're rotating, they have to pick them all apart.
Yeah, and something you guys should pick as well is going to be the realme GT7 itself. Long play without overheating because of the iSense graphene rear cover. It's going to help your device to stay cool for the longest of the hours. And speaking of the hours itself, also 120 stable FPS up till 6 hours, tested by the realme and the crafting guys themselves. Move on towards Amazon, search for the realme GT7. Might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And do it right now, since the device is going to be launching on the 27th.
Well, speaking of a fight as well here, guess what? Inside military base, Arctide, they do get picked off again. Trigger was down before, now it's going to be Redox. In this case, Doc's pretty much getting taken out as ESG inside the zone, inside of military base. They won't be able to hold down the fort here on the side, on the west side of military base. So that is going to be a very difficult push here from any teams looking to come in. There's actually 3 teams already inside. I think that's going to be Forever and also Board Army Esports in the mix as well.
ESG Exotic signature. All the 4 players up and alive inside of the military base as well. Solid position, solid stance. VXT aiming for that late game rotation since they've probably racked up a lot of meds from all of that scuffle that happened in those compounds. So VXT is going to be good. They can tank them for days. But the main question is, can the players of FC do as well? But now as the zone's going to be moving once again towards the hills, it's going to be applying a bit more of that pressure on every single team that's still in the outskirts. And K9 Esports at this point, they're just racking up the elimination points. Mysterious 4 in a big wall of trouble. Snowdog's going to be eliminated from the game.
Yep, K9 Esports definitely got the better hand in that situation. They came out on top and cleared it all out. But the question here is, the zone is still going to be shifting onto his military base here. It is going to be a divide between military base and the hillside, so they have to be very careful where they want to take those fights. Those hilltops on the top does have a lot of high ground advantage, but if they are forced out, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. And Versatile, somehow they managed to sneak in from the zone, uncontested by any one of those compounds.
Yeah, but Somraj was the casualty. Unfortunately, the man was eliminated right on top of the bridge. But it's fine. Sometimes a sacrificial lamb is needed. And Somraj was that. The rest of the 3 players inside the circle in a decent spot. If they want, they can force a fight against new champions. But the main question is, do they know new champions is right there?
Yeah. Versatile, they're going for a very, very late rotation here. It seems like they are going to be wrapping around all the way far south. In this case, they're still observing the situation if there's anyone in front of them. But in front of them, the closest here is going to be new champions in those compounds. As they continue to push through, it seems like playing it from far south is going to be safer spot to be in, but fortunately for them, they do find a compound to work with, so that's a little bit of a small breathing room for Versatile.
Look at K9 Esports though. 4 players next to each other, now surrounding a compound. 4TR might just be in a world of trouble. As, oh my god, Omega almost got knocked out in that situation. 4TR, these three players can definitely be a bit of a menace to the foot of K9. Shots are taken on that fadeaway aircraft, but since it's not going to be a problem for K9 Esports just yet, they found a nice dip to play with for now.
Yeah, 4TR on the north side. K9, not exactly sure what's up to with 4TR official, but they take a little bit too long. They're right in the edge. They have all the time in the world, but K9 Esports, if they decide to fight this early, it's going to be too much. Seems like Hovercraft comes through, goes for the bait and switch slug. Getting sprayed a little bit here, but guess what? It's bulletproof. It's not immune completely. It's not invincible, but it is definitely bulletproof to a certain degree. It will explode eventually, but it won't connect to the guys inside the hovercraft.
K9 Esports, three players next to each other. Bolt's got Ninja Boy right there on the left. K9 Esports in a big world of trouble. 4TR being a constant problem for them. So many teams stacked up inside of the military base too. The moment the circle shifts away from that, we are going to see a major collapse of team. Especially in the open grounds, it all comes down to those high grounds as well. And currently high grounds controlled by Ace officials and even the team right underneath them.
Oh, speaking of this as well, Ace official, they do find the pick. And that's going to be 4TR losing a knock. Fortunately for them, it is going to be safe, but the rendering here allows Tekken to have perfect vision somewhat. Even with the smoke, you still see the buggy. And 4TR is looking for those resets here in the circle. I'll close in as well. But as soon as this happens, guess what? K9 takes the opportunity to third party as well.
Yeah, even K9's delivering a lot of punches in the gut, and at this point it feels like 4TR's not going to stand a chance. With Kurtz taken down in return, 4TR start to fall apart. They're trying their best to keep all the shackles up, but you can't really do it when you just don't have enough men alive. And now for 4TR, the final two players, the final two glimmers of hope standing. And since even the Blues on the move, K9 knows the back's against the wall. And 4TR needs to make a move right now. And Ace official as well being a constant threat. Now taking a few shots even against K9, but those little tickles are not going to do anything.
Exactly. Zone is not in their favor. They need to make it in the zone here. And Tekken, he does get the confirmation onto his 4TR. And he's gonna try and find his next place of the zone. But meanwhile, inside military base, we have bought army esports against forever. This is gonna be a very important one here, as they need to make out of this compound to make it a zone.
Yeah, all the three players of bought army esports just tagged in this compound. See building on the verge of being lost is forever, even they're losing out on a few players. And thanks to ESG, contributing a bit more to this fight. Utilities traded off from both the sides, and this time around, the utility from the side of Forever, it's going to find the opener. Phoenix, well-placed nade to do the job. Forever Esports able to sneak in the second knock as well. The man was up close and personal. A lot of whiffs happen in that entire vicinity, and that's why Phoenix won the duel.
Oh, wow. Big win here coming from Forever Esports. Great confirmation. A lot of loots as well. But the zone comes through. They need to make a rush for it as well. K9, they're trying to make it for a rush. They're in a run-in with two different teams as well. K9 Esports, they're still defending. They're not inside the zone yet, but they are looking very strong. The defense is solid. And now, finding an entry point, Omega going to be scouting head-to-head first before finding. But looks like they are going to back off to give pressure. Well, Slug is going to be loot up. This loot goblin.
Yeah. I mean, look at Slug, right? Looting up, as you mentioned. And for K9 Esports, I'm pretty sure the game plan is to play around the edges and beat them up. Just clean up the floor at the moment the team stands against you, and that's what K9 Esports is successfully doing as well. Yeah, now they catch a lot of damage. Good shots from a waist. That's going to get the man down for now. Util tossed out on the opposition, but unfortunately it's not going to be the connection. AIB still live and cooking inside of the game, but K9 Esports, they've lost out on a man. AIB is down to a two-man squad, so K9 anyone's having a man advantage, but AIB losing out as Spotter Boy too, which is not a good thing at all. And now it's down to just a waste.
Oh,
man needs to pull off a 1v4.
Oh my god, I call Slug a loot goblin, but guess what? He had so many nades, he took so much space, he forced one guy out of position and got the knock. K9 Esports, what a bounce back. 7 finishes in the bag, but the zone is still not in their favor. They need to make a run for it, but always he goes for the run in, and guess what? There's a straggler, that's gonna be a pick for them.
Yeah, and he actually wants that duel too. But he gets taken down real low, but now everyone knows where always his position, so it's not looking too safe. VXT's plan on the outskirts as well. What is K9's plan? I'm pretty sure everyone's just going to wait for the next zone to pop up. Is he going to be inside of the military base? Or is it going to be another shift favoring the players of K9 Esports?
Wow. First now, Now going for a 2-2 split. One on the inner side on the road and one on the other side to try and get some sort of control. But Gambler Boy, he actually gets knocked from on top. K9 Esports, they really want to try and pick apart. But the zone seems to be shifting in towards the military base itself here.
Yeah.
I think we do have a couple of solo warriors here. That's going to be new champions with White Walkers with one player. We've got ASRG, and we also have Mysterious 4. But learn from past, they are going to crash on the Versatile now, and they're calling everybody group up for this fight.
Yeah, they want to make a move against the players of VXT at this point. Utilities traded from them, but VXT is starting to break under that pressure. And in the end, they will be eliminated from this game. Learn from past, smooth gliding in this fight. They just lost one player, not completely lost, but he's knocked out. Still can be retrieved. They need to toss out a few smokes.
And just like that, Versatile, they get eliminated. Learn from past. Perfect execution, perfect timing as well. But they're not out in the woods yet. Learn from past. They may have fumbled on their first debut match, but after game 2 entry in this respective group, they're making a recovery. But it's not over until it's truly over. 8 teams left alive inside this zone. Learn from Plas. Forced to play in the outskirts of the fence area from the south side. It's not exactly the greatest position, but it does provide a decent amount of cover and time. However, is there any other team from the south? Unfortunately, fortunately for them, there is no one. But I like that they're taking precautions here, setting the cars intentionally parked to provide any sort of cover if there is a team coming from the shooting from the east side.
And it's low-key working out. K9 Esports at the top still. And I'm loving that split too from K9. Omega is all the way on the left, inside of the base. And K9's now finally going to make that pounce as well. They know there's a man in the front. They will win that duel, instantly conquer this booth. Doing pretty much better. Now they're going to decide to play around this concrete wall, or a bit of that concrete cover and the fence.
A huge game for K9 Esports to take this win. But the question here is, will they be able to do so? Because the circle seems to be pushing them all into those warehouses, the open warehouses of military base.
Yeah.
Or in this case, the garage here. Especially where Wobble is. That is going to be a very, very, very difficult part to push here if you do not have those vehicles. But speaking of which, learn from past, they do find a pick.
A big pick as well. He's knocked out. Revival's still going to come through, though. Learn from past. They're now being a real problem. Punishing the players in the front. No matter whoever makes the mistake, they will pay the price. AIBO is still standing, by the way, which is a good thing. The man's managed to keep himself alive for the longest at this point in time, and probably just praying to the gods that the circle shift right on top of him so the man can still be alive for the longest. Forever as well, slowly and steadily inching in, and as the players of Forever, they get spotted. Lucifer was in the open around that concrete wall. Is the security going to be there? That's my question. Can the man be retrieved? ESG exotic signature. They want to apply a bit more of that pressure, utilize the utilities to try and stop the revival from coming through. If they want, they can actually push up as well. Good Molotov. Forces Beast back inside of that thing. And now the revival just seems tough because the wall has already moved up.
Yeah, they have to take the other entrance as well. It's going to hurt a lot, but the zone is about to close in. It is going to take very, very quickly here. ESG has got Forever completely locked down. Meanwhile, learn from past. They go for a 2-2 split, and they got control of the entire south side. Every single disgusting angle from the graveyards is in the control of learn from past. And any angle you walk, and you may be spotted out, and that's where Learn From Past will jump onto you.
Yeah, and I'm just loving this funnel as well from the side of Learn From Past. Since they know the backline's completely secure, all they need to do is just look in the front and be a constant problem for all the teams that try to make it in. And right now it's K9 Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. Man was out in the open, try to make it down as well off that slope, and he does too. All the 4 players from K9 still live and secure, looking good and dandy for now, but the util from Cinco, it's going to do a bit of that damage and find the knock as well, disrupting the flow for the opponents. Forever, once again, in a lot of trouble. Forever, they need to be the cleanup crew, clean their way towards the front, inside of the circle, in the safety line, but ESG is being a constant threat.
It is indeed a constant threat indeed here. Forever Esports needs to push through. But the question here is, can they push through? There's still so many teams inside the zone as well. And one of them is going to be K9. The other one's going to be Learn From Past. Down towards the final 4 teams in this game. Aim got last man standing. Oh no, he's got no room. And guess what? They're prone side by side.
God.
Separating by the smoke. He sees everyone, and AimGod finally takes the shot. He gets one. Can he get the second? The jump shot comes through. It's not going to connect. He was surrounded right from the get-go. It's Forever Esports. They are looking for the reset here. Learn from past, still occupied with the engagement with K9.
Yeah, Yash going for the blind shots, and he's actually going to find a few connections as well. Learn from past. They do have a lot of terrain control, but unfortunately, one man was knocked out. Honey's once again back upon his feet, which is a good thing. But top 3 teams alive. Forever with 3 players standing. Learn from past with 4, and even K9 with 4. The next zone's going to be extremely important. Forever needs to be quick on the feet, and they will be as well. Lucifer backs against the wall. Lucifer, man's going to be taking too much damage, and he finally finds himself towards safety. The man needs to patch himself up, though, ASAP.
Oh, I'm sorry, Necro. Like, Lucifer, no, that was so close. That is just too close. But fortunately for him, he's going to be fine.
Oh my
Fortunately
God,
for him. Final 3 teams, but learn from past. They came in from the south. They had a wide spread. Now they've got so much space. They've got so much map control.
It's also a good thing, but it's also a bad thing since now Learn from Past is going to be the real villain. And everyone is going to try to get rid of them since they're all over the place. So Learn from Past, in my opinion, since they know there's 3 teams alive, let the other 2 duke it out, and then you be a part of it if you're really aiming for the chicken dinner. If you're not, then it's completely fine.
Well, it all comes down to patience now. Final 3 teams. 2 teams already inside the zone forever. Still outside. But the problem here is Learn from Past. They're trying to hold 2 teams all by themselves. Sahil OP has a very, very good angle against K9. This is why K9 has not been playing aggressive, because of Sahil's position. And because they are all proned up. If they try to trade Sahil OP, they have to crouch first, which takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And that half a second gives Sahil OP to safely duck back into cover.
True that.
And that's the reason why K9 is not picking this.
Which makes sense too. K9's going to try to play it slow. They're still inside of the circle, so it's fine. As long as you found yourself the ground, that's all that matters. But the main issue is going to be when the next stage hits, and that's where everything will start to fall apart. Sahil being a threat once again. Gets the knock. The confirmation is going to be extremely tough, but now wants to push up in enable range and stop that revival from coming through. He wants to disrupt the flow for K9 Esports and stop them from doing anything. That nade was tossed real close. It's going to find the confirmation. A second knock as well. Sahil single-handedly might just dismantle the entirety of K9. And Slug realizes the exact thing. Now Slug knows he needs to go for the duel no matter what. Stop the man at the front from doing any more damage, but still he gets stopped. The cavalry arrives at the right time, and Learn from Past might just dismantle the entirety of K9 Esports slowly and steadily. The nades are being tossed real close, and it's doing some serious damage.
Well done, Sahil OP, and now he's going for a wide swing, and K9 doesn't know he's pushed up so far out in the open. And now Beast, last man standing, coming in from K9, while Learn from Past. They are in a dominating position now. Beast looking for the 1 versus 1 against Sahil OP. The nade continues. Sahil, he knows he's there. Finally opens up, but he misses the timing. He was swapping, but the nade will confirm him.
Oh my God, what just happened? Sahil tossed the nade and then he got knocked out, but now it's time to deal with the players of Forever Esports. As even they decide to make the pounce because they know Learn from Past is super hurt. Fight's taken down with 2v3 to Learn from Past. They spot out the players in the open, and it's a complete target practice for Honey as he's single-handedly manhandling, and in the end, it's a 1v1. Beast versus Honey. Who will win this? Is Beast an actual beast? Does he want to go for the revival? Yes, the option was, but no, says Honey. That well-tossed nade will seal the deal, and Learn from Past looking dominant as ever before.
What a comeback from Learn from Past. What a domination. What a decision-making from themselves. They may have dropped the ball in the first game, but they definitely learned from their mistakes. And now they have walked away with the chicken for the final game here for day number 5. What a game coming in from Learn from Past. What a game, Necro.
Without a doubt, impressive stuff. Even K9 Esports, right? Just scooping up the entirety of the northern side, eliminating squads after squads, including new champions as well, who were a prey of that. But yeah, for Learn from Past, honestly speaking, the tacticality that they're showcasing inside of the game, it's insane. Knowing exactly when they want to spread their wings, knowing exactly how much control they want to have, and just knowing exactly what they want to do in a certain scenario.
Yep, it is going to be in that case as well. But all things considered, I feel like in this scenario between all these teams, the one that surprised me the most is got to be Sahil OP. Like,
without
him himself was able to single-handedly hold the entire K9 Esports himself, and conditioning them to a point that when he got the first knock, Every single player from inside K9 Esports still thought that he was still on the watchtower, allowing him to find space, reposition, and then set up so many nades and single-handedly just dismantling everyone from the side of K9 Esports. Yes, he may have lost the 1v1 trade against Beast, but the damage has already been done for K9.
Well, technically, he won that 1v1 trade in the end against Beast since the
because
nade
the nade,
actually got him. So, yeah, at the end of the day, he still won that trade. So, it was just one man cleaning out the entirety of K9 Esports. But in the end, it was just how the action really kicked off, right? Inside of the highlights, too. Even VXT just chiming inside of the fight where Hero Extreme Godlike was extremely busy fighting their opponents, which was Acrobats Esports, and VXT got the most of that. Even VXT's game was quite decent. Ace Official, we did see a little bit of that glimpse from them in the final few moments, but it was not enough.
Yep. And at the same time as well, every single team was scrambling to actually make their way inside the zone as well, which made them into a very, very awkward position. And especially for teams like AIB Esports, right? Like, I would say they had a very, very good idea of how they wanted to play the game. It's just that when they were given the zone control and they got a little bit greedy to try and fight them out in open, they just got cleaned out. VXT had a very right idea on the west side as well, but I really like how Learn From Past is stalking VXT, right? The moment they realized that VXT is split 2-2, that was the opportunity for them to actually break through, choosing one defense and just taking them all out.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this was one of the moments, right, that we're speaking of. Forever out in the open, this one man from ESG really wanted to go for a destructive play. I know the intentions, they were pretty evil as well, but unfortunately the execution failed. And this was one of the most clutch plays coming in from the side of Sahil. If this man was not able to disrupt the entire flow of K9 Esports, there was a major chance they could have actually scooped up the chicken.
Exactly. K9 Esports has prime position to actually clean up the game. And like you said, the nade actually cleaned him up before. It was a kamikaze nade, but eventually clutching the chicken dinner, you have to give credit where credit is due. Honey was the one that actually clutched things out. He made sure that everyone from the side of Forever had to lose bodies for this here. Him single-handedly clutching 3 finishes was just phenomenal for Honey. Well done coming from the front pass, and they've got the chicken dinner, but again, there was a 50-50 coin flip. You talked about this as well. They were all spread out. If they get swarmed, they are going to lose bodies, but still, they held on strong, and they looked pretty good.
Yeah, pretty much just showing patience and knowing exactly when they want to push up, right? As I mentioned too a while ago, just knowing what to do exactly in what position you were put. And it feels like Learn From Past always chooses the right options in their heads. Just the decision-making is perfect at this point from them. But let's give credit to the players of Forever as well, because even they played pretty nice, right? Being able to survive in the final few moments with a 3-man squad, taking the fight down all the way to a 1v1. Yeah, losing out the chicken against Honey because the utility was tossed to perfection, but still, Forever gave it quite a tough fight. Even they've got a decent amount of points, and that is a team that has established a comeback in this group.
It's just really unfortunate from Forever that they could not rack up any finish points from them at all, from Learn From Past, because they were all knocked, but they were just focusing on the 1v1 fight. Whoever wins it is going to take everything.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point in time, look, for Forever, they knew that they just don't really have enough man number, right? But in my opinion, if they would have pushed up against the players a little bit earlier, things could have been much more in their favor since they were so tunnel vision on K9 Esports.
Agreed.
Even the other players were trying to provide that backup fire. So only Forever would have disrupted that and try and stop them. Things could have been better. But let's have a look at the stars of the match. Sahil OP once again being there. 5 finishes racked up all by himself. We've got Honey too being the rescuer. And then we've got, of course, Honey once again with the finisher as well.
To be honest, I feel like the MVP goes to these two players, undeniably as well. Yes, Honey, you've gotten chicken dinner, well done to you. But what Sahil did was so difficult to pull off as well. He single-handedly just shutting down everyone from K9 Esports is just insane of Sahil OP. So nicely done coming from both these two players here. But I don't know, is the 1v4 higher or the guy that 1v3 and then got the chicken higher? It's so hard to decide who is like the better player right now from Learn From Past. Arguably, this is, the best team for now, but how would you rate this title right now?
There's no need to compare that, right? I feel like it all just built up to the chicken dinner at the end of the day. It was a well-coordinated effort, and it just worked out perfectly because, let's not forget, the man himself was able to shut down 3 players of K9 Esports just without any issues. So that was incredible. But as we move on towards the match rankings, K9 as well, even though they got taken down in the end, just missed out on the chicken, they still have 15 points, and I'm pretty sure they're more than happy with that, though. Learn From Past getting 25 points. Now, that's a statement. And you've also got Forever getting 13 points. I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with that. ESG as well stepping up a bit, 6 points out of that.
Yep. At the same time as well, Versatile had a little bit of a slow run, no position, but they do get themselves 6 finishes. But all the way down the bottom as well, Hiroshi Gola, this was the first time out of 3 games that they got completely shut down. Thanks to Versatile, thanks to also Acrobots as well.
Yeah.
But if we were to take on an official tally, Hiroshima Godlike was the one that took 1-0 in Miramar. Versatile played a little bit dirty, but they even things out with 1-1 now.
The crazy part is that just with that many things, right, in the previous game itself, there was a massive vacuum in the match rankings too. Just the top 3 getting the majority of the points, and then the team underneath the top 3 just has 6 points.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It is very, very unfortunate, right? So I would say a little bit of recovery coming from Learn From Past as well. They did not have a great day, game 1, but after that, they're just maintaining very, very consistency.
Yeah.
So I would say Learn From Past currently is in a position where they should be solidified in towards the top 8 after 6 matches. They've officially been towards the halfway point from every single match as well. So I would say everyone in Group D, for those guys who do not know what's happening as well, in every single team that's played so far has played for officially been the halfway point of their mark here in round 1. So the other half, it's all about chasing for what they want.
Yeah.
Top 8, top 16, or qualifying to round 2.
Pretty much, it's about chasing the target and breaking the thresholds that have already been set. But speaking of Learn From Past once again, right, I think so after this game, they're going to be easily in the top 4. I don't think they're going to be anywhere underneath that because they'll Learn From Past was already doing pretty solid in the overall standings. And speaking of the overall standings, yes, there we go. Learn From Past on the second. 80 points, just 10 points shy from OG. OG's performance was outstanding.
Yep, the closest one towards OG with only 10 points separating them is going to be Learn From Past that shoots up onto a second place, overtaking FS Esports. But Hiroshima Godlike finally from all the way towards the 20th position of today, now in the top 5 with 59. However, things can change because there are still 2 more groups that have not played yet. So that thing is, for now, they are in a very, very okay position, which is a good sign for Hiroshima Godlike. But today's matches for Godlike is a huge comeback for them.
And in those 2 upcoming groups as well, we've got some heavy names. Let's not forget that. So,
and
I mean, of course.
I think Versatile also made a comeback as well. They were like 20th, 30th position out
Yeah.
of everything, now on the top 9. I would say they will get kicked off as the game progresses as well because we still have a little bit more groups. But with this game coming from both Godlike as well as Versatile, it does give them a better shot in towards playing the remaining 6 matches to try and fight for the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. Since they've got much more 6 games to come, so one thing is for sure, VXT can actually easily bounce back in the top 8, so I don't think we should judge too much and too harshly. Now, the second page is going to be on the screen. Now, just have a look at it. VOLCANO Esports have played all the 6 games, getting 45 points.
Yep.
You've also got Team Cosmic right there with 43 points with all the 6 games done and dusted. Pretty much teams on the second page or on the third page, if you'd like to call it, they have done and completed all their 6 games other than Cincinnati Kids and Raven.
Yeah, these 2 teams are going to be the next potential up-and-coming ones that actually may be able to push through into the top 8 and top 16 as well. Group C, pretty much where there was a even vacuum between every single team, so it's hard for them to actually chase among the other groups here. They do need to dominate their respective lobbies to actually come through as well. But we do catch a little bit glimmer of BO7S. They did play really well today, securing a lot of finish points in their map in Sanhok, the last game for them as well. So a little bit of recovery from them to try and stay into the competition. It is a good sign. However, now, the biggest concern for me is going to be the team that made it all the way to the top 4 of the Grand Finals BGIS. It's going to be Reckoning Esports. Today's games, very, very big comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they still haven't been able to recover from that downfall from the Grand Finals, right?
Yep.
Reckoning Esports just getting 34 points. They're just bombing games after games. But it does feel like for Reckoning Esports, they're still achieving that comfort zone since they know they're not going to be eliminated from the tournament. They are doing enough to keep themselves surviving till the round 2.
Well, it's all about practicing makes perfect. But guess what? Another team that has not played yet is going to be Team Seoul. You are a fan of Seoul for sure. And they are in one of the worst possible outcome positions right now because the target has been set. For them to overtake the rest, very, very easy because it's 23 points. Look at this. On top of this, got Myth, AISRG, Raka, Well. They have all played 6 matches. All they need to do is 1 to 2, 3 points. They are going to be able to overtake them. But my question here is, can they try and give chase for the top 16 or top 8?
Without a doubt, I think so. Seoul can definitely pull it off since they've got 23 points already. In the upcoming 3 games, Seoul, if they do manage to get anywhere around 40 points, they can instantly be there in the top 8 as well. So nothing can be said up till now. Now, as we do have another page popping up on the screen, even over here, there are a few known names, right? Reckoning Esports has to be a prime example of that, but since they've only played 3 games, anything can be said. But the 3 games that they played were miserable.
Yeah, it is kind of a little bit unfortunate as well. And in towards the final ones as well, I think the biggest concern for you, especially that GenXFM is you're a big fan of GenXFM, for them to get, 5 points in 6 games, that is very, very concerning. For me, I'm a very, very strong fan onto his Shockwave as well after their debut into his BGIS. But for them, 3 matches, 5 points, that is very, very concerning. So we did see a lot of comebacks coming from a lot of these teams, but I really want to see a comeback coming from Shockwave as well.
There's a lot of potential on the last page as well, right? As you mentioned, GenXFM, quite the veterans. This team has been there inside of the circuit for the longest. Even Shockwave, they do pretty good when there's not a lot of pressure. And at this point in time, I don't think the team should take a lot of pressure either, since they've got a decent bit of games to go in the future. But for a team like GenXFM, now it's going to be a mad dash. It's go big or go home, because they've played already all the 6 games, and they're still struggling on the last page. If they do not do anything in the upcoming ones, GenXFM is done for.
Agreed. And of course, like you said as well, even GenXFM, Fearless 4, if they decide to make a bounce back on towards game 7 towards 9 onwards, that's where things will get a little bit shaky, because there are teams like SOA, Likita SOA is also kind of struggling as well. But let's talk a look and towards the casters' predictions so far for group number D. I went for Hero Extreme Godlike. I'd say they did pretty okay. You went for K9. They did pretty okay. Versatile, they did pretty okay. And Learn from Past coming from Ankybot, I would say all the casters got a W this round.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Group D's predictions were on point from all of us, right? VXT 8-Bit as well did pretty good. Learn from Past, of course, the best top-of-the-line performance once again delivered. But Learn from Past were already doing good. Even in the first 3 games that they played, they were still top-of-the-line no matter what. So Learn from Past, of course, just maintaining that consistency, maintaining that average. Now on the second spot, right underneath OG. One thing is for sure, the top 3 is secure. It's going to be tough to snatch that spot away, and the top 3 is not going to move down from the top 8 anytime soon.
You know what I'm really surprised about every prediction out of all 6 of us? Is that Anki went for Learn from Past in this lobby. I'm just going to leave it at there. You know.
Dude, you're evil. Just rubbing salt on top of the wounds, huh?
Again, if you know, you know. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I'm pretty
by the
sure
way.
Everyone knows. I'm pretty sure everyone knows.
What you're talking about.
There's no point in keeping secret at that point, right? But hey, I see jokes apart. Tomorrow we've got some insane teams coming in once again to play, to try and make their mark. We've got teams like Seoul, Revenant, X-Park, who are still there on the latter half of the board, just waiting to be unleashed in the playing field.
Well, speaking of playing field here, I am actually looking forward where one day we will have a little bit of rivalry between with Revenant, X-Park, and Moneymakers. I want to see that happen.
Why do you think so? Why do you want to see that happen?
When the shuffle comes through. That's going to be interesting. It's not going to happen yet tomorrow, but one day it will happen, hopefully.
Exactly. But you know what? For now, it's time for us to take a leave. That's going to be it from us, me, and Icy. We'll see you guys tomorrow with new set of groups once again.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
the things you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost to see you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm now. I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over now. You've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes.